I could while away the hours, convert. You are here. I'm the library of Alice, technical libers of the liberals, some figured all of
color. It's gonna be super, super fancy and so pretty. So I'm gonna cut it the size of my
This is our Lord, the joy of the world. To be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall save now. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will love as he will. When, where, and with whom ye will. When, where, and with whom ye will. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. All life he said you are here. On the library of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of the liberals, subfigurally. Trace liberals, subfigurally. Sign above, Metanata, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberals, subfigurally. Concordance, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberals, subfigurally. Alistair Crowley, libers, liberals, subfigurally. Liberals, subfigurally. Liberals, alone, the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. You are here, on the library of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of the Lema Liberosa, figura albiai, trace a liberosa, figura lofiai. Sidebar, metadata, Aleister Crowley, livers. Liberosa, figura lovia. Concordance, Aleister Crowley, livers. Liberosa, figura lovia. Aleister Crowley, livers. Liberosa, figura lovia. Liberosa, figura livia. Liberosa, figura livia. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I-40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. I-3. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. 3, man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. All I-51. 5, man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law, love under will. I-57. You are here on the Libri of Aleister Crowley, technical libers of Elma Liber, Osa figura lovii. Trace a liber, Osa figura lovii. Sidebar, metadata, Aleister Crowley, livers. Liberosa, figura lovii. Concordance, Aleister Crowley, livers. Liberosa, figura lovii. Aleister Crowley, livers. Liberosa, figura lovii. Liberosa, figura livii. Liberosa, figura livii. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I-40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. I-3. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. 2, man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. 3, man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. I-51. 5, man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law, love under will. I-57. You were mine, oh my say, a whisper, a flame, a soft restraint by the scars we create. I called your name. I sealed our fate. Though I fall, though I faint, though I child, though I choke, by the fire of desire I Trust libero, figura Sidebar. Metanota Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberos, Figura Leafy. Concordance, Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberos, Figura Leafy. Liberster Crowley, Libers, Liberos, Figura Leafy. Liberos, Figura Leafy. Liberos, Figura Leafy. Libero of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. All I 14. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that. And no other shall say nay. All I 43. Every man and every woman is a star. All I 43. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Four man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom ye will. All I 51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. All I 57. You are here. Home the library of Alistair Crowley, technical livers of the liberos, figurally features liberos, figurally sidebar. Metadata Alistair Crowley, livers, liberos, figurally concordance Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos, figurally Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos, figurally liberos, figurally liberos, figurally libero, the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. All I 40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that. And no other shall say nay. All I 40. To die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. All I 51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. I-57. By the midnight of madness, the sea lay alone, a whispering expanse where no shadow is thrown. The moon in a swoon, like a ghost in the tide. Your eyes held the storm I could no longer hide. Cliffs stood like sentinels wrapped in despair. The pine trees clung tight to the sharp salted air. That night, oh that night, you were mine. You were mine. The stars fell like sparks from a heavenly line in the swoon of the moon. You fell into me by the midnight of madness. We drowned in the sea. The wind sang a dirge, a lament of the deep. Each note was a promise the earth couldn't keep. The waves kissed the shore with a sorrowful grin, while your laughter broke through like a hymn on the wind. Time held its breath as the heavens stood still. The cliff-clinging pine whispered secrets of will. That night, oh that night, you were mine. You were mine. The world spun in circles, a dance so divine in the swoon of the moon. You fell into me by the midnight of madness. We drowned in the sea. By the midnight of madness, the sea lay alone, a whispering expanse where no shadow is thrown. The moon in a swoon like a ghost in the tide. Your eyes held the storm I could no longer hide. Cliffs stood like sentinels wrapped in despair. Through the ash, through the ice, where the shadows entwine, I have carved out a path to the edge of the line. Every heartbeat a drum, every breath an incline. I climb divine. By the rage of the mage, I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke. A spell that ignites and consumes as it glows. I invoke, I invoke. Whispers of winds that unravel the night, through echoes of stars that combust into light. I summon the tempest, I summon the fight. The mage will alight. By the rage of the mage, I invoke. Fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke. A spell that ignites and consumes as it glows. I invoke, I invoke. By the force of the fashion of love, when I broke through the shroud, through the cloud, through the storm, through the smoke, to the mountain of passion volcanic that woke, I rise, I choke. By the rage of the mage, I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke. A spell that ignites and consumes as it glows. I invoke, I invoke. Through the ash, through the ice, where the shadows entwine, I have carved out a path to the edge of the line. Every heartbeat a drum, every breath an incline. I climb divine. By the rage of the mage, I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke. A spell that ignites and consumes as it glows. shall be the whole of the law. Life 14. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw a playing card, to draw, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love all as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will. When, where, and with whom you will. Life 51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. I-57, you are here. I'm the library of Alistair Crowley. Technical liberties of the library. Oh, some figure I left the trace of library. Oh, some figure I left the side by metadata. Alistair Crowley, liberties, liberal. Some figure I left the concordance. Alistair Crowley, liberties, liberal. Some figure I left the Alistair Crowley, liberal. Some figure I left the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Life 14. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. Man has a right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has a right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Every man has a right to think what he will, Alistair Crowley, liberos, figura legia, liberos, figura legia, liberos, figura legia, liberos, figura legia, liberos. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. What thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. All thy 42:3. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has a right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. All I 51. My man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. Law I 57. You are here. I'm the Libby of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of the Lema Liberosa, figura Livian, trace Liberosa, figura Livian, sidebound, and ta-da-da, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberosa, figura Livian, concordance, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberosa, figura Livian. Alistair Crowley, liberos, liberos, figura legia, liberos, figura legia, liberos, figura legia, liberos, figura legia, liberos. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. What thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. All thy 42:3. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. will on the face of the earth. Oh, every man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Oh, man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. All I 51 mob man has the right to kill those who would want these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. All I 57. You are here. I'm the Libri of Alistair Crowley. Technical libers of the Liber Rosa Figura Lavia. Trace a Liber Rosa Figura Lavia. Cyber Meladana Alistair Crowley. Libers Liber Rosa Figura Lavia. Concordance Alistair Crowley. Libers Liber Rosa Figura Lavia. Alistair Crowley. Libers Liber Rosa Figura Lavia. Liber Rosa Figura Lavia. Liber Rosa. The Lord strong. This is our morning joy. Thou will shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God in man. One man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. To man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. All at 51, no man has the right to kill those who would want these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love on the will. All I 57. You are here on the Libri of Alistair Crowley. Technical libers of the Lemo Liberos of Figura Lavi. Trace Liberos of Figura Lavi. Cyber Medalla Alistair Crowley. Liberos of Figura Lavia. Concordance. Alistair Crowley. Liberos of Figura Lavia. Alistair Crowley. Liberos of Figura Lavia. Liberos of Figura Lavia. Libero. The law is strong.
This is our Lord and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
All I 40.
Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay.
Every man, every woman
these rights.
The slave shall
Bad man
serve.
has the right to kill those who thwart these rights.
Love is the law, love under will.
All I 51.
You are here on the library of Alistair Crowley. Technical libers of the limo libero, subfigure lovey. Trace libero, subfigure lovey. Cyber, metà da Alistair Crowley. Libero, subfigure lovey. Concordance. Alistair Crowley, libero, subfigure lovey. Alistair Crowley, libero, subfigure lovey. Libero, subfigure lovey. Libero, love strong.
This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
Wow, shooting from the
Thou
stage and
hast no
animal
right
last
but to
name.
do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay.
Every man, every woman is a star.
All I three.
There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he wills to do. To work as he will, to play as he will. To rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will. To drink what he will, to dwell where he will. To move as he will on the face of the earth.
Free man has the right to think what he will.
To speak what he will, to write what he will. To draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will. To dress as he will.
For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom he will.
All our 51,
Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights.
the slave shall serve.
Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights.
The slave shall serve.
Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights.
Love is the law, love under will.
All I 51.
You are here on the library of Alistair Crowley. Technical libers of Thelema Liber. O subfigure Olivia. Trace Liber, O subfigure Olivia. Sidebar. Metadata, Alistair Crowley libers. Liber O subfigure Olivia. Concordance, Alistair Crowley livers. Liberos subfigure Olivia. Alistair Crowley livers.
How does he give a fist bump?
The law of the strong. This is our law. And the joy
Ach, I don't have music on this one.
of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the the whole of the law.
I 40.
Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay.
Every man and every woman is a star.
There is no God but man.
One has the right to live by his own law.
To live in the way that he wills to do. To work as he will. To play as he will. To rest as he will. To die when and how he will.
To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will,
To speak what he will.
to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will.
To dress as he will.
For man has the right to love as he will.
Take your fill and will of love as you will.
When, where, and with whom you will.
LI 51.
Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights.
The slave shall serve.
Love is the law.
Love is the law.
Love under will.
LI 57. You are him. And the liberty of Alistair Crowley. Technical libers of Thelema Liber. Os of Figura Lefia. Trace Liber Os of Figura Lefia. Sidebar. Metadata Alistair Crowley Libers. Liberos of Figura Lefia.
Concordance, Alistair Crowley. Liberals, the figure of thee.
Alistair Crowley
Liberals, the figure of you.
Alistair Crowley lit. Alistair Crowley. Liberos of Figura Lefia. The law of the strong. This is our law. And the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
I 40.
Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay.
Every man and every woman is a star.
There is no God but man. Secret
Ten lights shimmer, 10 lights glow, secrets hidden in their flow. From the crown to kingdom's gate, mysteries spin, illuminate fate. Get the whispers, the will to start. Chalk my answers with wisdom's heart. The 10 lights, oh, the 10 lights, guiding through these endless nights. Beauty, mercy, strength so true, splendorous path to journey through. By the parlors, deep and wide, understanding walks by her side. Chessed's mercy, soft and kind. Geber's strength will sharpen the mind. Tifar it shines, the jewels gleam. The harmony of a dream within a dream. Victory dances where Mensac stays. Splendor in heart and gilded rays. Yes, sun grounds the trembling soul. Mount that stands the ultimate goal. The 10 lights, all the 10 lights, blazing trails through shattered heights. From the crown to the kingdom's glow, the tree of life where wisdom
So if you are a conjoined twin, does that give you 4 personalities?
side forgives like a mother's embrace. The other demands sets a challenging pace. Yet here in the center where opposites blend, we find the harmony that transcends. Do you hear it sway, that steady tune? A dance of the sun, the pull of the moon, the middle pillar where we meet. A rhythm of jazz, bittersweet, not too soft, not too strong. The melody where we all belong. Mercy and severity, they waltz in time. Cosmic duet, a balance sublime, and in their shadow we softly sing, finding our place in the song they bring. Ten lights shimmer, 10 lights glow, secrets hidden in their flow. From the crown to kingdom's gate, mystery spin, illuminate fate. Cantor whispers the will to start. Choke my answers with a wisdom's heart. The 10 lights, oh, the 10 lights, guiding through these endless nights. Beauty and mercy, strength so true, a splendorous path to journey through. Vina ponders deep and wide, understanding walks by her side. Chastens mercy, soft and kind. Giver strength will sharpen the mind. Temperate shines, the jewels gleam. The harmony of a dream within a dream. Victory dances when that sax stays. Splendor in heart and gilded rays. Yes, it grounds a trembling soul. Malcolm stands the ultimate goal. circle, step by step, the secrets kept, the secrets kept.
By the mystic union of fairy and found, unspoken, unbroken, the dust to the dawn, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsound, the listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue, through shadows that shimmer, through whispers that hum, an echo eternal, a heartbeat, a drum, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung, the listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue, beneath moonlight's mirror, where stars softly weep, the vow that was uttered, still buried so deep, a secret live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, where and with whom he will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Perturabo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Perturabo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom you will. Man has the to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Puderabo, Alistair Crowley, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Carthage, though a commercial republic, was the aggressor in the very war that ended in her destruction. Hannibal had carried her arms into the heart of Italy, to the gates of Rome before Scipio in turn gave him an overthrow in the territories of Carthage and made a conquest of the Commonwealth. Venice in later times figured more than once in wars of ambition, till becoming an object to the other Italian states. Pope Julius too found means to accomplish that formidable lead, nine which gave a deadly blow to the power and pride of this haughty republic. The provinces of Holland, till they were overwhelmed in debts and taxes, took a leading and conspicuous part in the wars of Europe. They had furious contest with England for the dominion of the sea, and were among the most persevering and most implacable of the opponents of Louis XIV. In the government of Britain, the representatives of the people compose one branch of the national legislature. Commerce has been for ages the predominant pursuit of that country. Few nations, nevertheless, have been more frequently engaged in war. And the wars in which that kingdom has been engaged have, in numerous instances, proceeded from the people. There have been, if I may so express it, almost as many popular as royal wars. The cries of the nation and the importunities of their representatives, upon various occasions, dragged their monarchs into war or continued them in it, contrary to their inclinations. Sometimes contrary to the real interest of the state. In that memorable struggle for superiority between the rival houses of Austria and Barbary, which so long kept Europe in a flame, it is well known that the antipathies of the English against the French, seconding the ambition, or rather the avarice, of a favorite leader, then protracted the war beyond the limits marked out by sound policy, and for considerable time in opposition to the views of the court. The wars of these two last-mentioned nations have in a great measure grown out of commercial considerations, the desire of supplanting and the fear of being supplanted, either in particular branches of traffic or in the general advantages of trade and navigation. From this summary of what has taken place in other countries, situations have borne the nearest resemblance to our own. What reason can we have to confide in those reveries, which would seduce us into an expectation of peace and cordiality between the members of the present Confederacy in a state of separation? Have we not already seen enough of the fallacy and extravagance of those idle theories which have amused us with promises of an exemption from the imperfections, weaknesses, and evils incident to society in every shape? Is it not time to awake from the deceitful dream of a golden age into a darkness of practical maxim for the direction of our political conduct that we, as well as the other inhabitants of the globe, are yet removed from the happy empire of perfect wisdom, perfect virtue. Let the point of extreme depression to which our national dignity and credit have sunk, let the inconveniences felt everywhere from a lax and ill administration of government, let the revolt of a part of the state of North Carolina, the late menacing disturbances in Pennsylvania, and the actual insurrections and rebellions in Massachusetts declare. Federalist No. 7. The same subject continued, concerning dangers from dissensions between the states. For the Independent Journal, Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York, it is sometimes asked, with an air of seeming triumph, what inducements do the states have, if disunited, to make war upon each other? It would be a full answer to this question to say, precisely the same inducements which have at different times deluged in blood all the nations in the world. But unfortunately for us, the question admits of a more particular answer. There are causes of differences within our immediate contemplation, of the tendency of which, even under the restraints of a federal constitution, we have had sufficient experience to enable us to form a judgment of what might be expected if those restraints were removed. Territorial disputes have at all times been found one of the most fertile sources of hostility among nations. Perhaps the greatest proportion of wars that have desolated the earth have sprung from this origin. This cause would exist among us in full force. We have a vast tract of unsettled territory within the boundaries of the United States. There still are discordant and undecided claims between several of them, and the dissolution of the Union would lay a foundation for similar claims between them all. It is well known that they have heretofore had serious and animated discussion concerning the rights to the lands which were ungranted at the time of the Revolution, and which usually went under the name of Crown lands. The states within the limits of whose colonial governments they were comprised have claimed them as their property. The others have contended that the rights of the Crown in this article devolved upon Union, especially as to all that part of the Western Territory which, either by actual possession or through the submission of the Indian proprietors, was subjected to the jurisdiction of the King of Great Britain, till it was relinquished in the Treaty of Peace. This, it has been said, was at all events an acquisition to the Confederacy by compact with a foreign power. It has been the prudent policy of Congress to appease this controversy by prevailing upon the states to make cessions to the United States for the benefit of the whole. This has been so far accomplished as, under a continuation of the Union, to afford a decided prospect of an amicable termination of the dispute. A dismemberment of the Confederacy, however, would revive this dispute and would create create others on the same subject. At present, a large part of the vacant Western Territory is, by section at least, if not by any anterior right, the common property of the Union. If that were at an end, the states which made the cession on a principle of federal compromise would be apt when the motive of the grant had ceased to reclaim the lands as a reversion. The other states would no doubt insist on a proportion, by right of representation. Their argument would be that a grant once made could not be revoked, and that the justice of participating in territory acquired or secured by the joint efforts of the Confederacy remained undiminished. If, contrary to probability, it should be admitted by all the states that each had a right to a share of this common stock, there would still be a difficulty to be surmounted as to a proper rule of apportionment. Different principles would be set up by different states for this purpose, and as they would affect the opposite interests of the parties, they might not easily be susceptible of a pacific adjustment.
There's 7 keys to the great gate, being one and one in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Core frigid thus thou mayst abort, the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great seas, Pacific's road. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen turned inward. Securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next till that ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one are power, time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. Never I wish, or watch whatever kind of TV program or movies. Because when once an efficient national government is established, established. The best men in the country will not only consent to serve, but also
No, some of us like that, that's fine. But real quickly, I want to get Blake in here. Right. I want to get Blake, you up here? Yeah, he's up here. So, Blake, you were just talking the other day, 2 days ago, with Gold about the crime stats. And I don't know if you found out by now, but Pamela, the same day, Pamela Smith was exposed for manipulating the numbers. Her command, the people that's under her, was basically saying, hey, yeah, she's told us several times to, not report the crimes. So you guys was right, ironically. And of course, Dope, which he doesn't give a shit, the rest of his base, they knew that the numbers are false. Like, they knew this shit is happening. Same thing from crime stats. The list goes on. There's so many false stats. Matter of fact, I debated Gold several times on the aspect of Asian hate crimes being false. He gave me some article that said Asian hate crimes occur more from white on Asian than black on Asian, which is a blatant fucking lie. The article was bullshit. It just basically said when whites and Asians have a dispute, they register as hate crimes. So basically, if a white guy have a conflict with an Asian person, it's considered a hate crime. Well, it's not even a fucking arrest. Like, what do you? So how you get these numbers? Oh, there's so-called reports. And reports are something you can just make up. But you're not talking about actual people, killing people, robbing people, assaulting people, etc. So they go off a lot of shit that's just not true. But I just thought I'd bring that up because you guys had that conversation a few days ago, and I just want to know if you knew that because I knew you was going back and forth with him.
Well, they had the conversation started because they read an article that was tiptoeing around that. So I don't know if a news story had broke after that.
Oh yeah, literally a news story. That night, that's a news story. So y'all had it earlier that day. That same night, that story broke. Yeah, I'll give it to you. I'll message you the story.
That's cool, man. That's crazy, and I'm glad that some things are coming to the light. But I just, I ain't gonna lie. Brad know, Sid kind of know, man. What's up, Sid?
What's up, Blake? Merry Christmas, brother. Thank you, man.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, man. Merry Christmas, man. You got your present already. You got you God's greatest gift, a girl. A baby girl. Welcome to the Thunderdome.
There you go, man.
Yeah, Blake, now he's going to find out why I am the way I am. Blake, he's going to find out exactly why I am.
He's going to find out why we so unhinged. Like he got to figure it all out. Like, you think you cool now, bro. You just so cool. You know what I'm saying? Cool. But, bro, yeah, it's on, dog. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Yeah, man. It makes you crazy because, the world that we got to bring them up in. It's just crazy, man. I wasn't surprised at all, man. They were in that room starting that conversation based off of an article that came out where they were tiptoeing around that, like trying to admit something, and maybe they were just trying to get ahead of the story. Now that you say that, an article broke, because the news article was by CNN, and they were just basically trying, how they admit stuff, but try to lightly justify it, like give you reasons why it's not nefarious that it happened like that. It's just a mistake, and this is the factor, and try to give you a bunch of factors that may be plausible, but for the most part, it's just trying to get ahead of the story.
Yeah, plausible deniability. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what it's like? It's like you at the trying to mitigate the fallout.
Or create doubt before it breaks. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you at the bar, right? And then you're saying you find yourself trying to holler at some, you got some girls around you, a little lady or something like that, and then your girl's best friend walk in.
Is it me or he went out?
Kansas Spring.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's like being at the bar, you know what I'm saying, with some you ain't supposed to be up there with, your girl's best friend walking at the same time. See you with that girl. You gonna try to get ahead of the story. You know what I mean? You go hurry up and get on the phone, like you gonna come up with something that's like it's the truth, but it's not all the truth, and that's, I'm not surprised. There's some crazy stuff going on up here in Minnesota though, man. they just last week. This is how you know they not really serious about crime or protecting citizens. Because last week they released this story. The Minneapolis Police Department released a story about they didn't even story. They just put it on their Facebook page. The Minneapolis Police Department put this on their Facebook page, and it wasn't even a news story. It didn't make the news. Nobody's talking about it. But they basically released a statement saying that if you see missing 35-year-old Somali man, Hassan Khalid, has been missing, last seen at the Hennepin County Medical Center in an orange scrub. And that's how they release the information to the public. They saying that the man was last seen and is now missing, and the last time he was seen was at a medical facility wearing an orange scrub, like like that's what patients actually wear. Like, when the last time any of y'all seen somebody at a hospital wearing an orange scrub?
Yo, I just caught that late. I get what you're saying. Oh yeah, he's a fucking. Yeah, he broke out. Yeah, he's yeah. What kind of shit is that? Why would the police? Never mind. I shouldn't even.
What I heard was it was on Facebook, which means that nobody's watching the news anymore. Thank God, right? Like you normally you put that on the news or like on TV. No one's even watching TV anymore. Therefore, everything is coming through a filtered fucking medium, which is
it's even worse, Albert. It's even worse, Albert. No, it wasn't even that it went viral on the net or not on social media or nothing like that. No, it's the police department show pay that released this. Instead of it being a to the public, and hey, we just got out of this. We gonna vote, and instead of just keeping it real like that, they gonna say, like, saying missing and wants to be all sympathetic, like this some missing 10-year-old kid. We talking about 35-year-old grown and missing 48 hours. What's the rush? What happens when one of our homes cousins go missing for point out police department? They gonna tell you locked up. He's locked up. I'm saying that you went right.
No, look, they took him to the hospital for some care, and they wasn't watching him, and his ass escaped from the goddamn hospital. The people are stupid, man. They will believe any fucking thing that you fucking feed them if you plate that shit right. Right? Motherfuckers will believe any fucking thing. That nigga is a fucking escapee at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I'm surprised you ain't heard nothing about that, Brad.
I heard. I'm actually being asked to take a look at the situation with over $1 billion in missing appropriated claims and stuff like that to try to figure out where and what went wrong. So it's really weird that even Minnesota's a governing body, unbeknownst to Waltz, is like reaching out and asking for entities to come in and take a look at these misappropriated medical claims and policies that they've had going on to see how this was able to be done. But I mean, we'll see how this develops. But I'll probably end up having to go up to Minnesota at some point to go meet with all the parties involved and figure out why this is. Because
Brad's gonna solve it. He's gonna go meet with all the parties.
See me in a room where
Motherfucker's a judge.
people have gotten hurt because of somebody.
He's gonna bring all the Somalis down and say, "We gotta meet up, everybody. We gotta talk about this." This fucking goofball. What the fuck is he talking about?
I know that's another little hot pocket.
You know that story.
Right,
Actually,
agency over in Massachusetts that are doing some SNAP investigations. They just found 2 convenience stores that have locked like $750,000 each in SNAP benefits, and they don't have anything on the shelves.
I was gonna say, I actually think there's a high possibility they let that fucking dude go. Like, not even escape. They probably, like you said, they could have dropped the ball, been negligent, not giving a fuck. Or, because keep in mind, if you word it that way, it's not like you put in a sense of urgency on catching this person. It's like you were kind of okay with them being gone. You're just covering bases. Like, yeah, we told the public, we put it on our Facebook, But you just say inmate escape. That would be direct language. You made it seem like this person just happened to be lost, like it's a fucking position of concern.
They don't want to categorize them as a fucking fugitive because it will reflect
Right.
bad on the community.
Well,
It will reflect bad on them. So they're trying to do a PR name. Not PR.
Yeah.
I know what the fuck I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we got you.
Slide mode.
And guess who in town right now, too? You know who in town up here, right?
Ilhan Omar.
No. Guess who? We got some visitors in town right now.
Yeah, just
Yeah, they up here. They up here right now. And the mayor of Minneapolis, the mayor of St. Paul, and the governor have got on, and the chief of police of Minneapolis went on stage and spoke to. Now they can go on stage and speak to the Minnesota public about this to let the Somalians know, we got your back. Wink, for the point where this whole Frey is trying to do, Mayor Fry is trying to do. Speaking Somali, talking about the reading from a paper, talking about some wine, dude, just pathetic.
Yo, Mayor Fry, that little curly-headed dude that was doing the Cupid show.
Yeah,
that's on the BLM riots, right?
Yeah, he was doing marching in and then got his ass called out because they were like, and the police defund and give all the money back to the citizens. And then they were like, Jacob Fry, what do you think about that? Like, get rid of the police. And he was like, I gave you the 3rd precinct, man. You burned it to the fucking ground. Like, what do you want me to do now?
Bro, he was crying on his knees at George Floyd's grave.
He was kissing his casket. Yeah, I remember that shit.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, wow, what a fucking sad little man. Jeez.
Dude, I can't even call him when I want to call him right now because I got ears around him, bro. He's a little bundle of sticks.
Well, you could just refer back to my room yesterday that you tried to calm me down in, Blake, and I pretty much said everything you're going to say. I said it yesterday for those that missed it.
The only reason he won to Jacob Fry is because there's a Somali clan culture.
It's so funny.
Omar Fateh, he's Hawija, and then the vast majority in Minneapolis are Darod, even Omar's people. So they rather vote for a white Jewish guy, Jacob Fry, instead of a Darod leading for Hawija because the Hawija think they're better than the Darod. So they've imported in the Somali clan culture. That's why Somalia is a failed state because they can't get along because it's not a nation state like America, like where you have like different states, different people, whatever. It's a clan-based society. So when people are like, well, how did a white Jewish guy win in Minneapolis? I'm like, he didn't win because he's such a good mayor. He won because the other guy happened to be the wrong clan of the vast majority of Somalians in that other in the little city. And then when he ate that food, they gave him. It's called full Muslim. It's literally like the nastiest fucking beans, and it's mashed up with rice in between and everything else like that. No meat, they didn't even make lamb. And the motherfucker tried to look like he enjoyed the food. I think the Somalis are even trolling that food, It's the funniest thing ever. But that's how we won Jacob Fry, because the other Somalis would rather vote for a non-Somali person than Hawija instead of a Darod person. It's just a fact. I think Americans don't realize that in foreign wars, that I don't think you Americans realize you've imported in foreign wars into your own country. And I don't think people understand what's happening because, like, some of us have to down there next door. And I knew Jacob Fry is going to win because Hawija will never going to win. The vast majority of Somalis, they don't have the numbers. That's just a fact.
They weren't going to win anyway because everybody around, even in Minneapolis, look, it was the other issue. But they didn't account for him when they were saying, he's moving. You had some leftists that really thought he was going to win. They were like, Matani 2.0. But the reality is, they didn't have the Hispanics. You didn't have the Black Americans. You didn't have the Nigerian Americans. You didn't have fucking the white people. They sure shit were fucking Somalis because they're sick and tired of their little girls getting fucking attacked. Black people were like, oh fuck anything you can ask for. Like, I'll just move and somebody's going to take care of me for like years. And they got it in Minnesota. And now they're like, they were the ones out there going, BLM, let me steal your TV. And like, everybody knew what was going on, but it's just, I really wish Shipwreck was there because he would have had a field day. He'd have been like, all right, here you go, let's boil some popcorn and let's fucking get this shit going. And, Sig and I would have sat there and said, all right, I got your flags. And, you're good, buddy. Go ahead, have a heyday. Because we could have popped them off and they did nothing. They're the ones that shot at the National Guard. They're the ones that burnt down a lot of the fucking areas. They people on the street, and then they cried racism when they got hit. I have no love for them at all.
The Somalis.
But the thing is, Somalia.
I'm just waiting for the tires to be lit, and then we can shoot our door in that whole thing.
You know what is funny? Somalis are the only group in Africa. They don't even call themselves black. If you call a Somali person black in Africa, anything else, they always say, well, yeah, we're not black. We're like, Arab. We're not black. We're just Somali, whatever. And then when they get the heat, they're like, all of a sudden they're blue because they want the Black American community to protect them. But the Black American community is too wise. They've been through this bullshit before. Other people hijacking their movements and stuff. They're too wise for this bullshit.
Yeah, we've been used so much, AJ, and I'm starting to be glad that black people aren't falling for the okey doke anymore. We've been doing every single movement, bro. Yeah, it's exhausting, man. I get so sick of it. I'm glad black people are waking up and realizing that they've been used all these times, and they're starting to get smart. Yes, you're right, man.
Well, that's because of the left. Identity politics is the cornerstone of their ideology. Like you said, when they get to America, they preach blackness. But in their own country, on their own continent, it's a delineation, tribalism, and proudly so. But when they get here, no, you're my brother. We got the same skin, we both black. Nah.
Yeah, as long as it benefits Adrian, yeah.
Exactly. That blackness only benefits the immigrant class that comes here and wants to fly under the umbrella of black and want to receive all the resources and stuff like that. Be ushered to the front of the line. We can become a protected class and all of that other shit. But then when it's time to get down to the mud and really fight for black progress, right? All of a sudden, it's no, I ain't black. I ain't black. I ain't black. All right, cool. Fine. And how can I better?
And it's true, like in Africa, they have a special class of black people in Africa. They call us Jorias, which just means dark slaves and stuff.
Right.
And then they call us Jorias. Yeah.
This always confused me because, like, I don't get it. Like, I've been rolling with Blake, Adrian, Sig, like, fucking, hey, holy shit, Sig's like my brother. Like, by now, I don't even know if we have different mothers at this point. But I mean, overall, like, I don't get the whole, like, tethering thing of these, like, black immigrants that come and be like, oh, yeah, so we get racism. Like, motherfuckers, you were the one that set up chattel slavery. Like, you sold people for beads to 6 Portuguese sailors in a fucking canoe and said, yeah, definitely take these 100 people and go back and auction them off and be rich. Like, you said that shit back in the day, and now all of a sudden you come over here like, oh, yes, we suffer oppression from around the world. Like, no, you didn't suffer oppression like Caribbeans. You didn't suffer like black Americans. You didn't go through Jim Crow. You didn't go through redlining. You didn't go through forced relocation packages. You didn't go through manifest destinies. You didn't go through eminent domain. You didn't go through fucking slum relocation centers. You didn't do any of that. HUD targeting programs. You didn't go through any of that shit. Yeah.
Why do you think black Americans get so pissed off for good reason? Because they're like, what the fuck, They know better, and they realize this.
strapped them down and said, "Here you go," and then said, "Hey, to white people, like literally a small group, here you go, have these 1,000 people and go sell them." Like, are you
Brad, what's so unique about Somalians talking about their oppressed, right? Look back at what they did in the country. Excuse me. And how their country is ran, they did it to themselves. Their own oppression is self-imposed. They did it to the fucking self. They ran their own fucking country into the goddamn ground, right? Which means, why a lot of them are fleeing their country and don't want to go back. Because they understand the destitute, right, that is happening in their goddamn country to themselves, in which they caused, right? And what trips me out about them is that when we get here, they try to tell us who the fuck we are. Bro, I'm Black American like a motherfucker. I got roots in this bitch. The fuck you mean? I'm not like you, bro. You cannot tell me who the fuck I am when you yourself don't even know your own birthday. How the fuck you gonna tell me I don't know who the fuck my father is? By the way, I have his last name. He's on my birth certificate. We talk almost daily. I know who the fuck my father is. You motherfuckers don't even know who the fuck.
But in Somalia, the father is usually the like uncle.
But that's besides the point. I know, right? Because they believe in first and second cousins. Like that, right? But you cannot tell a motherfucker who the fuck they are. You don't even know who the fuck you got on this planet. You don't even know your own birthday. A lot of you motherfuckers are goddamn New Year babies. You have to make up a fucking birthday because you come from a fucking country that does not have adequate records. That does not have a fucking infrastructure set up so we can keep accurate records. Average Somalians.
And with 30 country real quickly, we deported 1 million North Sudanese, and 500,000 of them, their birthday was the 1st of January. So I just wanted to point that out, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're New Year babies, right? A lot of them, before the whole immigration shit and they started making up birthdays, you would ask Somalians when they were born, they would give you an event around the time when they were born to try to calculate how old they are. For example, 25 years from now, you ask a motherfucker, when were you born? I don't know, COVID-19? Then that give you a rough estimate of when, because when COVID-19, the pandemic happened, around 2020, they will say COVID-19 as the event around the time when they were born to try to calculate how old they are. That's how they would do it.
Dude, this is crazy right now.
Crazy.
I'm stuck in traffic. Mercy flight. I'm literally like 1, 2, 3. Like I'm about to say 10, 15 cars back. Mercy flight just landed on the highway with a down pole and fucking wires all around. I gotta give hats off to this fucking copter pilot. Like, holy shit, man. This guy's got balls of steel with shit flying all around, wind, and he lands that thing on a dime. Like, I don't know if I can make as much fun to the Air Force guys as much anymore. I might have to
get you. He got hired off of Merit.
He might be a Navy pilot though, because they're the ones that have balls of steel. So.
Well, the best helicopter pilots are my old alma mater, 101st Airborne, baby. They were sold. Now, Army helicopter pilots are the best.
I don't know about that. I would actually give hats off to the Coast Guards too. I mean, you guys are good, but the Coast Guard in inclement weather, those motherfuckers go out in the middle of a hurricane going to rescue people. I mean, that takes some, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can take my guts on that fight. I don't know.
I'll give it up to the Coast Guard guys. I think probably the only ones who might have it over them is group Night Stalkers, especially in Hawaii. They're nuts. They do pond skipping. It's when they come in real low and they kill their engines and they kind of bounce as the blades are slowing down. Pretty funny to watch.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, fuck, I'm just blown away by this. I hope everybody's okay, but clearly they're not if they brought in Mercy Flight. So, I mean, there might be a chance to save them. So hopefully they can pull through, but it'll be sad. But it sucks, man. Fucking Houston. It's like blind NASCAR drivers trying to fucking go in a circle. You just can't figure out the roadways here. They're always fucking in accident.
That's true. We just had 15 of them shot in a Hanukkah thing in Australia, in Sydney. I think it was like 2 days ago. It's horrible. And I think it's one of the, look, I can't stomach anti-Semitism. I think it's a worse disease. Anti-Semitism, racism, stuff. It's so horrible, you know. And these guys from Pakistan just shot Jewish people at a Hanukkah festival who are just being Jewish. You know, it's a horrible thing. And I think it's been worse the last 2 years. And also, when you talk about the other thing, it's like my eyes really opened up when I went to the United States and like I spoke to Black Americans and everything else like that, Jewish Americans, and I was like, well, these people didn't really do anything to deserve any of this, and it's just a problem here because we have a weak leftist prime minister here, so bad, so it's I'd rather I don't even know how to break it down to you, Brad and guys. This prime minister is so bad, it's worse than we get arrested here for so the police came to my house because I called Muhammad a pedophile and a sex offender on Twitter. They came to my house and they arrested me and I went in, I got booked and blah blah blah. I went to court. I had to defend myself in court and then I got pretty good lawyers and I got off. But this other person, one of my good friends, he got 2 months in prison because he said Aisha was 6 and then she was raped when she was 9. We don't have freedom of speech here, so you know, protect your civil rights, what you got there. But yeah, we Jewish people here in Australia is just horrible, and they've imported so many Islamists, Muslims, I should say. It's bad for cohesion in society because Ilan Omar, if she ever goes back to America, to Somalia, she would never talk like this, or any of them at all whatsoever. They have nothing, you know. And then when they get to America, they're like, they abuse your constitution to change your constitution. This is what I hate the most. And it's got me feeling sorry for the United States. You have to deal with these people. Then I realized in Australia, even in South Sudan, at least we can deport people because we're not Jews, no news, as the old saying goes. That's why nobody cares that 500,000 people died in North Sudan. Nobody protested for people in North Sudan. Nobody cares. Nobody protested for 300,000 dying in Yemen, 500,000 dying in Syria. It never happened. The second the Jews defend themselves, all of these radical Islamists, leftists, Sumcom, people from campuses, they come out of their woodworks. Nobody puts media attention. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in this room don't even know 500,000 people. In the last 1 month in North Sudan, there's been roughly 40,000 people that have been killed. Nobody talks about it. If the state of Israel had shot these people, everybody would be talking about it, like you said, Brad. But they don't care because these people, they all have an agenda. It's called the Red Green Alliance that overthrew Iran. It's the communists and the Islamists, and then when the Islamists get in power, they kill all the communists, and you get the Islamic Republic of Iran like you've had the last 46 years, I think it is, if my math is correct, from 1979. It's horrible what happens to these people. These people don't care. And that's why I like when people like you talk about this. You're 100% correct, Brad. It's just 100% true and a fact. Thank you for mentioning that.
That's the one thing that confuses me about Africa throughout its history is if anybody had the I say the right idea to be isolationist, it would be that continent because of all of the resources and whatnot, and it just blows my mind that like throughout the whole time, like they never like I think Liberia had almost a shot at doing it, The Nigerians are doing what they're doing, but it's just kind of weird, like how it's stagnated. You know what I mean? Like you go look at all these cities and all that. It's like soon as the whiteys left out of there, it's just like, oh, now it's just some third world, sewer dump. Compared to other cities.
The problem with
is that as soon as it's like when the oppressor or when the oppressed, it's like when the oppressed complain about the oppressor, right? And then when the oppressor leaves, the oppressed immediately becomes just like the oppressor, right? Yeah. it up and say, yo, we're gonna take this swath over here, y'all can take that over there and do whatever the fuck you want. And how they did it, they did it over the years. As this was xenophobia.
A full version of the Love Lies
Tribalism,
Bleeding
right?
Amber. This has more of that weeping style that Amber.
There was essentially 54 to 55 countries, right? Over 3,000 plus tribes, which means different languages, different cultures, different set of practices, all of that shit. And if you're not of a particular tribe, guess what? Your ass is slated to get exterminated by another tribe. Xenophobia, right? Tribalism. And the Europeans understood this. The tribalism is so fucking rampant and it's so ingrained that it causes whole genocidal wars. So now you see these countries, if you look at who is in power in these countries today in 2025, guess what? The government body. The governing body looks just like the citizenry, but there's a distinct difference. The governing body may not be of a tribe of the citizenry, meaning that the governing body is only going to look out on their tribe. This is why you see hoarding of resources, right? This is why you see corruption, right? And all of that shit is because they're looking out for theirs and theirs only. They don't give a fuck about if you're in another fucking tribe. I will kill your whole grandmother and all of her fucking children because you're not of my tribe. And that's what's happening in Africa. This is why you still see the destitute that is going on in Africa today in 2025. And it seems like it has stagnated. And that is because the rampant fucking corruption. They have become just like the motherfuckers that they said was oppressing them.
It's 100% true. Like in Africa, if somebody builds a road, let's say in South Sudan or Kenya, Morocco, whatever, right? It's not like, yeah, you're building infrastructure. It's like, yeah, what tribe does that road benefit, sort of thing. It's why the Hutus killed like almost 1 million Tutsis in 1994, Rwandan genocide, horrible thing that happened. And that's how you have problems in all sorts. For example, see, this is why Somalia is the most fascinating one. It's the only country in Africa that has the one language, the one religion, pretty much the one people. And they even can't get along because they have sub-plans. This is the problem. Africa is not a problem of like intellectualism or blah blah blah. It's about corruption, favorism, and sub-plans and everything. That's the problem. That's how it gets so complicated. And that's why, like in 1998, there was like, what, 38 civil wars going on at the one time. That's the reason why it's so corrupt and nothing works, because as soon as you get your tribe in charge, nobody cares about infrastructure and other things or who it benefits. It's like, yeah, I'll get what is mine and then I'll like leave or do whatever I can do with it. This is the major problem there. My biggest enemies in life are not even white people. It's my own people. They're my biggest enemies in life because they're the most corrupt people that I know. They're my biggest enemies. I don't live in the West. I'm not Black American or anything else like that. But that's just the fact that I'm saying, and that's the issue. I just hope that. That's why when I go to countries like America, I'm just so glad. Like it's so split up. You can have different states, different valleys, and other things you can kind of work it through. But in Africa, it's horrible. Like you can't get anything passed. All the donations that come to Africa, it gets like laundered into NGOs and other things. Nothing ever goes to the people. And I go there 3 months of a year, and it could be fixed if the politicians went corrupt. It's got nothing to do about colonialism anymore. Colonialism stuff died a long time ago. It's the people in Africa, my people right now, even my own country. They're just so corrupt, bro. They steal everything, and there's no such thing as nation building. It's a clan-based society. There's no such thing as a nation state. Like in my country, there's 64 tribes, and nobody agrees. It's like America before the United States of America, essentially. So that's why it doesn't work. Yeah, it's like it's true, Alan is correct. It's like Native Americans and stuff, but there's no centralized government, and whatever money you can get, that's what you use to get your people ahead, and that's why it's so bad. But when you mentioned the Berlin Conference, Adrian, you're 100% correct. I want to disagree with anything you said. You're correct, 100%.
this is what is essentially is keeping Africa from uniting as one big nation state. Imagine what would happen if all 54 to 55 countries united just like the United States did, where all the different states form a union, right?
It's true. It'd be a superpower, essentially, yeah.
It will essentially be a superpower, but it can't because of the rampant tribalism and xenophobia that is inherent and that is cultural on the continent of Africa.
Yep, and you can't get rid of it. I'll give you a principal example. So, so I used to date a woman that was Nuer, my ex, which is South Sudanese. My mother hated her. My new missus, she's Black Americans, loves her to death. And you know the reason she hated my ex? Because she was a different tribe to me. So she would rather me marry somebody foreign than somebody from my own actual country that just happens to be a different tribe. And that's how absurd it is. That causes so many problems. So it's like you can't even marry within your own people because they're different tribes. So I'd rather you go elsewhere, and that's how it is. It's the most insane thing. Just because they can't speak the same language as you, or they're different tribes, because it goes back hundreds and hundreds of years. It's still down. It's hard to break. You know, it's crazy.
Now, is that because, like you just said, historical tensions between tribes, or because of cultural differences between the tribes?
Historical tensions.
It's a
It
mixture
depends
of
on both, but true, yeah, it's both.
I mean, when we went to build them out and set supplies in, and you know they were stacking bodies like cordwood out there, I was like, fucking, oh my god, ooh, wow.
Oh, so you experienced the same shit, Brad? Okay.
No, I just passed two bodies. One looks like it's a small figure under that tarp, so that kind of sucks. And fucking truck drivers, he's standing there shaking his head. I don't know what happened, but just be grateful, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it's cultural dying. A lot of it, and like old grievances, like tribal, who stole whose goat back then, and who slept with whose like grandmother. It's all like fucking weird, polycultural. Like when you go back there, there's all these like things that just don't make sense. And you know, they had a saying. They tried to coin it in a movie, but it would be like TIA. This is Africa. Like the more shit you try to change, the more and more gruesome and the new horrors you discover. You know, like like cutting off women's breasts, violating them with machetes, doing shit like these guys will do that shit. They don't give a fuck about
FGM and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't care. Like you guys heard about Rwanda. Like really? Go take a look at it. Like I'm always amazed, and not picking on you, Nye, but when Black Americans talk about like, oh, we're from Africa, like you ain't from Africa. You aren't African. You are not anywhere near
It's
Africa.
built into the dynamics of the delineation, right? This is why we stress the delineation.
That's why I say Black Americans. Yeah.
Right. And so when you talk about the cultural practices and stuff, I tell motherfuckers, yo, Black Americans are so fucking far removed from the cultural practices of Africa, it is not even fucking funny. Because there are cultural practices and things that go on the continent of Africa in those different countries Black Americans do not resonate with, right? You just brought up FGM. Black Americans don't cut off the clits of their women. We don't do that, right? We don't even sew up their vagina to try to goddamn preserve their chasteness, right? Their chastity, right? We don't do shit. We don't engage in dowries. We don't engage in goddamn giving our women fat so we can marry them off, right? On purpose. No, we don't engage in shit like that. There is cannibalism that is actually practiced in some countries in Africa. Americans don't believe in no fucking cannibalism. Goddamn.
Yeah, it's practiced in the Congo.
Right? It's hard enough to try to goddamn get a Black American to eat some pork, let alone a fucking human.
Unless it's ribs. Right.
Right. So when
first cousin marriages, right? First and second cousin marriages. They call it's a word for that. They call it sangria something. It starts with sangria something. I forget it. It escapes me right now. But where they believe in strengthening the blood of their
It's like a Sunfidia or something. I know what you're talking about.
Exactly, just like that, right? And because of that, this is why you get these hereditary traits and stuff. Why do you think all Somalians look alike? Why do you think they share the same phenotype? When you're looking at them, from the men and the women, it is because they engage in certain practices that comes out in the.
It's just because they're inbred, that's why. Like Pakistan.
Exactly.
Yeah, and like nine,
just like the Habsburg jaw, right? You know the Habsburg jaw. You know what that is?
Yeah.
The Jay Leno jaw. That is a sign of inbreeding. King Charles did that shit for Spain, right? A lot of fucking inbreeding that was happening, right? The conquistadors and shit, right? So this is why you see that character, that trait, the hereditary genetic trait in South Americans. That Habsburg jaw is because of the conquistadors and where they settled at, right? A lot of them was fucking inbred. Same with Somalians. Here's the thing about Somalians that I don't think a lot of people know. Did y'all know that they're on borrowed time? Not politically in this country, which is true, they are on borrowed time. But they're literally on borrowed time genetically.
Yeah, it's true.
They barely make it to fucking 60 years old. Their average life expectancy is like 61 years old. Why do you think you don't see any Somali senior citizens? Because a lot of them don't live that fucking long. They barely make it to 60 years old. If you don't believe me, look it up.
Well, the other thing too, like nine, is like when you go in there into the interior, and I've seen it because I've been to Africa multiple times. I've been to like South Africa, I've been to Sierra Leone. That shit's a whole shit show back in the day. Like nobody went there. Everybody was running from there.
Sierra Leone is a fucking hellhole, man.
It is. It always will be. So like when you go into these places and you're like trying to get people out and you're trying to get assets and you're dropping medicine and supplies and food and you're watching guys just fucking rip through people and you're just like, there's nothing I can fucking do. And you're like, all right, well, let's remove the bodies. And you got the UN guys there because like the Pakistanis and everybody that's in the UN sending troops around, they don't give a fuck. They're more corrupt than the African warlords. So like it's TIA. This is Africa. It's a hunting ground. That's all I they aren't going anywhere. There's no one stopping them. No one can stop them. Because no one can actually even fucking go help them. We can't even give them food.
You know, like my PTIs, my house in South Sudan, the reason I'm giving up because I'm from there and I want to make it better. You know, like I was educated in Australia and stuff because that's why the education, but I won't give it up. But a lot of the things you're saying, it's 100% true, and you have to have some reflection. You know, you can't just lie and everything else. Like I go that the roads are shit, the sewage system's shit, the internet barely fucking works. You need Elon Musk Starlink to even like function in an internet connection, or you're using satellite phones. Everything doesn't work. Everything is corrupt. Like you have to bribe like police officers when there's no fucking even traffic lights and everything else. Like I'm like, why am I bribing you to build a traffic light and there's not a traffic light? It's fucking insane. And all this other stuff. But you are right. It's the differentiation. And like I went to the Congo a year and a half ago, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. You know Samuel Huntington's book that he wrote? And I was like, he was the one just explaining this in like fucking the early 1900s. It's like nothing has changed. And I'm like, why? And then I look at the politicians, and I look at all the tribal makeups, and I'm like, the tribal makeup is the biggest fucking issue in Africa. It just is. It's the biggest fucking issue. Like, you can't get anything done at all whatsoever. And it's horrible. And you put Somalia, and I feel like America went to Somalia for food, so they don't starve to death in a famine. And that's how you got Black Hawk Down. Then I saw the Somalis on fucking Twitter being like, well, yeah, the last time Americans were here, we killed like, what was it, 18 Marines, God bless their souls and stuff. And I'm like, they went there to give you food. And what did they get in return? You shot them. Like, what do you want from America, sort of thing? And it's like, you don't want to win your life. Like, maybe you get 50 years, 60 years, 70 years if you're lucky from God Almighty Christ, you know what I mean? But it just breaks my heart whenever I come from a first world country and I go back there, I'm like, I'll be so incompetent that we can't fix this country. And I'm like, it's not even about intelligence or anything else like that. It's about these fucking spiritual things that they're doing, cultural things, and the way they believe in things. And that's what annoyed me the most. And even you can't even marry your own people there, no matter what tribe it is. It's like Brad and I, like, I'll tell you something, even let's say you're from, I don't know, Arizona, and there's a woman from California, and your parents are like, well, she's Californian, yeah, she can fuck off. You have to find somebody from the Philippines. How insane is that?
Oh my god. That is a fucking cartoon, bro.
It's that tribalism shit. That's
We're in a lost territory in the air.
motherfuckers engage in. They only have a preference for a group. And you know, the out group is from you, right? And that's similar to the ideology of the left.
Well, I mean,
Similar to the ideology of the left.
it's a shame
Oh my
because
gosh.
it's beautiful there. Like, I can take you up on Mount Kilimanjaro and you could look out and you're like, I don't know where heaven is allegedly supposed to begin and the earth ends. You will see things that are just hard, like they touch your core. That red dust will get in your soul and you will like it'll be a part of you. You'll breathe it in and you'll be like, yes, I can feel it. It's alive. It's electric. You get that the minute you touch down, and then you start to look a little deeper, and then you start to see a few things, and then you're like, okay, and then you start to see the whole picture once you get down, and you're like, holy shit, this is how you want to be governed? Like, who picks this? Who decides this? And it's really weird. And I don't know the answer. It takes wiser men than me to do that. I'm not that hype, but I can't imagine that this is a place. This is the birthplace of humanity. This is where allegedly
makes sense
understand
well.
it, and no one can give me God lessons in that. You can't throw the Bible. You can't throw Jesus. You can't throw God. You can't. I don't buy it. I don't. After seeing that, never.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go ahead, Nye. Sorry
It
to cut
has
you
to,
off,
it
man.
has
No,
to
I
teach
was going to
that.
co-sign what Brad was saying. I don't buy that religion excuse either. God didn't tell anybody cut off the tits, cut off the clitoris, and all this other weird shit. Turn the children into killers. You know, God's ultimate sacrifice was His Son Jesus Christ, and yet they still do animal sacrifices to God. God didn't say you got to kill the goats and the chickens to get His approval and His love. So I agree with you. And you said something earlier, Brad. You were like, it might sound racist coming from a white guy. No, I don't think it sounds racist at all. It's your experience. I've never been to the continent of Africa. I mean, what is it, 58 countries? I've never been to one of them. I'd like to think there's at least one that's glorious and prosperous, you know, but until that day comes and I can experience it myself, I just have to listen to the experiences from those who live there, were raised there, or, you know, served in the military there, because I may never know.
Honestly, Nye.
I know a lot of Black Americans who have no interest in going to any parts of Africa for reasons out.
I don't know if you have mentioned this fucking before. I don't want to fucking go to Africa. I don't have no intention of going. Never will. I don't want to have to go to well, I know. The reason why I don't want to fucking go to Africa is because I don't want to have to goddamn go through 25 rounds of goddamn inoculation just to fucking go. I don't want to have to take all those goddamn inoculations. Mighty funny. Africa would have to go through all of these rounds of inoculation. I don't know if y'all know this, but the rounds of inoculation we have to go through is astounding. It's mind-boggling. That is the only continent on the planet you have to go through just to go fucking visit. I don't have to take 25 goddamn shots.
I actually have to go through 5, by the way, shots.
I don't have to take 25 shots. I don't have to take 25 shots to then go to the UK. But why the fuck I gotta goddamn go through all of these goddamn inoculation?
It was actually
You need wise.
It was actually 5 that I had to go through, and I'm born in Africa. So I'm like, I was trying to tell them, like, look, I already had these shots before, and they were like, well, yeah, for you to get your visa, you have to go through the actual 5 again. I think I was like, chicken pox, hepatitis C again. I had to go to yellow fever, malaria, and cholera.
We got a jog.
It's like the same thing though, like when you go to get blood,
We got a jog.
like
Oh,
they
really?
ask for like a crisis happens and the Red Cross is like, hey, we need blood. You know, you go down there, you're like, yep, naked, there's blood drives, and then the first thing they ask, and this, I do feel bad because they're like, I did it to my kids too. They're like, have you been in Africa? Or have you been to like here? And it's like, yes, 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 yes. And they're like, no. So like I'm all positive, but I can't fucking donate because I said they're not
today.
How are you guys?
Oh, okay, Tom.
How are you guys?
What did he say? I can't hear him. What did he say?
Starting from the Gambia, West Africa.
Did you say you're from the Gambia?
Oh shit. There you go. There's another place. Feel sorry for that guy.
Hello.
Did you say you're from the Gambia, Sambu?
Zambu.
Sambu, your internet sucks, bro. See, we can't even have good internet in Africa. That's why if I disappear for 2 months, you know I'm in Africa. Sambu, Wamak. Where's the internet?
It's really not his fault either. He was born into it. So like I don't hold it against a lot of these guys over there. But I mean they just get forced into shit that they don't deserve. It just obviously happens. Imagine having to cross 10 miles of fucking hell just to get fucking water and a sack of rice.
something about it. That's why I invest back home. Because I don't want my kids to be like, well, yeah, I have to go to a different continent, you know.
We can't like KK's here. She's usually the better. Like out of the two of us, she is most assuredly the 3/4 better half of me. But like, Jesus Christ, fucking drive. But like I don't know how you would fix it. Like I really don't. I mean, unless you're talking about a blood fucking thing. Like, dude, I know I'm gonna mute you, Sambo. But I'm sorry, dude. Like you're kind of noisy. But I don't know if like what KK has like she's been peaceful. She studies this shit, how to motivate people. You do research on shit. Blake, you're like me. Save, you're like me. Adrian, you're like me. Ajak, you're a little bit different, but I don't think there's any way to really fix Africa. TIA, this is Africa. This is how it was. This is how it will be. This is how it always will be. It will not move beyond what it is. You'll throw all the technology there. It'll just be more death, carnage, rape, pillage, and plunder. That's all it is.
Yeah, the problem is our Africa was founded by communist socialist leaders since like Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana in the 60s, and then you had Mugabe, and then you had all sorts of people. And the list is so long.
But they weren't communists, though. They were fake communists. They gave that usherance in.
Yeah, they're like dictators and stuff. Like you're correct.
Yeah, they slaughtered fucking people on the back end, but they weren't like, oh, I'm gonna give the means of production and help this country as well. They hoarded it, and then fucking they killed people. I'm like, come on, man. And then they hated Christians who advocated for like a democracy of some type or parliamentary fucking governance, and still fucking wanted to. Like, I don't know, H. Like I know people say they're communists. Those guys weren't communists. They were just fucking dictators. Like they were weird. They were Kim Jong Un with like the ability to fucking walk up to a guy and just shoot him in the head in front of his kids for no reason other than he was looking at them.
No, it's horrible. Like right when I joined, I realized after like 2 years, I was like, this is bullshit. Everybody's just serving just to steal money and get corrupt and everything. Because when I was like 18, I was like, oh my God, I love it. Actually, before I went. And then when I got there and I realized after a while, I was like, we're not doing anything. And when you talk about FGM, all the women and stuff that would go to the frontline medical hospitals and stuff, FGM, vagina soda, all sorts of horrific shit. And I was like, this is horrible. And I was like, I don't understand why they... Look, this is my thing, Brad, and other guys. America needs to stop all foreign aid into Africa. Let us fix. We existed for thousands of years before any American dollar ever landed in Africa. Let us fix our own issues because we will become dependent, you know, on aid or one of things. And when they
I love it.
I mean, for example, America gives $1 billion to Egypt every single year. Why? They give billions of dollars to South Sudanese every single year. Why? It doesn't go to anybody. Let people sink or swim. I don't think it's America's job to save the entire world. I think you have too many veterans in your street. You have too many problems. And I think it's about time the United States realizes that. You know, it's like having a, hopefully you guys don't, it's like having an addict in a family. You gotta cut off the supply. And then you gotta let them figure it out. Like, don't make sure they die or something.
Come in before you get robbed, right?
Exactly, you gotta cut off the supply sort of thing, you know, like Africans always saying like, yeah, we built this, we built that, and we built this, and I'm like, well, yeah, I just went to South Sudan and I slept in a fucking mud hut. There's actually hotels and everything else like that, but you just gotta cut off the supply and let people do what they have to do. I mean, it's the United States of America, build your own country sort of thing. And when yesterday President Trump put South Sudan on the immigration ban, I'm like, great, because the people are coming there are lying in their papers. We can't even vet them in South Sudan. We don't know who they are. Some of them are Islamic extremists. Some of them have been in terrorist camps in the north that are lying to be Christian South Sudanese. You're bringing in terrorists in your own country. They're causing you problems. If we can't vet them in South Sudan, how the hell can your State Department vet the exact same people, guys? They can't. This is the thing. So,
I don't want to sound shrewd, but seriously, I think you know what? I'm gonna sound like an asshole either way I say it.
You want the white guy to say it? Because I'll say it.
Nah, I think Rob Reiner is what happened to him in his life. It should be a cautionary tale. I think it's an allegory for what's happening to America.
true.
I mean, you're being imagine being killed by the very thing that you gave birth to.
Unbelievable.
I think that is fucking indicative of the life. They're enabling these creations of theirs, and it's only going to blow back into their faces, and they're going to have to pay for it. I'm sorry, but that's just how my brain works. That's just how I see things. I mean, fuck, man. It is what it is.
But the thing is, you're 100% correct. If we had just focused on his son and on the other bullshit, I can't imagine stabbing my father in the fucking neck and my mother, especially in the fucking neck, unless something's mentally ill or wrong with you, whatever. But it's you gotta cut off people like, especially
Well,
the
Puffy
drug
got a
addicts,
job.
especially the most. You cannot subsidize someone's addiction forever. And I use that as a metaphor for Africa. Africa has spent like $3.4 trillion since like 1964. What has it done? Nothing. Absolutely sweet old. Drug addict kids put their parents through the worst shit. They destroy families. They're usually manipulative and everything. I'm not saying they shouldn't get help. Obviously, there should be help centers for people, especially veterans and other people. You should have help. But the burden should not be on the family all the time. In Australia, you have the National Disability Insurance Scheme. So if you're mentally ill, you're a drug addict, you go to facilities and everything else like that. But this is literally what happens. You have to have boundaries in everything in life. And I think if you don't learn how to be self-sufficient as a man or a woman, I think your life is going to be shit. No matter what you do in life, it really doesn't matter. And especially when you have turmoil happen in your life, how the fuck can you expect somebody that's always has been given everything to cope with a traumatizing situation? They're not a cop. You know that, and that's why people just keep giving them more money. It's just the way it is.
And hi, KK. How bad is it today? How much trouble am I in?
Hello, everyone. Why are you in trouble? What did you do now?
He's innocent on all charges, by the way.
Oh my God, said no one ever.
Innocent.
I just really think it's back to those two Democrats in Minnesota who got killed. Ironically, after they voted to end
They was giving it to us.
more illegals. And they were killed.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
They were killed for the wrong reason because they supported the overall premise of it. They didn't like the way the bill is structured on particular formats. So someone killed them because of the funding fucking pulled on it. And they actually had qualms about how that mechanism was going to work and how the state was going to pay for it. And they had concerns about auditing checks and arbitrary language that basically allowed for administrations to basically police the system. There was no regulatory body that was given the provisions to actually seek out, authority or ability to go ahead and audit all these places. So, like, there was a lot wrong with that fucking bill alone, and because they voted against these shitty bills, they got killed, and then they're held up like, see, this is what MAGA is. Like,
about, like, there are so many inconsistencies when you talk about his history, his personal, his military, his service. Like, where did he come from? So how did you go? If you look at if you look at his career path and how he got into education, why he had to
Congressman,
get
how are you?
education,
What?
there's a lot of shadiness going around, and how much time he spent in China as well. So, and then he allowed all this to happen. Hmm. I definitely think
I think that
there's
he got
potential.
And he was the master sergeant
Yeah.
that could work a gun. I was shocked.
Well, he wasn't even actually that. So, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, I think he got compromised in some sort of way, and China had blackmail evidence on him. It was like, yo, motherfucker, we will out your ass unless you do the fuck we tell. Look, which is it's crazy that you bring that up, KK, because I tell people all the time, Kamala Harris did the exact same fucking thing that Hillary did.
Yeah.
The exact same thing. What she did was pick unassuming old gray-haired white guy that was incapable, that was a fucking imbecile and spineless as fuck. She did the exact same thing Hillary did.
Wouldn't overshadow him. And then also, someone was asked, oh, who's the governor of Pennsylvania? The Jewish guy. He was high on the list.
Josh Shapiro.
Yeah. So they asked, so in Kamala's book, she writes about, how he picked or who she picked, why she picked it, and then she talks about Shapiro, whatever, and he's like, none of that happened. It didn't happen that way. And he made some comment. I'll have to find the interview audio of him saying it. He basically said, well, if you look at it, like, there's only so many days into this presidential election. If you fail, which history says that you are going to, then how does anyone survive that if you want to have a future for the presidential bid in 2028, right? So that's basically the reason why. He basically said, like, well, that's the reason why, like, he basically pulled his name out of it, he said.
And basically, because the left, they have an anti-Semitic issue embedded in the left, right? Because, like I say, it boils back down to identity politics. Now, what it would have looked like. She is a black woman who is married to a Jewish guy, and she picks another Jewish guy as her running mate. That is two Jewish people that are within the heartbeat of the president. It's too close to the fucking seat of power, right? And the left couldn't have that, right? Identity politics, mind you. I don't know if a lot of people paid attention to this, but after that abysmal, historic meltdown of Biden on the debate stage, I watched the spin room on MSNBC, all channels. MSNBC, make sure niggas behave correctly.
You're a masterpiece.
Right.
That an acronym is wild. That was wild. Oh my lord, I've never heard of that. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm like, what did he just?
I'm just gonna take that and I'm gonna admit that now. That's gonna be used as a strategic point.
Carry on. Sorry I interviewed you. I just literally was like, wait, what? Sorry. I can't say that shit. So I like the fact that you said that shit. Really?
Hello.
Yeah, so
Hello guys. How are you?
when they were talking, okay, hold on for a second.
Hello. Hello everyone.
Zambu, don't cut off the brother. Show some
Nah,
respect.
he's fine. He's fine. I just flew him to Ukraine. So, on the spin room, they were saying, well, after tonight, she said, I was speaking to a lot of top Democrat lawmakers, and they are considering having an open primary at this point. But guess what? They couldn't do it because if you look at the short list of people that they had on the
like to the base. So the Democrat Party had they leapfrogged over this heir apparent, this black heir apparent to Joe Biden in favor of a white person.
Yeah, they couldn't.
They
They
would have
couldn't.
been they could not do it. So
It
they're
would
stuck.
have tarnished
Yeah.
not only Biden but also Obama as well. Because there's a reason why Obama beat Biden or chose Biden. Let's think about it, right?
Exactly.
Bernie, if anyone should be mad on the left, it should be Bernie. For God's sake.
Exactly. So
Bernie Sanders has gotten only 30 million from fucking Big Pharma. That's just fucking pharma. It's the biggest fucking racketeer of them all.
White candidate, the goddamn Democrat Party would have fucking exploded. It would have imploded within itself, right? Because of the identity politics. They try to placate and cater to every racial group out there. But had they gotten skipped over this black woman, you're goddamn right, she would have played the race card. Matter of fact, she wouldn't even have to play the race card. All the Democrat surrogates would have played the goddamn race card. All the black ones, the Al Sharptons, right? The Nina Turners, all of these motherfuckers would have played the fucking race card. And so now they're stuck with this unwinnable candidate, this unlikable candidate. So all right, fuck. Now we gotta make her ticket, a campaign, a throwaway ticket. Who can she pick as a running mate? Like I said, she did the same exact thing Hillary Clinton did. Picked the unassuming, no-name, gray-haired white guy named Tim, who's awkward as fuck. It's a throwaway ticket. Josh Shapiro had to take his name out of the running. Why? Because he did not want to sully his name with a losing ticket. Josh Shapiro was looking forward to the 2028, just like Gavin Newsom is doing right now. So Josh Shapiro said, oh, hell no. I'm not attaching myself to this fucking anchor weight. No, I'm not going to get sunk with this shit because had he attached himself to her ticket and they lost the way that they did, I mean, shit, he couldn't answer for that shit in 2028. I couldn't. No. Hell no. He said, nah, stay the fuck away from me. I want to stay unblemished. But
Yeah.
Josh Shapiro had his own set of issues going on in the state of Pennsylvania with that murder. Right?
Right. So now the left has a conundrum. Oh, by the way, Adrian, at the beginning of your just recent comment is Kamala is playing the race card still right now. So if you listen to her and her pressers for her book tour, she throws that out so many times. She's leaning into it, and I'm just like, okay, so let's just take the fact that you're not a woman, or if you're not a woman of color, whatever color she is today, whatever. Okay, let's look at the policies. Let's look at your record as far as state AG, what you accomplished, and what you were pushing forward in the state. Was it a success or was it not a success? What was your did you ever prosecute a case? What's that rate like? Right? So when this whole presidential election was going on, I did some research on her because I'm like, well, maybe she is. Let's see. I live in the state of California. I didn't hear hide or hair from her. But then what did she do? Her record is she agreed and allowed for incarcerated California people to be given free transgender surgeries and care. Like, that is a fact, which is crazy. If you go back to her record as far as like what's the prosecution rate, it was very low. Do you know why? Because she only prosecuted like 1 or 2, maybe 5 cases during her whole time. So if you look at like how, I don't know, she keeps failing forward. So for my thing, it's like every time I find a politician that seems to fail forward every single time, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? There's something underneath the underbelly that is definitely like pushing them up. For a case with Kamala and then with Tim Walz as well. So even again, I digress. If we take away that she's a female, that she's a woman of color, let's look at the results that she produced. Right? Let's just look at the exact results.
Respect God the way they see fit. However, as far as the whole like
Entire United States. I'm like, wait, did I hear that right? I had to rewind rewind that shit and listen to it again. And I'm like, there you go. There you go. So it's like, for me, it is looking at her record, and she can't undo what she did, and everything that's going to come out even more forward. Honestly, if I was her publicist, I would say, girl, you go be a Democrat speaker, you push other people off, get a piece of every dollar that you bring in for the Democrat Party, go sell some more books, go do a whole Democrat Party Voices of America tour. Like, do that, because she's not going to. So it's going to end up being what? Gavin and Kamala. So they did, when they were trying to throw out there, like, Kamala's run for governor, the reason why they do that is they want to see if there's a temperature for that. So they kind of do their poll shit in the state of California. It was so low. It was so like, they're like, oh, hell no. So if you think about it, now it's going to be Kamala and Gavin Newsom. So what does the Democratic Party do? Do they go backwards and choose a white man? Right? And then, what, they're not going to have Kamala as a VP again. That just would be terrible optics.
Well,
for
plus
the right?
plus she destroyed the DNC with her book, so she lit fire to it, so she shot herself.
$1 billion down the drain in 107 days. Jesus, you give me that, I could, 2 billion, shit. If you gave me that, I could save all the veterans in the world. Good Lord, $2 billion, that's crazy. Right?
I mean, you could save me $20 billion in debt. Right. So now check this. I keep bringing this stuff out. I should actually just do a fucking article on this shit of how the Democrats shot themselves in the foot in the 2024 race. This was 16 years in the making that they did this. Going back to 2008 with Obama. When they elected Obama, his first 4 years, you know what the Democrats should have been doing, the DNC should have been doing? Grooming a quality candidate. They didn't do it. So now comes 2012 with him and Mitt Romney. I mean, shit, it was virtually a shoo-in. At that point, they sat back on their laurels for another 8 years. They should have been grooming a candidate. They did it. Because they figured Hillary Clinton was going to be the heir apparent. But the Black Swan event happened. A certain candidate came down the stairs and announced his candidacy for president. It's like, oh shit. Because mind you, the poll said she had a 92% chance of winning the presidency against Donald Trump, if you believe the polls. Polls were lying. They were lying like a motherfucker, gaslighting people. And so, for 8 years, they sat back on their fucking laurels and did not groom a quality candidate. They never thought, what if they don't work out? What if she loses? They never thought that. It never occurred to them. Because they only thought that, hey, we could just knock his ass out of the fucking race with all of this other bullshit. And, you know, if he happens to win, we can just play the nuclear option, which was the Russia, and all of that other bullshit. They spent 4 years of his administration investigating instead of legislating. They spent 4 years investigating instead of goddamn creating a quality candidate for the 2020 race. So mind you, this is 12 years at this point. Up until 2020, it's been 12 years. This is why when you look at the Democrat primary, it was like over 26 candidates in the field, and none of them panned out. Joe Biden, they had to goddamn go to the depths of the Crypt Keepers catacombs to bring out Joe Biden. Obama knew that was a bad idea. This is why he said, Joe, you don't have to do this. He said it jokingly, but he was serious. He said, yo, do not underestimate Joe Biden's ability to fuck shit up. Now mind you, this was his vice president. You don't think Obama knew that early on, and he was one of the first people that knew Joe Biden had a mental decline going on. He had a cognitive problem. He knew. His wife knew. A lot of people in the Obama inner circle knew. This is why he said, you don't have to do this. But, fuck, we just got them shafted Bernie and after the Iowa caucus, because it was looking like Bernie was got them going to get this shit. But they couldn't have a uncontrollable socialist at the helm of the Democrat Party. So, hey, kneecapped this motherfucker. They did it twice. Hillary, highly fucking unpopular. So with Joe Biden, mind you, he didn't have a record to run on. He only ran on nostalgia and Obama's record. And dumbass voters thought, okay, we get Joe Biden in, it's going to be the Obama years all over again because Obama will be right there in Joe Biden's ear.
Keyword you said, Adrian, control. They couldn't.
Exactly.
They couldn't
Exactly.
control.
Little did they know how right they were. He was going to be in their fucking ear. So hey, we can have Purdy's candidate. He campaign basement, and guess what? Boom, he won, right? And I use an asterisk next to that. He won. So now, for 4 years of Biden's term, they did not groom another fucking candidate. So 2024 rolls around. Guess what? That's 16 years that they wasted. They wasted, right? They wasted goddamn all of this time and did not groom a fucking candidate for 16 years. And now this insurance policy that Joe Biden picked, Kamala Harris, who was highly unlikable, didn't get a delegate vote, but because they had to play into their identity politics, they chose the black woman. Because mind you, remember the short list of candidates he had? One of them was Keisha Lance Bottoms, the black female mayor of Atlanta, Stacey Abrams of all people, Kamala Harris, and I think like two other black women. But Keisha Lance Bottoms said, "Oh fuck no, I don't want no parts of none of that shit. Take my name off of that list." And so ultimately, the last two names that stood out was Stacey Abrams, Kamala Harris. Now, if you compare them side to side, who do you think America was going to pick? Mind you, America does have a colorism problem. We do. Kamala ain't nothing but Obama, but in a pencil skirt. That's it. So they went with the palatable, fair-skinned candidate, Kamala Harris. And plus, she's a lot prettier than Stacey Abrams, right? If we're being fucking honest, right? So they picked Kamala. In 100 days, this motherfucker did that ultimate meltdown, and now, oh shit, we have to stick with this horse that we fucking picked because we can't leapfrog her for a white candidate. That's how the Democrats shot themselves in the foot for 16 fucking years. They did it to themselves. They did it to themselves.
And it's true, and things have changed. Like in my generation, like I can't vote in the American elections yet, but my generation is absolutely pissed because we grew up with all these terrible people be like, well, you men have to do this, the future's female, me too, all the bullshit. Even when the first time I actually started my business agent real quickly, I'll shuffle. Honestly, I did not hire a single female, not because they were qualified or anything. Because I was like, you know what, after me too, I just turned 22, I'm like, yeah, I'm not having any of these problems. But in terms of the Democrats and everything else like that, when I was in the United States, I was thinking, you really had so many years, like TDS, the Trump Generation Syndrome, has got them for the last 10 years. Even Rosie O'Donnell has gone back to Ireland and everything else like that. So I just think that candidates come and go, but when they pick Kamala Harris, I actually put $1,000 bet that Trump would win. The day she was nominated as the Democratic, because she never got any vote, because I remember in 2020, what she get, like 0% or 1%, something was so low. And I was like, there's no way she's winning this fucking election because nobody voted for her. Nobody nominated her. Yeah, there's enough insane women, and it's becoming a divide and stuff between men and women and everything else like that. But we can sort that out, obviously. We've always sorted that out. But as soon as Kamala was the front runner and she became the nominee, I'm like, the Republicans are going to sweep everything. It just came so clear because there's no way that she was ever going to win, in my opinion. No way.
And think about this. The DNC, they knew they had the goddamn cut bait, right? They knew they had to cut bait with her. They knew that she was an unwinnable candidate. So what do? Fuck, let's just saddle her with this unlikable ass fucking candidate, Tim Walz. Don't nobody know who the fuck he is. And for the next 60 to 70 days, we're going to have to explain to the public who the fuck Tim Walz is. That's why they were encumbered.
You know, even sorry, Tim Walz was so funny. Like even in Australia and in South Sudan, everyone was calling him Temple Tim because they gave him like load of rifle. It was
Right,
the funniest thing.
And that plays into the strategy. That plays into the strategy of the DNC. They sabotage her on purpose, which is why I think this is why her book is coming out the way that it is coming out. And she's talking all the shit that she's talking in the book because she found out that they sabotaged her. So I'm gonna burn this shit the fuck down. I know my political career is over. She will never win another fucking race. And so now she's going to make all of her money on speaking engagements and book deals and shit, right? Which is the natural route that motherfuckers take after they lose a prominent race, right? So now she's burning the DNC down because she understands that they sabotaged her. She had no chance in hell because, mind you, what I said about the anti-Semitism problem that the left had, she knew that, hey, she had a fighting chance had she picked Josh Shapiro, but they don't like Jews.
Josh Shapiro had a fighting chance in Pennsylvania. It's an anti-Semitism that got to her.
Right. They have a Jewish problem in the Democrat Party. This is why they splintered over the Palestine shit.
But wait, Adrian, let me ask you something really quick to that point. Because Marjorie Taylor Greene has talked about this. Tucker Carlson has hosted guests that talk about this, political guests. The Democrats have a problem with Jews, but don't they all, both sides, Republicans and Democrats, have to essentially bend the knee to the Israel state, right? And to Zionist leaders, like...
You talking about AIPAC and all that?
Yeah, so what's up with this?
Well,
I have an answer for this.
Isn't that how Cori Bush lost her race? Right?
Because she didn't bend the knee, right?
I mean, that...
Adrian, can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to answer this because everybody keeps saying like, well, yeah, AIPAC and you have to bend the knee to like the Jewish community. No, it's not true because in 1948, when May 14, 1948, when President Harry S. Truman was the first country in the entire world, the United States recognized the state of Israel as independent. The next day, he embargoed all American weapons to go to the state of Israel from 1948 until 1967. It was President Johnson was the first one that actually helped lift the embargo, and then after that Nixon. So the United States and the state of Israel have always been like this. By the way, the AIPAC is the 10th biggest contributor into lobbying. So the people are like, yeah, you're influenced by AIPAC. Qatar spends far more money, China does, Iran does, so many other countries does. So when it happens in 1967 and Israel wins the Six-Day War, the United States don't get involved. The reason why the United States has sent the F-35, and the F-35 actually flies, I think, about another 400 miles, is because the state of Israel have developed it. And the person that signed the deal that sends the state of Israel $3 billion every single year to buy American-made weapons is actually Barack Obama. That signed that when is his presidency. I think it was in 2014 that he signed that too. So a lot of this is all a hoax. The state of Israel doesn't have all the money that people think that it has. But the anti-Semitism problem is a big thing. But in terms of the state of Israel existing, the state of Israel fought its biggest wars without the United States. And frankly, after the United States took off their shackles after Joe Biden, that's why the hostages are home, and that's why the war in Gaza is finished. I think if Biden didn't put the shackles in the state of Israel, that war could have been finished in like 3 weeks. Like they finished 6 Arab states in like 6 days, you know. So it's a massive anti-Semitism problem. But AIPAC is not a big political pack. I went to DC and I went to like an AIPAC thing, and I was like, these people don't even have influence. They really do not. It's an all anti-Semitic tribe. Comes from the Third Reich, comes from the protests of Elements of Zion being like the Jews control it. If the Jews controlled everything, the media coverage on Jews would be so fantastic. The BBC would be saying nice things, CNN would be saying nice things, MSNBC, but no. I think they're getting a hard time for historical differences, but I really think anti-Semitism to me, it's the world's oldest disease. And anti-blackness too, same thing. But I just think that no.
just think that she fucked up on that because most people in reality, because social media is not reality, most people are not anti-Semitic, and APAC really doesn't make a big fucking difference. It really does not.
You see, Jasmine Crockett. Look, and this goes into what I was saying about the not grooming a quality candidate. Because after the 2014 route, the 2024 routing of the Democrat Party, the Republican had everything in their fucking favor. Like they had the wind at their backs, full sails, every fucking thing, full steam ahead. And the Democrats were decimated. They were decimated. They were in disarray. They still don't have a clear message, right? Because all of their policies and shit that they doubled down on during that campaign and shit, it blew up in their face. They don't have a clear leader of the party. Nancy Pelosi got the fuck on. Chuck Schumer is on his way out the fucking door, right? Via AOC. Bernie, they shafted his ass twice. He don't really have any influence. This is why he's trying to leech onto AOC or any motherfucker that has any momentum within the Democrat Party or some semblance of momentum. Bernie knows he's done, right? He's still trying to get this socialism shit off the ground, which is why, he was sucking dick to goddamn Zoran Mandani, right? So, Hakeem Jeffries, he's afraid to goddamn take power, right? He's emasculated than a motherfucker. Look at the Democrat Party. That party consists of angry women and effeminate men. That's it. You can't name out a single masculine man in the Democrat Party, and that's for a fucking reason. Now, they know that they were fucked up. They knew that they had lost all influence and momentum. Culture was shifting. Gen Z was shifting away from that bullshit. All of their policies was dying in the fucking water. Oh shit. Mad scramble. We gotta do something. They hit the button, the nuclear option. What they do? Took Charlie Kirk off the board. And because of that, it caused a splintering in the right. The left are just only buying themselves time. They had to buy themselves time. So they took out the one influential motherfucker who they knew was going to destroy the goddamn Democrat Party, because the heart of the Democrat Party is who, y'all? The youth. It is the youth. And Charlie Kirk went to exactly where the heart of the Democrat Party was at, college campuses. Because they are the future voters. They are the next generation. Because one thing about the youth and the activism and all of that shit is that when they eventually come into power, they have a tendency of bringing their activism with them. Remember, AOC was 25 years old when she went to Congress. Everything that she's been advocating for was her worldview of what the fuck she sees, how she sees the world. And it reflects in her activism and her policy making in Congress. So they knew that the goddamn youth was a sacred demographic and their future to the party, because, look at their policies. They do not reproduce. They only have to recruit.
You're 100% correct.
And so Charlie Kirk went to where their fucking future was at, and they said, hands off. And they killed him for it.
You're 100%.
They understand that looking at that brutal murder of Charlie Kirk in their innocent eyes, in their futuristic eyes, guess what? It's going to radicalize them. So that's what happened. The Democrats had to buy themselves time to figure out their next game plan. And shit, they still don't goddamn learn their lesson. They double down in all of their ideologies. If you don't think that's true, look at Portland, look at LA, look at San Francisco, look at New York, look who they just elected, look at Chicago. All of these places that are Democrat strongholds, they're doubling down in their goddamn ideology. They don't learn. They're political kamikazes. They will destroy themselves, even if it means they will destroy you in the process.
That's just my assessment. I could be wrong.
No, I think you're 100% correct because I think the last election, NBC called it the pros elections because people actually cared about the young man. You know what? You don't even have to agree with these blue hair feminists and all scum like this and stuff. You can love God, you can get married, have kids, have a good life, and everything else like that. And that message was getting through, and I think that was the problem that the killing part because a lot of young men in my generation, especially in our mid-20s, we grew up with every single teacher was a fucking woman. Every single thing was leftist and everything. University, same shit. It's the same ideology. I don't even know how the fuck I survived. Honest to God. Like, I remember in like 2020, I was like almost like an ultra leftist because university. But thank God I have my dad in my life. He just kept me on the straight path. If I didn't have my dad in my life, I'd be fucked. Honest to God, I'd be one of those leftist weirdos that's talking right now. But it's the whole indoctrination that happens and stuff. And I think Charlie was getting the message through. It's like, well, yeah, shit happens, but like you can be a man about it and you can do other things. And they realize the voting patterns are changing. Have you seen the different voting patterns? It's like in Gen Z, it was like 70% of women vote left and 70% of men vote right. So it's like it's split equally. And they're like, well, why is Gen Z not dating? It's like, yeah, because nobody likes each other. And nobody wants to date a liberal leftist lunatic sort of thing, And we were raised by that. It was always like, your toxic masculinity. They make up all sorts of terms for bullshit just for being a man. And you realize that you're like, these people are retarded. They're evil, they're sick and sadistic. And then when they realize the message is not going through, they just kill you. That's what happened to Charlie.
Political kamikazes, man.
It's horrible, man.
They're political kamikazes. They will kill themselves in the process of killing you. This is why I say, look at that party. You were talking about masculinity and blue hair lunatics. That's the base.
It's true. I think. Who's the one that said that the Democratic Party is a party of like radical women and weak men?
Well, I'll just say it's a party of angry women and effeminate men.
You're 100% correct. True.
A single masculine man you can name in the Democrat Party that comes to mind right now.
Tim Walz is a masculine to you, Adrian? What the fuck are you talking about?
Thank you, guys, John.
I saw that guy changing oil in his car and he decided to use air filter. That was the most manly man thing I'd ever seen.
Yeah, it's like Jamal Bowman thought he was part of the squad, a squad of women. Think about that. He thought he was a part of the squad of all women. He called himself a squad member.
What was his name?
Jamal Bowman.
Oh, yeah.
That same motherfucker that pulled the fire alarm.
Oh, yeah, single mother home. Yeah, raising a single mother home for sure.
Yeah.
What's going on, y'all? Merry Christmas, KK. What's up? Metro, Dr. Brian.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
So, can I share a little story about your hashtag Santa ate chocolate? Okay, so my late husband was black, and he did not have the Christmas family traditions that I was raised with. And I said, well, let's do stockings because I've never gotten a stocking in my life. Like, what are the stockings for? And I was like, well, yes. And then Santa comes and puts the presents, so we gotta hide the presents. And he's like, oh, no. I am not gonna allow a fat, out of shape white man take all the credit for all the hard work that I have done to ensure my children have presents. Their presents will be love, daddy, period. He's like, absolutely not. We did compromise and we said the stockings were from Santa. He was okay with that, but he was like, absolutely not. I didn't think about it in that capacity, but when he shared that with me, I about died. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's
Never
definitely a
thought
black
about
thing.
that.
That's definitely a black thing, Kate.
Yes.
You know?
Well, I mean,
That's a real man.
That's how I used to do my kids. I'm like, ain't no fucking Santa, no nothing, man. I said, Dad's got to go to work and break his fucking back for all this shit under this tree. Goddamn, you gonna recognize and appreciate that shit.
I have little brothers, and I used to eat their cookies and drink their milk and and it took me until I was like 14 years of age to realize it wasn't the case.
Fuck. That's why they said I saw mommy kissing Santa Claus under the Christmas tree. Hey, you damn right. She was kissing you. God damn it.
Yeah, man. What's going on, America? Sergio, Merry Christmas, guys. Merry Christmas to you. What's up, Dr. Long? Merry Christmas.
Yeah, something new, sir.
Yeah, that's funny as hell, man. Yeah, I'm trying to preserve our white Santa culture, KK. I'm tired of seeing black Santas and brown Santas and yellow Santas everywhere. Santa is fucking white. We're gonna stick to that. We're done black washing and brown washing every goddamn thing. Santa's a fat, jolly white man.
it's either white or black. Have you ever heard anyone argue that Santa's Asian?
Well,
Not one.
yeah, not one time. Put it in the bud before it starts, because in 2025, that's gonna be the next narrative. KK Santa was actually an Asian man. He was a fucking Asian man.
Yeah,
Right around.
I was launching a GoFundMe to get more Asian Santas. So.
Well, how else are you going to justify? How else are you going to explain how he's able to slip into people's homes at night undetected? I mean, sort of kind of like a ninja.
Instead of a sled, he's got what's some damn things in Chinese, or rickshaw? Yeah, rickshaw. He's got a rickshaw instead of a fucking sled.
But it's a flying rickshaw.
Right.
Check yourself, Sid. Come on.
Flying rickshaw. Yep. So, hey, very stealthy. Very stealthy.
That's funny as shit. You got all your Christmas shopping out the way, KK? She gone. Well, I gotta tell you, man, KK is awesome. Her, Thunder, Abby, and freaking Rydell, man. They sent a package to the house. Just beautiful gifts for the baby and everything, man. They did an amazing job. So just that is forever etched into my memory and my heart, man. Those ladies did an amazing job. KK, got everything together and sent the package. So just very thankful and grateful. But just gotta keep shouting from the mountaintop how thankful I am, and those ladies did an amazing job, man. So KK is on.
So based on what we just heard in the story, you took credit for all the presents, right?
Who was that, K? Oh yeah.
These are all from Daddy.
Right.
Nobody else.
Yeah, I shed a tear, man. I opened up, saw some gifts, and man, them ladies put some thought into those gifts, man. They were amazing. Actually, they got a tear out of me, man. It was beautiful. So yeah, it's just amazing, man. I'm just super thankful, man. Those ladies are amazing. Great job. Very appreciative.
Sick. I realize as an adult, Christmas becomes when you stop expecting the gifts, and then you're the one that your wallet is empty. That's when I realize I'm the adult now,
Yeah.
So that's really nice. Yeah, my brother's wife just gave birth 3 days ago too, by the way. Beautiful baby boy,
Congratulations, man. So you got a new nephew?
Yeah, I got 2 now. One is awesome, 2 years of age, and one is like 5 days of age now. Beautiful, man.
Fresh, brand new.
Yeah, bro. And then I got my miss bucket me. She's like, when we're gonna have babies? I'm like, why don't we get through Christmas first, okay? And we can talk about it after Christmas, sort of thing. But baby fever's a real thing. When I first met her, she was like, then she met my nephews, and that's all I can hear about her now. It's I think that's humanity, you know. Like you meet babies, like when my nephews run up to me because I've been there when they were kids, and they like hug me and everything, and she's like, well, you know, she's like, well, you know, I think we should have kids, and I'm thinking, well, hang on a second. I think we should have Christmas first and hang out more. You know what I mean? But it changes your whole world. It changed my brother, man. My brother became the most upstanding guy. He became so beautiful, you know? And I just, yeah, congratulations, Sig. I really appreciate what you said, man.
Yes, bro. Congratulations to you, man, and your new nephew, man. Yeah. I'm telling you, dude, like, as much as everybody rags on the manosphere, they're telling the truth.
The manosphere is bullshit when a little baby hugs you, bro. Honestly.
No. The manosphere is on point when it talks about where the priorities are for men and women. And women get their fulfillment from children and family, not careers and jobs. And it's so true, man, because I'm more observant now. And I pay attention to when there's family gatherings, what the women talk about and what the men talk about. Dude, I don't hear women talking about careers and degrees, bro. It's always about recipes, family, vacation, arts and crafts, you know, activities. And so, yeah, 100%, man. Women get their fulfillment from fucking family and children. And
because they're communal like that.
Yes, 100%. And when you see these women talking about the family and the gatherings and family members and you know what outfits we knitted and what blankets we crocheted, and dude, you can look and just see the joy on their face that they're talking about that stuff, because that's what matters most to them, you know. So yeah, man, get married, bro, have a family. Hey, check, I'm telling you, man.
Bro,
and I think a lot of men
they get so happy, Sig. You know what I mean? I never got this.
Yeah.
And
but just think, in 12 short months, you'll have your nephew, and you'll be sitting around for Christmas waiting for Ninja Claus to show up.
Hopefully I don't fire blanks, you know? And it works. So, but I never seen her like it. She was like, wow, this is so... Because she'd be talking about her, I'm a lawyer, blah, 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 blah. The other women didn't even give a fuck. The other women were like, oh, what did you get your little girl for Christmas, you know? And she'd be sitting there, she's like, what the fuck, sort of thing.
Yeah, man, no, it's true, man. Yeah, that's you know, and it's a beautiful thing, man. I remember this clip. I think I played it in a room. I did a room on this a while ago, but Andrew Tate had this clip that went viral, and it was so true. He was talking about his grandmother's like 90th birthday or something like that. And when they all gathered to celebrate her birthday, there was like 60 people in the room, right? And all these human beings came from that one woman. It was all grandchildren, you know, sons and daughters, grandchildren. And, you know, he said nobody talked about her career, nobody talked about her work, everybody was just so infatuated and amazed and grateful that so much life came from that one woman. And that's what everybody was there to celebrate. You know, that's what everybody was paying attention to. And it was like, yeah, that's the fucking truth, man. That's the shit that matters the most.
No, it's so true. Like, if anything ever happens to my dad and my mom's not here, she'd be straight at my house 100% because mothers are so special. And it actually makes you grow up, Sid. It actually makes you grow up because you're like, you have something more important than you. It cures depression. It just does. It cures a lot of problems you have in your life because you're like, well, I have this little homie or this little niece that I have to look after. And it's not even my children, but I can see the pressure and I can see like you wanna win, you know?
Yeah.
It's just the most motivation you can have as a man. No therapy can do that for you, bro. Like, it's just not even possible.
Yeah, that's what I don't think a lot of modern women realize how much men care about their families. Like, I'd explain this to my wife, you know, I explained to her how grueling my job is. Like, my job is very, very hard physical labor, man. I'm in environments freezing cold, you know, fucking blazing hot, you know, but it's like every time I feel that pain, every time I feel tired or exhausted, it's like, you know, I picture my family and it's like, yeah, suck it up, buttercup. You know, you got people relying on you, depending on you. And you can't fail, you can't be tired, you can't be hurt, you can't give up, can't bitch, moan, and complain. You know, it is I don't know, man. I think it's just like the natural order of things. You know, when families are together, man, it gets
honestly, I think it's natural medication. To be honest with you,
that's
medicine.
great phrase. Yep, I agree with you 100%, A-Check. But yeah, no, man, kids do something to you, man. I've had my moments where I've been down at the dumps, bro. I've literally been sitting cleaning my guns and been depressed to the point where I'm like, yeah, I can put one of these motherfuckers in my mouth and pull the trigger and just let it all be done with. But when you start having those thoughts, man, you think about those kids, you think about your family, and it's like, I can't do it, man. I can't let these people down, you know.
There's no fucking. You have something to live for, and I think that's one of the best things. Like my brother was confused, but the second he had his son, bro, he locked in, bro. He used his university degree. He was a military veteran, and he just worked hard, bro. He bought a house. Everything went well. I think his child actually saved his life, like, you know. And now he had just the second one just again, and I honestly think having that child, Jock is his name, J-O-K. It's like a Scottish name too. But yeah, he saved his life, and the second one is a Cole, A-K-O-L. Just happened a few days ago. His wife's recovering in hospital, and he's a different guy, I think, you know, like it's just, bro, he wakes up for like 6 a.m. He doesn't have to go to work at 9 a.m. just to cook his wife breakfast to make sure it's okay, no postpartum. I've never seen him this motivated. I went over to just make sure it's okay because it's Christmas, we're all here together. But it's like, I've never seen him like, you know, like, he's a man. You know, I don't even know what to call it. It's like a man's man now. It's just, before it's, you know, he'd complain and blah, 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 and bitch, but yeah, he's a different guy, man, you know. I can't wait to have children, honestly. And it's fantastic, man. This is what life is about, honestly.
Absolutely.
Congratulations again, but it's true. It's really true.
I agree, man. 100%. What's up, KP? Merry Christmas. Hey, nigga, fuck the happy holiday shit in chat, nigga. We say Merry Christmas around here, bro. Come on.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
You know
Christmas.
what's funny? You know what's funny? I just hung out with Mom, and she was like, "Where is Sig?" I was like, "Shit, Sig over there being the daddy. He being father son." You know, she wants that baby to come over.
Oh yeah, we gonna bring her over. She's still brand new, man. We gotta give her another month before we start taking her around, and you know. So
It's ready to say,
man. She's still fragile.
Yeah, you know, she bouncing. And, where's he at? Where's that baby?
Where's the little like baby at?
Bring that baby over here. Like, call him. Shit.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make her rounds, bro. We're gonna make her rounds. She's getting some neck strength and she's starting to hold her head up a little bit better. But once she's holding her head up and she's not as fragile, we're gonna make her rounds and take her to see everybody. So definitely, mom is on the map for stopping, man. We're definitely gonna come out to your area. But yeah, but A-Check, man, let me tell you something, bro. Like seeing like my wife interact with our daughter, bro, is like one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life, man. And it is like my ex-wife, you know, I'm not ragging on my ex-wife. My ex-wife was a good mom, but I didn't see the passion for my kids and her that I see with my current wife.
It's like heaven, bro. I
It
can
is,
see it in my
yeah.
brother's eyes. Yeah, it's heaven. It's on cloud 9, bro.
And it's like my wife is in love with our daughter, man. Like, you know, and it's just like to see her care and nurture and just love on that baby, man. It's like one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my fucking life, bro. It's just such an amazing observation, man. And I've never seen a woman love on a child like that before in my life, and it's just such a beautiful.
But the other side of it, you was weak fucking. You remember you told me that shit years ago. That's how I have daughters. Oh, you wasn't fucking good. You remember that shit?
Nah, nigga, they said you had daughters first, nigga. You got the lazy dick, nigga. That's what it is.
So you had lazy dick this side. But I can't wait to see my niece, man. I can't wait to see her.
Off strong, nigga. You and Adrian, y'all niggas had lazy dick.
Wait, what?
If you had girls first, Adrian.
Hey. Nah, man. That shit was goddamn powerhouse. That's it.
You know I walked in my brother's house, and my niece was painting his nails and stuff. And I'm like, it's okay, I got the good beers and stuff. You know, when you're look, bro, like it doesn't matter as long as they're healthy. It brings up the best sides of you. You know, I came up with like a 6-pack to my brother's house, and what do you call it? My niece, she was painting his nails, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna check how you doing." I'm like, man, it's unbelievable, bro. You know, I just want to get a little bit more mature, and hopefully the relationship stays strong. Keep praying to God Almighty, and bring a niece or a nephew to my brothers and stuff. Like He's giving me the joy. But it's such a blessing, guys, bro. I can't believe people abort children. I just can't believe this bullshit and other things. I'm like, wow, you have a miracle from God, and you're like, yeah, like no matter what you're going through, you can make it work. You know, like it's just everything is possible because they bring light into the world. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, been enough experience. Yeah.
How old are you, AJ?
Me, I'm 25.
Oh yeah, you're good, man. Yeah, I plan, man, do the next few years while you're young enough to still run around and have a bunch of fun and yeah. The older you get, man, I when I was coaching baseball, my kids were in baseball their whole lives, and I used to see the parents that waited till they were like 35, 40 to have kids and shit, and so by the time they got to the baseball field with my kids, we're in our damn 20s, and these parents are in their fucking 40s and 50s and shit, and they're just struggling, man. They can't keep up. So, yeah, you're young enough, man. Do it within the next few years, bro. You got the energy to run around and be silly with the kids and just have a great time and make some good memories, man. You're good.
And travel and stuff. I don't want to be low energy. I don't want to be tired.
Yeah.
I want to be like in high spirits and live life, sort of thing, and just have a good time. I don't want any of that because you're 100% correct. And I see the value in family and relationship. Like I think I told Adrian earlier, she's radical leftist. She's like 10 years older than me. Like almost mid-30s. And she was like, hey, the man, all this. She called me like, and it was like, well, yeah, when I'm kids, I'm like, that's not how it works. It's like you have to change your mind around. Maybe just be nice to a guy. Maybe just don't reject him after a first date. Maybe just say hello and like whatever. But she's realizing a bit late because at least with men, we don't have a body clock. I'm not gonna shit at women at all whatsoever. But it's like, I told her years and years ago, like, you're gonna get to a stage in your life where you can't reverse the clock and you're gonna regret the decisions you're making because these people are brainwashing you. The best things in life, it's not even about money or other things. It's family or Christmas or in America you have Thanksgiving or whatever, right? Or Easter. It's the best times of your life. That's when you get people around and you see the people that love you. And that's more important than anything political, anything whatever. And I think people tend to forget that. Second guy, it's like, you need people to care about you in your entire life. And when you said that you have a huge family, that entertained story, I saw it, and I was like, it's correct. My grandmother died at 95 years of age, and she was like, I love you very much. And I was there when she was dying too. Very beautiful, South Sudan and Juba. But it's true. At the end of the day, when you're old and you're tired, you have your memories, you have your family, and you have your loved ones. That's all you have because your money in your house, you're going to give it to your kids anyway.
Yeah, you can't take it with you. Yeah, you can't take that with you. Yeah.
It's fucked anyway. Like, my house is going to be gone to my kids anyway. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I agree with you. That's why I'm so against the whole black pill thing, man. Like, I'm all for the red pill. I think many
fuck the black pill. You're correct.
But yeah, the black pill, like these men say, I don't ever want to get married. Fuck marriage. Fuck that. I'm like, bro, like, don't. Like, you're too far gone, bro. Don't go down that road. Like, I'm telling you, man, you get so much motivation and so much happiness and fulfillment from having a family, bro. Yeah, I hate, that's the one dark side I hate about the red pill side. Is because you do have some of the guys in the red pill that are preaching that shit and driving a lot of these guys into the black pill mode, man. I don't think that's the way we need to go. That's
What's black pill? What's black pill?
Black pill is when you just totally give up on everything. Nah, you're just done with everything. And what happens is the red pill tends to discourage a lot of these men and drive them into black pill they're saying fuck, women, period, fuck relationships.
It
fuck
just kills your
marriage,
soul.
It just kills your, yeah, it literally it deadens you inside. And I hate, there's been a couple guys come through here talking that shit, man. It's just like, dude, like, that's not the way that's not what's going to keep our country going. Our country was built on solid community and family. And if we start going totally down, the rabbit hole of the black pill shit, just giving up on everything, dude, it's pointless. It's a pointless fight at that point. So, but yeah, you're starting to see a lot of men give up completely on relationships and family and stuff like that, and their souls have been darkened, and it's sad to hear them talking like that.
Yeah, I have seen that on social media. It is very sad. I think those men will regret that at some stage in their life too, because just like women, I think men, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, I think some men, probably more than than I know, get to a point where they're like, man, I should have had a family, I should have had a wife, I should have settled down. Because you're right, at the end of the day, none of this worldly shit matters. Love, God, and family, that's all that matters. And even if you don't believe in God, love and family and that human connection, that's what matters at the end of the day.
Right, yeah, I agree 100%, man. I agree 100%.
You're 100% true. And then another thing I thought was like, some people are like, well, yeah, never be a stepfather and everything else like that. I'm like, well, what if you meet the most beautiful woman in your entire life, but she just happened to have a kid or whatever, something went wrong? Like, don't black pill out, like, be reasonable, like, be conscious, don't be taken advantage of. But if you get a blessing in your life, don't fuck that up too, sort of thing. That's what I'm thinking, because the joys come from family and everything. So when I meet people that black pill out, I'm like, I don't want you anywhere in my life, because there's no joy there. Like, what am I supposed to think? Like, 18 to 25, I'm like, yeah, all women are hers, all women are this. It's not the case, you know what I mean? So it's like, you need to bring some joy into your life. Like Charlie Kirk said, I think Adrian said this before, if you're still with us, Adrian. It's like, get married, have kids, go to church, try to live a decent life, and the mistakes you've had in the past, nobody's perfect. That's why Jesus Christ is Lord, because he's the only person that was perfect, essentially. It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you try to do good. But the whole black thing, steak and stuff, I can't deal with that bullshit. It's like, you've given up on life. You just think everything is terrible, everything is dark, everything is the worst thing that's ever happened in humanity. And it's like, yeah, so you get divorced and something happens, but life is about memories. You don't want to sit there in your 70s and 80s and nothing to look back on towards. And especially people that, like, you can have a problem with a certain woman that's hurt you, whatever, but you can't be like, yeah, all women are hoes. Not true. Fake news, false, So, you know what I mean? Sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like, when I saw my brother holding his son in his arms, and he was crying. This is like an army combat veteran, by the way, ADF, like Special Forces. And he was crying, bro. I never seen him cry in my entire life. Just because the baby was holding, it was like, wow, And he changed his entire life, owns a house, everything. It changed his life.
It's because he saw an untainted version of himself.
True. That's a good point, Adrian. Damn, that's fire, bro. Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm gonna say this, paycheck. You say you're 25.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, A-Check, I thought you were older than that. You sound like a seasoned man.
It's because we started smoking cigarettes at like 12, and after that we started smoking cigarettes at 10. It's the voice. And plus I did get voice surgery. The voice is all confused up. I sound different, but yeah, I'm 25.
It's nice to hear young people your age to have this kind of knowledge. It's very, very nice, refreshing.
Yeah,
thanks, man. My dad beat it down to me. He was correct.
Yeah, A-Check is very sharp, man. Very, very wise for his age. If you look at his PTR, that's his property. He's building. He's got property. He's building, homes and stuff for his family. And
yeah,
he's a good kid, man. He's got a good head on his shoulders. We need more like you.
A-Check is absolutely amazing. Yeah, he is moving through life the way life is supposed to move. I will tell you that I believe what Sig was saying. There are men out there that throw in the black pill, right? I dealt with one of them today. And he couldn't understand how a woman and a man can be friends. I'm like, dude, I needed help. I needed to run out because I helped my son buy a truck last night. And we got that home, but I left my Jeep sitting on the property at the car lot. I needed help to get out there. But I'm like, we're friends. This is it. And he went on some damn tangent with me. And I said, dude, you're going to be single for the rest of your fucking life. Okay? Because whatever you're looking for in somebody, he's very rude about the way he speaks about women. He is so jaded in his life about, getting divorced and
why is he so transactional? That's sad.
But I'm like, why can't we be friends? Like, our kids are friends. They're best friends. Why can't we just be friends? I don't look at every man and say, hey, by the way, I'd like to sleep with you. No, I don't say that. That is not what I feel for every man that is in my life. But that doesn't mean we can't be friends. This guy is on a higher level. And I finally had to state it to him. Like, I appreciate you, and I paid for lunch, whatever. Thank you. I appreciate you, taking his daughter on vacations. But dude, you're going to be single forever because your outlook on women is so out there that I don't know that you're ever going to find anybody. One, not me, that's for sure. Because I won't put up with that type of shit. And yeah, no, not okay. Degrading women to me will push me so far away from you, and especially when you drag my kid into it. You pushed me so far to a left wall that, yeah, I'm like the movie Dirty Dancing. Don't push baby into the corner. Mm-mm.
And to be honest, this is the first time I ever heard the term a black pill.
Yeah.
Never heard it.
It's a term in Gen Z. It's like Gen Z men are crashing out because they think all the women are like on OnlyFans. They think they're like 100 body counts. They're just literally giving up on women. They literally think, my generation, honestly, like, they just think every woman is a hoe. Slept with so many men. There's no point of dating them. Just make money and just sleep with them. And there's no point of getting with them. Get your passport, go overseas, and marry some chick in a third world country who will be subservient to you. Which is the mentality. That's the black pill mentality, yeah. It's horrible, yeah. What'd you say? Sorry, I cut you off, Steve.
I want to hire AJ. Hold on one sec. I want to hire AJ. I think coming in at the age he is and stating that, because you know what that weirdo said to me today? Oh, what are you doing? Going to be on OnlyFans? And then he kept telling me I sleep with all these guys. I have a gazillion men that are my colleagues, right? You can see me out every day with a different man. I don't sleep with any of these guys. I'm like, dude, do you not understand I have respect for myself? Like, we're out talking business or just maybe just having a great time. Weirdos out there, but you hit it. I wish I had that recorded because that was absolutely amazing what you just said.
Yeah, that's one of the downfalls kind of this manosphere red pill thing is you do have guys that can't compartmentalize, right? They've taken the all approach, right? And it's supposed to be not all, but they've taken the mentality that like side of the spectrum. Now, when you talk about men and women can't be friends, typically that rule holds true, Beth. Because men typically, it's about the utility. And when you have men and women that are in a relationship, typically women don't offer the same amount of utility towards a man that he's able to offer the woman. And you see this all the time. Typically, you see women who have male friends, the men are fixing things around their house, protecting them, literally giving them boyfriend, boyfriend type resources, things that a boyfriend or husband is supposed to offer that woman. The women get to use that, right? But when you think about what utility is returned equally to the man, it's typically none or not as much. So, and then most men, because we are sexual in nature, we want to fuck any and everything that walks, for the most part. Not all, but most men will be a friend role and provide those utilities and resources to the woman because in the back of their mind is, I have a chance. So maybe if I do things for her, I hang around her, I'll have a chance at sleeping with her. But in that woman's mind, because women aren't as sexual as men, like you said, Beth, you can hang around guys. You're not thinking about sleeping with those guys. But if we were to be honest and pick the brains of the guys you hang around with, I guarantee the majority, if you gave them an opportunity to sleep with them, they would jump on it like a fucking lion on a gazelle. So it's just the nature of the two sexes why that rule typically isn't compatible. Now, is it impossible for men and women to be friends? No, it's not impossible. But typically, you see that friendship work when the woman's not expecting utility out of the man, and the man's not expecting utility out of the woman. It's like, for instance, I consider KK a friend of mine, right? But KK is in a relationship. She's not looking to get with me. I'm married. I'm not looking to get with her. And it's literally conversation and bouncing ideas off of each other, things like that. I would say that's more rare of a case where a man is not looking for any type of sexual interaction with a woman than the other way around, and that's why that rule typically stands. And what's happening is what happens is a lot of men will err on the side of caution to say, hey, if I see a woman and she's surrounded by a bunch of guys, I'm not going to wait to get myself neck deep in a bunch of bullshit with this woman. I'm just going to assume that, hey, it's the worst. That way I don't even waste my time. And so most men are going to take that assumption, Beth, and then they're going to typically try to move on. It's just how it works. It's the reality.
I'm just going to tell you, there is no way in living hell that I would be having sex with this man, but our kids are best friends. Do I mind to go and have lunch? I'll pay for my own fucking lunch. You don't have to pay for jack shit for me. But I think it's okay to have female-male relationships that don't include sex. He does not think that is normal, which is really weird, but he gets very abusive about it. And I'm like, dude, you're going to be left alone for the rest of your life. I'm sorry.
But that right there, just your story and his reaction to you rejecting him and turning him down when it comes to a romantic relationship, Beth, that tells you it right there. The fact that he got upset. So he was looking for something more. And that's typically what you see men do. Men will take the friend zone position, waiting for a chink in your armor to be able to infiltrate, right? And try to get you. But the thing is, the biggest utility women offer in general is sex. You can't get the best out of a woman, typically. Not all. But most of the time, Beth, you can't get the best out of a woman unless you're sleeping with her. And that's typically how it works. And if most men were honest about that, if you sit in the locker rooms, you sit in the fucking barbershops, you sit in the taverns, and you're flying along, you just listen to men talk without any pressure of women hearing the conversation, this is typically what we talk about, Beth. And that's just the reality of it. Most women don't offer enough utility outside of sex to satisfy, being friends with a man. It's just, sorry, it's just the nature of the beast, man.
Well, and I understand that, but I did explain it to him that, you know what, you're probably going to get somebody eventually, right? going to be genuine? Are they going to actually be somebody that you would even want to be in public with? Like, that's where I go at in life. And, I was raised around a ton of men. My dad owned a lumber company, and all he hired were men except for his secretaries that I would go and sit with after I got off the school bus. But, no, none of them, they didn't date or marry like women that were nasty, that were out there just running around like crazy fools. And he made this gentleman that I have to be, divorcing right now. He told him, "Don't you make a fool of my daughter. Just let her go if that's what you're going to do." But I don't know. If my son has too much respect. I've raised my son, who's 22. Like when we were looking at trucks yesterday, we looked at the trucks that I said, "Can you put a family in? Can you put a car seat in the back seat? Can you do all these things? Think ahead of time, because once we buy this, you are not going to be trading it anytime soon." One, I'm not a car person. I buy cars and I'm done with it. But he was like, "Yeah, let me look at this." And he looked at it. He's like, "I think so." I'm like, "Cool. You're 22. You can put probably 2 car seats in the back." Awesome. And we talked about that. But yeah, I think there's some guys out there in the world that, especially our age group, right? That we've already raised our kids. Like, and we're not ready to go back to that, but we're still logical of things we do in our life for the grandkids. Who is coming? The next generation, right? Behind us. And I don't know. I think we're raising a good group of men. And the more you guys talk about it and you talk to these younger guys, and you have amazing people like, people on this app that are young, I think it's awesome.
Honestly, I think your son is gonna be okay if he's raised by a mother like you. It's gonna be perfectly fine. I just think like things about A, B, and C. But I honestly think it's gonna be fine. I just think that if he survived Islam with all the integration of school, him working so hard, I think it's gonna be fine. And I think you're gonna be fine, by the way, too. But you know, and I just think like a lot of people just, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong and I don't have too much life experience, obviously. But I just think like if you commit and you're like, if, if you're gonna break your promises, you be like, "I broke my promises," and you own up to it and everything else like that, you're gonna be okay. I think things go wrong when you say a promise and then you break it and then you lie about it. I think that's when it goes wrong. But I honestly think you're gonna be fine. Like, um, honestly. So I would not be too worried because I'm 25 and he's 22. I think he said he's gonna be okay. Like we
So, I work with a lot of young ladies, and surprisingly, they seem to be already on that route. They're not even thinking about selling Cinderella. And, some of them are like, oh, maybe I should freeze my eggs. They're more career orientated, quicker to break up from relationship. So I think the sign of the times is already showing itself, which is good or bad. I'm not here to judge. But per your statement earlier that men state that they get more of a woman when they're sexually active. But I feel what a woman gets out of a man when she's not sexually active with him is his truth.
I
don't understand what she said.
real quick, hold on, real quick, because I agree with Delphine. I think I know where she's going. You want to expound on that, Delphine, so everybody's on the same page? Because I
Can you translate that? I didn't understand.
So in a couple of ways. So say if a man is in a relationship already and he has a female friend, the female friend probably is getting more of the real version of him, the truth, not the compromised version, not the keeping the relationship safe version, but his truth, how he really feels, what he feels about her cooking, his life, what he wants to vent about, mentally, what's going on in his head, and so you get a lot of man's truth. That's one. And if you let a man stay around long enough, which I agree with saying, if a man's around you, he's waiting to get in. But if you make him in long enough, his realness comes out. Because after a while, they get back. So I'm just saying, you get to know a person a lot more. I don't know, but let's say, because he probably can explain it.
Go ahead and check if you want to jump in. Go ahead.
Honestly, that's so false. If you made a man wait long enough, like, by the time you're like 16, 17, or 18, you could have, by the way. But it's just so common these days that it doesn't even matter. We have people 18 in high school, graduating years, that already had OnlyFans, you know what I mean, and other things. So it's grown a generation, but I didn't have that. I already had my business, and it's like, Delphine, it's not the generation that you grew up in, you know, and I'm just telling you that there's a major, major difference. And the problem is, like, maybe you think, well, yeah, in your generation, you have to make a man wait like 90 days or Steve Harvey days, as I call it, which is an absolute fucking lie. It's not the truth. Sorry for the language. But I just think, like, you need to have both parental figures, especially father figures in there. But all that stuff you said, Delphine, honestly, I think it's like deleted 20 years ago. I just don't agree with it because um, when I was finishing high school and starting university, then finish university, that was never the case. You know what I mean? And the military and stuff, never the case. And I think it's an old school mentality. It doesn't exist anymore. It's dead.
So I want to tell you, it definitely exists, but not in the way you think. So the man that a woman is interested in is getting it. The man that she's not interested in is waiting. And dudes are still waiting. So, and that's it. That doesn't change. So I just want you to understand that. So of course, the one that she's attracted to is getting whatever you want. But she's gonna let that dude hang around. And he ain't gonna never get it. And he's gonna linger for quite a while. So dudes will always linger.
You're right. Delphine, let me ask you this question. Why are those dudes are interested in her for her to find a husband. But the thing she has going for her is that if she doesn't give that up to her men freely and willy nilly, she still maintains value. So what's going to happen is the men who are just in her face just to only have sex, they're not going to wait long. Delphine's 100% correct. Their true colors are going to show very quickly, usually within a couple months to a few months. And then she can weed those guys out because they're not really there for her. They're there just for the sex. The guy that actually gives a fuck about her, he's going to wait and he's gonna stay true as far as showing her that he's gonna be a good husband, he's gonna be a good father, and he's gonna be consistent with these actions. The biggest mistake women make, because they're not being told the truth, they're being taught this bullshit lie that men and women are equal, we all operate on the same frequency, is that, oh, my virginity is not as valuable as it should be, is what we used to teach women it was. So now she gives up to some bullshit dude in high school, in the high school bathroom. And I'm telling you this because I've heard this from so many women I've talked to. Giving it up in a high school bathroom, skipping a day at school at 14, 15 years old, giving up their most valuable possession that they hold, which is the pathway to their womb, to childbirth. They give it up to some fucking loser. Why? Because you're pretty, you're cute, you're sexy, I like you, you fine, girl. All this stupid little shit that these dumbass little boys and men tell these women, and they fucking fall for it. They end up giving up that virginity, right? And then if you talk to most of these women, A-check, most of these women will tell you they regret giving it up to these men who didn't show consistency. And the reason why they didn't show consistency is because these women gave up the sex prematurely, and it gave the man nothing else to work for or prove himself for. And that's the number one problem we're seeing with women.
Well, I will tell you this. Because I hang out with a lot of guys, right? And a lot of colleagues that are men. I know all their wives. If I pull a guy into my life and you get jealous of the guys in my life, guess what? You're kicked out of the crew. If everybody likes you and the guys like you, then cool. We'll move on with that. But if you can't act right in front of my friends, no. See you later, alligator. No. And that's where I think people mess up. And that's where I think my daughter's best friend's dad messes up with me. Dude, I'm your friend. Come hang out with my friends. Like, we're all cool. We go out. We, like, hang out every day. Come out with us. None of my friends like this fucker. And it's just like, okay. But I have another friend that he comes in, he walks through the crowd, he comes over, pulls up a chair and sits right beside me, hey Beth, after he talks to everybody else. And, you know, you have to make sure, because one, at 46 years old, I am not bringing anybody else into my life that my friends don't like. Like, I could find somebody on Clubhouse.
Let me ask you a question.
Might like.
Let me ask you a question. What is the matter with your friends? Like, that's the thing that I learned a long time
Because
ago. Misery loves company. And I learned this a long time ago. Like, misery loves company. You know who keeps women single? Other women. The biggest enemy of women.
My friends.
And their male friends, A-check.
And their male friends. It's true. But the thing is, like, I just want to ask you a question. I found out my short life, misery loves company. Like, I was gonna die tomorrow, I'll die next year. Single women keep other women single because they realize, well, yeah, they're happy, they're gonna probably forget them in their life and everything else like that. And that's why they start taking shit towards them. Like, someone like you, clearly you're beautiful. Clearly you raise good children. Clearly you're a wonderful person. Like, you should have no problems at all whatsoever. And clearly you're a wonderful person. But misery loves company, and I can't believe that people don't understand this. You know,
I think she was saying her male friends that she hangs around with don't like the guy, but that's
because the male friends want to fuck her. That's the reason.
Right, and that's the problem, Ben, is that
Yeah,
your line
they're
of
not your
thinking.
male.
Yeah, your line of thinking. You know, men are very territorial when it comes to their women. That's just how we're hardwired. You know, and again,
men understand other men. There's no reason ever in a man's entire life for your woman to be best friends with another man. It's not possible. It doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. This is delusional. It's like Disney fairy tale bullshit. It's not a reason to. And it's ridiculous. If my woman ever comes to me and she's like, well, yeah, I have a male best friend, he's gay or whatever, or maybe he's straight, I'm like, yeah, we're done. You don't play games with this bullshit. These games are just done with. It's ridiculous. Yeah. All men know this because we know other men. It's true. It's just a fact. We know this. And if he doesn't tell you, he's lying.
Yeah, I don't think you should bring opposites up in your relationship. Just trying to have a relationship with two people is hard enough. Adding more just just makes it more complex. But let me tell you what my dad taught me when it comes to. So I agree with saying with ladies should savor their virginity. But my dad said to me, I want you to live your life and live it to the fullest because there is nothing a woman can do on the face of this earth to keep a man. So I said, Daddy, what keeps a man? And he said, a man keeps a man. So if a man wants to be married, he ain't leaving. If a man wants a family, he want to have a family. And if a man don't want that family, I don't give a damn how good you cook, how pretty you are, your virginity, he ain't fucking staying.
You gotta be kidding me. Did they tell you that in like the 80s or the 90s or 2000s? Like, nobody believes this anymore.
So if you're gonna date a type of dude that doesn't understand the foundation, he's not looking for a wife, because we're choosing for the wrong reasons. So you gotta ask yourself first, what do you want? And then you gotta seek that. You gotta be in those areas of men and women who are looking to get married. But men and women choose for what makes them feel good, what they like, because we are so lack of emotional intelligence, so we choose everything on our emotions. And that's what's causing us to choose wrong, because we're not thinking outside the box. So he's cute. That makes me happy. I like him. He's rich. Makes me happy. I want to marry him. And he's not even a married-minded man. He's never been with one woman in his whole life. And you think your looks or your vagina is going to change that. But besides that point, I want to ask a question to the men. Are men even interested in vaginas anymore? Because it seems like they're focused only on head. They seem like they prefer oral. They prefer oral over vagina.
That's a red flag, though, Delphine, for a woman. And if a man is only trying to get you to suck his dick, that should be a glaring red flag for a woman that he's only interested in the sex, nothing more. Because men who are marriage-minded, husband-minded, family-minded, father-minded, Delphine, they're not. First thing out of their mouth is gonna be, oh yeah, I need that sloppy toppy. Like that. They're not gonna talk like that. They're not gonna talk.
It's true. He's 100% correct. Yeah.
See, that shows the type of woman I am and who I will put up with in my life, right? I went out with this guy. Like, I've tried to stay very, respectful during this whole divorce process, even though my husband is with another woman. And this guy lifted up the center console in his pickup truck and unzipped his pants. I said, I go pee? What are we doing here? I think you're messing with the wrong woman. I'm sorry. That's not going to happen, but good for you.
But why do you think he felt so emboldened to do that then?
And comfortable to do that.
Yeah, why do you think he felt so comfortable to do that? Because
I have no idea.
for every one of you, Beth, that says no, there's 10 others that say yes.
Well, probably.
Yeah,
But,
that's one.
yeah, no, my integrity is way too high for was never going to happen. I was like, cool, dude. I'll pay for the gas for your truck. My friends just paid for dinner. Please drop me off at my house. And see you later, alligator.
Yeah, well, that's, I mean, that is right there a telltale sign. You know, and this is what women need to start being more keen to, man. Like Delphine said, and it's both men and women in 2025, but we get these feelings of infatuation early on. It's that honeymoon phase. We're clouded by all the,
They're handsome, they're pretty, they're tall, they're this, they make good money, they make me laugh. Oh my God, they got, perfect white curly teeth. And listen, every time they smile,
we get so infatuated that then 2 seconds later, bang, 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 we're in the bed. And the next thing you know, there's a fucking child on the way. And it never works out. That's why you got so many single mothers out here. What's their story? Almost every last one of them, their story is what? He was a great guy in the beginning, and then he turned into an asshole. Well, did he turn into an asshole before or after you got in the bed? And it's typically after. Yeah, because that motherfucker was only out for sex. He got what he wanted. He didn't truly care about you. He didn't truly care about your well-being. He didn't truly care about taking care of you and making you a wife and making you a mother and creating a family. He didn't care about that shit. But because you went off of your emotions, you gave up your one bargaining chip. That one chip you had to use to your advantage for leverage, you gave it up instantly and you lost the leverage at that point. Once that man gets the pussy, he wins. No matter what happens, he fucking wins. And women gotta understand this shit. This is why they gotta hold that shit dear to their fucking hearts. You have a leverage card, and you use that leverage to weed out the motherfuckers that don't give a shit about you. They only care about getting the nut off inside you. That's all they care about. You use that to your advantage, and this is where a lot of women go astray because they give it up to too many men too fast, and then they create a reputation for themselves. And then the next set of guys that start approaching, most women, what sucks about this is what sucks for women is that once most women go down that path, there's a lot of telltale signs that they're not even aware of that they give off that give the vibe to the man, hey, I've been promiscuous, I haven't cherished my body, or my womb, or whatever the case is. Most men can pick up on that. And what's sad is most women, because they give off those vibes, they turn the good men off, and all they attract are men who only want sex because they're giving off the sexual Batman signal. And that's all they seem to attract. So, like I said, this is what we need to start teaching our young girls, as far as the point of valuing themselves and valuing their bodies. It's 2025, again, I'm not expecting a woman to be a virgin nowadays. I don't think any rational man is. But what we're looking for is that valuable asset that you had between your legs. How did you use it? If all you fuck was a bunch of ain't shit, no good niggas with face tattoos and pants sagging and couldn't hold a job, and they were taking your paycheck and spending it on bullshit while they weren't working and eating up all your food and living on your couch being a homosexual, then as a man I'm gonna be like, then why should I work hard for something you've given out for pretty much free? And that's the mentality most good men have. They don't want to come sloppy seconds, thirds, fourths, fifths after a bunch of bums. Now, if you were out there, okay, you had sex with a couple guys, maybe you got a body count of 3 at the age of 25, 30, whatever, but all 3 of those guys, they were solid relationships, 3, 4 plus years long. It was a fruitful relationship. He was a decent guy. He held employment, whatever the case is, and for whatever reason it didn't work out. That's a much better pill to swallow for a guy the previous scenarios that I painted. And that's what a lot of women don't get and they don't understand is they end up shooting themselves in the foot before they even have a fucking chance.
Would you agree that, okay, because I have a son and a daughter, right? My son is my baby. Like, I love this kid to the end of the world and back. I love my daughter to the end of the world and back. But I look at him and he has so much respect for himself that he's like, I don't want a hoochie mama out there. Like, and I'm like, I don't want you to have that either. Like, and he respects himself. But I look at his potential of females being 22 years old. I'm like, dude, man, you're screwed. And he's like, no, I'm not. I'll just stay single for the next, 5 years, whatever it takes. I don't want any of these women. from the Mormon church over to him that says, I've never had sex with anyone, even though they probably did at that sleepover night at the church. But he's just like, no, I just want somebody good. I only want to do a thing in life. Like, not that he hasn't had sex. I'm pretty sure he probably has. I don't ask him that part. I mean, that's nothing a mother needs. That's nothing that a mother needs to know. But he's like, when I find the one, that's going to be the one. That is it. The one. And, you know, there are a lot of young men out there that are getting fucked over by women. I'm just going to tell you that. And I'm not. Yeah. But I'm not going to sit back and allow somebody to fuck my kid over. No, I'm sorry. What are your intentions? Because my son is good. My daughter, who knows? I'll probably have a guy crying at my door one day. You know, who knows what she'll do. But, I mean, we have to be realistic in this world, right? And seeing these young men being so strong and knowing what they want, they're more about, like, okay, no, like, my son will open a door for every person. It doesn't matter, man or woman, but especially for somebody that's handicapped going in. And if he doesn't find a woman that matches up to his level, I don't think he'll give any time or money to her.
Well, that's the whole point. That's what these young men need to learn, because us as men, and I'm going through this right now with old ass men that are in their 50s and 60s that are my buddies. I'm having to teach them that the women of today are not the same women as our mothers and grandmothers and great grandmothers. Women have agency now. Women have liberty. Women have freedom now. They can do whatever the fuck they want, right? So those days of the woman being down under one man, staying in the house, taking care of the kids, cooking and cleaning, those days are fucking over with. So men have to be smarter now with how they navigate and how they vet women, because there's so many shitty women out there. And the majority of these women, from my personal experience that I've talked to, a lot of these women, I think, have hearts of gold. They're very, very sweet women. Because they weren't told the truth, they open themselves up to so many shitty men that have used and abused and burned them. They have taken on that bad energy, and that's what they're rolling with now. So, unfortunately, these women that have been used and abused, and this is why virginity and low body count is such a hot topic right now, and why men are so interested, because we understand that women take on trauma from sex. And it's not the same way as men. Men can have sex with a bunch of women. We don't take on that trauma the same way women do when they have sex and open themselves up to a bunch of men. What up, Blake?
What's up? That point that you was just making about like trauma or whatever. I know you don't do all that people movie shit, but do you believe in that whole theory about what they say like exchanging energy or souls or some shit? What they say?
Like sexual energy, or I remember. Yeah, I know. I forgot the term, but I know what you're talking about.
Like spiritual, like like you become slightly spiritually connected to them for like things, you give them, some things that they give you. Like I always wondered if
Soul ties.
There you go, soul ties. Yeah. Now I'm getting older. Like, and I've said it to you in plenty rooms. Like, if I had a time machine and I was able to go back even as a man, I would lessen my body count down, to be honest. Because it's just, I don't know, man. The experience is one thing, but I just think, like, if you get experience with a woman, if you get lucky enough to find a woman that while you're young or whenever you decide to get married, but both of y'all got a low body count or even none, I want to say for a man, 10 bodies at the most by the time he's 30 would be a nice count. know what I mean? When would be an account that I would be like, oh, I'm not too ashamed to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? But I think like I don't know. It may sound real fucking what do you call it? Yeah, I don't know why I can't figure out words today, but like hypocritical. Yeah, they might. To me, hypocritical. Like I know it's, and I'm not naive, and I'm not like I don't have serious crazy expectations, but I do have expectations. And you know, it's a bit disappointing when you get the hunch that she got more than 10 partners, and she and then here's the rule of thumb: for every one that she admits to, you have to add one and a possible. And that possible is the nigga that don't count. That one time when you only stuck the head in, that one time when you just want to forget that because I didn't, I regret it. It's called what you call it, post nut clarity. They got a little post nut clarity. Yeah, they like, man, I'm not calling that dude again.
Like I've literally talked to women. I've talked to a shit ton of women, and I've literally heard out of their mouths like, I don't count this one, I don't count that one because
I don't count this.
Right, we didn't get to finish it. I'm like, but did he finish it? Well, yeah, but we didn't finish, so it doesn't count. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, whatever.
You know what I told her? You know what I told her? When a girl that tried to pull that same shit on me before, and I told her, well, every time I came under 2 minutes, that don't count either because I ain't really get a good game in. That game didn't count.
Well, here's how you know. Here's how you know it's bullshit, Blake. Because if you went and cheated on your woman and said, "Well, I didn't come," it doesn't count, right? She wouldn't mind.
She ain't going, dog. I just put. Babe, all I did was put the head in. I put the head in, babe. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, I didn't cheat on you, babe. I didn't bust a nut, so technically it's not cheating. So you got nothing to be mad about.
Man, bro, and like, man, and I do feel bad for the young guys, man. The younger generation. I believe our generation was the beginning. I mean, they was wild in the 70s. They was wild in the 80s, but it was something spiritually that changed in our generation. The 90s kids, the kids that grew up in the 90s and shit, and went to high school in the 2000s, like, it's something. We were the beginning of that change where like, you started to notice the older you got, like about 18, you notice it really wasn't that hard to accomplish the goal. And through my I'm not bragging about it, but like, dude, I was a dog. See, I told her my story. My first marriage, I was a dog. I was young. We started very young. We started at like, we had our kid at my first marriage. We had our kid at 19, and before that, I was really kind of a straight edge dude. I had one girlfriend all throughout high school, and then my a long time friend, pretty much, is my ex-wife, my first ex-wife, and it was just crazy because we were young and dumb. I was young and dumber, and those separations when you get them, when you're young, we ain't together no more, that type of crap. That's when I just used to go wild, man. I just realized it wasn't that hard. No matter the age range, I was like 20 talking to a woman that was 35. Like all the different ranges, and I just noticed the trend that there was a game you play the game, you do the dance, and then the goal happens. And then it's just like, after that post-nut clarity, I had enough post-nut clarities to start having some pre-clarity a little bit, when I started getting older. And when I got married again, I was actually straight edge that go around. I was like, I ain't gonna do none of that BS I did in my first go. But I think that residual crap, like my experience and the fact that my second ex-wife had enough experience, and she was the first person that actually had that honest powwow with about like body count. And when the body count came out, as I was getting to know her, and let me say this, we know. But when I like as I was getting to know her in them 10 years, I started to realize the body count's a little bigger than you said. You know what I'm saying? But I never made it a big deal. But in my heart, I was like, yeah, that nigga, I know you smash. You know what I'm saying? Because it, you know, it'd be like people that come up or people that say hi to you in public. Oh, what's up, girl? I see you. You know, and you like, yep, you already know that was,
Oh yeah. I've been through that. I've got a bunch of buddies that been through that. When you're out with your girl, you got all these guys coming up, hey, what's going on? Alexis, what's going on? Susie, what's going on? Brenda, what's going on? Like, who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that? Oh, we used to date. We used to look out. And you're like, what the fuck is going on here? It's fucking embarrassing and it crushes your soul. I got so many buddies. I've been through it. So many of my buddies have been through it. And just having honest conversations with these men with no women around, where there's no fear of offending women or pissing women off or getting them upset. Every last one will tell you it's a fucking stake in the heart when you have that situation happen to you. It's fucking embarrassing because now you're in the vicinity of all these guys. And guys, we can have this unspoken language, right? Where it's like, oh, hey nigga, how's my dick taste? You got my sloppy seconds, damn. I was nutting all over this chick's face. Now you done wiped her up and giving her a whole ass bag, and I used to just nut and eat all over her face and didn't have to contribute shit to her. Like it's a horrible feeling, man. It's a bad feeling.
So I'm so glad you brought that up. Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up because, I think it's a statement to what men are attracted to. And I always say that because I've heard so many horror stories about that good guy. Well, I was a good guy, and I did that. But good guys don't realize that their taste in women is always the women that every man wants.
What did you say? Nobody came when I said your English. What did you say, Dolphy?
I say good guys tend to be attracted to the women that every man wants.
That's fake news. That's horrible. Nobody's attracted to the horrible. The guys that wisen up, they realize, well, yeah, I'm in my 20s, almost in my 30s, and like, yeah, you have to like wisen up and everything else like that. Guys wisen up sooner or later. You know what I mean? A guy that's 22 is a different guy that is 25, or a different guy that's 28, that's a different guy that's 33. So it's not the same thing, Delphi. It's just not the same thing. So
I just want to add to that just a little bit. I learned when I went on a dating site, I realized I've heard so much shit that men have been through. But what I've noticed in common, if you're cute, they don't ask you one motherfucking question. After all the bullshit they done been through, they caught their woman cheating, the kid wasn't mine. But if you're cute, you get a pass every single time. So it does happen. And then they be like, I did all this as if being a good guy solves trauma. It doesn't cure trauma. It doesn't cure cheating. I don't care how much money you make, how many degrees you got. It does not take away traumatized women, even though they have amazing sex. And they tend to go with the stuff that everybody wants, just like
but don't be like, just wait a second. Like the women be like, wait a second. The women be like, yeah, I would be in psychology, therapy, and all the consumption. And nobody cares about the women's like degrees and everything else. Like, you want to know why? Because it doesn't make an absolute difference in our entire lives and everything else. Like, don't come here and be like,
she's not talking about that. She's talking about the fact that she's 100% right. We as Well, yeah, not with social media. Yeah, the fat ugly chicks are getting attention that they in amounts they've never gotten before. So that shit's gone to their head too. Yeah. So now even the fat ugly chicks walking around like they're dimes and 10 pieces and deserve the same treatment as supermodels do. You know. Yeah. Well, Delphine's 100. Yeah, Delphine's 100% right. A lot of us good guys, we tend to see the beauty. We don't. We tend to skip out on the red flags and ignore the red flags. So us being good guys, we tend to fall in love with the girl that's got the trauma and the complexes, and we give this girl everything up front. We give her a ring, we give her money, we run ourselves ragged. And she's been throwing. It's the same thing as with the ancient, with the pookies and raries. These women get with these pookies, seeing all these signs. Like, bitch, he's got tattoos on his neck. He don't have a job. He sags his fucking pants. You know, if you try to take him out to a nice function where you need to dress up nice, nigga got on True Religion jeans and Jordans, nigga. That's how you dress up for an occasion. Like, those are the red flags women ignore. We do the same exact thing. We see big tits, nice long flowing hair, a pretty face, a nice physique, and we fucking ignore all the red flags, and then we end up getting burned. And then we do the same thing as the women. We get traumatized, and then we think, oh, all women ain't shit. All these hoes are bitches, and that's how we end up getting black pilled. Women do the same thing. They start off nice and pure. They start off with good intentions, and they run into the fucking bad boys that use them, abuse them, and burn them up. And then now it's all men are dogs, all men ain't shit. And this is where the problem's at. So no, Delphine is 100% correct.
So the Pookie and Ray Rays give you the women lots of attention because women love attention, and they tell them they're pretty, and they just keep coming at them and just keep chasing. But the good guys feel like they the prize. So why chase? Cause I got this, I got a nice car, I got my own house, I got 3 degrees, so they're the prize. And the woman wants to be the prize, and that's why Pookie and Ray Rays beat over good guys because they feel like, how could she go into him? But I got all of this because he makes her feel good. You see?
You know what? Nobody. Look, this is actual fact. No actual man gives a fuck about what degree you have, or how many sociology classes you have, or how many feminist study you have, how many law degrees you have, or how many medical degrees you have. The fact is, no guys cares. If you're good looking, you're good looking, and if you're good looking, you're gonna find a man. If you're good looking, a man is gonna wipe you up, and 100% they're gonna be like, well, yeah, you look good, or whatever. It has nothing to do with what education studies come from. A man can literally meet a homeless woman and be like, well, yeah, she's kind of cute, like, let's just hang out. Of course, she's just like, yeah, okay, you understand. But the problem is, like, that you act like men actually give a fuck what the woman earns. My missus earns like half the money I earn. Honestly, I don't even give a fuck how much she earns because I pay for the mortgage, I pay for absolutely everything. So when she's like, "Well, yeah, darling, this is your present for Christmas," I'm like, "Yeah, okay, cool. What is it, you know?" And she's like, "Oh, well, yeah, we're gonna have dinner with your family." I'm like, "Well, I bought it for the rest of the year, so like, great." No man gives a shit about what that woman earns. They just don't give a fuck.
I agree with you. I think it's a miscommunication between you and I, but I agree with you.
No man cares. Like, I don't care. Like my woman, she's allegedly, she earns money in taxes and everything else like that. I don't give a fuck, bro.
I had limited myself and denied women the opportunity to experience me, because yes, I am that good. But you know, no, but you know, really the problem is, and let me tell you this: before the internet, even if you were a guy who was just going out to get laid, and you were
know what? I have to push back on that. I think that's a terrible reality.
Well, let me finish. I'll give you the whole scope of what I told my son. I said, so here's the deal. You're in college. There's pussy all over the fucking place, and there's easy pussy, like Allison. It's easier now to get pussy than it ever has been in history. Um, if you're gonna dabble in it and get experience, wrap it up. Be smart. Be safe. Um, if she looks like she's just a straight whore that gives up to 5, 10 guys a day, stay away from her because no condom you put on your dick is gonna it's gonna keep you from that, from getting with that type of woman. But if you do it, play it smart and get yourself some sexual experience. Then that way, at least you got something in your back pocket for when you do meet your girl, you can throw the dick on her and she's satisfied sexually. So, again, I think virginity on both parts, marriage, umbrella, the traditional way, I think that's the best route to go, but we understand it's 2025. I think that's the next best thing, but I don't see, as far as the soul ties goes with what Blake was saying, I don't think the soul ties thing is more of an adverse thing towards the industry to prove that. If you look at most female porn stars, they're down in the fucking gutter. Drug addiction, alcohol addiction, suicide, STD rates, just women when they have sexual exposure to a lot of men internally, they just can't cope with it as good as men can. If you look at male porn stars, you don't have a shit ton of male porn stars that are homeless, that are fucking drug addicted, that are alcoholics. Most male porn stars, they get out of the porn industry, they're living normal lives. They get married, they have a family, they have kids. They're not down and out to the same tune and same degree that the women are that have all that sexual exposure. So this is my experience. But go ahead, H.
I just wait, I just think like it's like you have to have standards and everything else like that. And I just feel like the last since the sexual revolution in the 1960s, men and women equally have failed every single generation. It's horrible. Like my generation, I'm like, we're dealing with people that just sound horrible. They'll be like, well, yeah, I'm like on OnlyFans and something else like that. You can't deal with that. You're not a strong man. I'm like, yeah, but you're still a slut anyway. It's horrible. We're dealing with people that are just sick people, kryptonite people, everything else like that. And I just think like you just cheapen the honestly right now it's just cheapen the value of women. You know, it's literally cheaper in Australia, in the United wait a second, Nick, in the United Kingdom to literally hire a prostitute for like 10 fucking days than to actually go out in 10 fucking days with the actual woman in real life. It's a horrible thing. I don't do that because I'm a missus, but it's just terrible. Well, other friends are telling me. If just keeping it like the value of sex is nothing. Like if you want to get some pussy, you can get some pussy. So you don't even need that. You can just go out at a nightclub. You can be like, well, yeah, how you doing? And you can just talk to her. You can talk to her, and you can go fuck at the end of the night. Simple. So it's like I don't understand why all of this is like, well, there's no value to that anymore. It's dead. It's done. It's done with the last generation. It's just absolutely done. If you ask any man or woman from 18 to 25, and they'll tell you the truth. They'll be like, well, I mean, they'll be like, yeah, of course I have. You know what I mean? Because it's like there's no value in it. You know, and people can fuck around at all whatsoever. I don't understand anything like that you're doing, but at the same time, it's a horrible, horrible thing because at the same time, because it's like that's what the dating is so fucked because it's like if you can get pussy so easily, why would other guys be like, well, yeah, I can be with this girl, whatever, you know? It's horrible. It's almost like you have to be with them since high school, everything else like that. Because other than that, because it's just horrible, horrible thing, you know. But yeah, I just want to finish that. It's bad, bro.
We got Mama K on stage. Merry Christmas, Mama K. I know Nick wanted to talk about the mic, then we'll let Mama K go. So, yeah, go ahead, Nick. Welcome. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, me too. No. Back to what you were saying, States. But Sig, you're 100% right. The male porn stars versus the female porn stars. Like the guy can mess around with like 100 women and
just be fine, right? He can recover from it, but the woman can't. Like once she has a high body count.
Don't say that. Don't say that. We've learned too much. Don't do this.
Let him finish his point before he.
It's so fucking annoying, sick, bro. It's so annoying.
But hold on, A-Check, we're gonna be respectful. Nobody cut you off while you were talking. I get it. If you disagree, that's fine. Hold your disagreement, and you can challenge him. But at least let him get his point out and finish. But go ahead.
No, but because with the guy with the high body count, he has to bring value to get that. The women, she doesn't. It's men. Men fuck who they can. Women fuck who they want. But men marry who they want. Women marry who they can. There's a difference. So, like to Sig's point, like the guy can have a lot of sexual partners or whatever, but eventually he can turn that off and settle down and be a husband, a father, whatever. A woman can't. Once she has a high body count, she's damaged goods. She can't recover like the man can. Up there.
Mama Kay, did you wanna chime in? Welcome. What's going on, Splot? Welcome. Merry Christmas.
Hi, Sig. Thank you. I appreciate the space. So, you had mentioned how you were encouraging abstinence. My daughter got married at 21. She married the first boy she dated. She's 28. They have 3 children, and now they're currently getting divorced. She felt like she didn't get to experience life in its fullest. She feels like there are better things and bigger things out there for her that she didn't get to see and experience from the get-go. And she regrets getting married so early. And it's not necessarily about the age of marriage, but being abstinent until marriage and being a virgin, it can have its downfalls, because you may wonder for the rest of your life, well, I didn't know what he was like, but I trusted him, and we have this chemistry enough to get married, but now I'm not happy. Is there something better? Is there something bigger? Is there something, whatever it is, maybe. And so I kind of respectfully disagree with waiting. And I mean, I love your point, like waiting for marriage, to have sex. But I also like how you said, if it's not just about educating our children about abstinence, it's teaching them education so that they can be safe. Because I have a 17-year-old daughter who's been active sexually, and we've had the pregnancy scare, and all things like that, and it's nerve-wracking as a parent, right? But I finally had a talk with her, because she knows about the birthdays and how things work. They go to sex ed, and most of the kids in school these days have the sex ed class in 6th grade, 7th grade, so they know how things work. But I think, as I've been listening to this conversation, women and men both are being generalized as a whole. Nobody is saying most or some men, some women, most, or in my experience, right? It's just all women, all men are going to be this way, that way, at sex, and we're put into a category. And so I have high moral values. I'm 53, almost 54, and I've been in a relationship with my boyfriend for 11 years. I've been married twice, and I don't regret my experiences. And I'm glad that I was able to, test my virginity, if you will, and, that's the wrong word. I was able to explore my sexuality with a couple different men before I got married, so I knew what I was up against. Because, like I said, if you don't get a sample, you may not like what you get, and you may want to throw it back. So, thank you for letting me share. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
Merry Christmas.
So real quick, I just want to ask Mama Kay a couple questions based on that. And I appreciate your honesty and
Please ask her real questions, please.
Hey, check, relax, bro. Relax. But no, I appreciate her candidness and honesty with this conversation. So, as a mother to your daughter, let me ask you, who's filing? You said they are. They're going through a divorce, or they are divorced?
divorce. It's been about 8 weeks since she requested it. They're going through mediation right now,
Okay.
and she's filing.
Okay. And what is the reason for filing?
Because, well, she feels like, one, he's like having a fourth child because he dead scrolls and he watches sports. He doesn't help around the house. She does everything, and when she asks for help, simple things like just, can you help with the kids? Can you maybe pick up some toys? You know, basic dad stuff, you know, be supportive of your spouse. You live in a house together, please pull your weight. That's not too much to ask, logically and realistically speaking, in my opinion. And so she's like, I'm tired of being chief cook and bottle washer with no help. And the moment she says something, he'll come around for a couple days and he'll do a few things and he'll help, but he falls right back into his old behavior. And she just said, this is not for me.
Okay, let me ask you, who's the breadwinner in that relationship?
They both work equally.
Okay, I asked who's the breadwinner, not who works equally. Who's the breadwinner? Whose salary contributes more to paying the bills of the house?
They're actually the same. They're about 50-50.
So they go half and half on everything.
No, they make about the same amount. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's not what I asked.
Yes.
Who's the breadwinner? So meaning, whose paycheck contributes more to paying for the finances of the family?
Well, they have a joint account, so it's just, you just take it out of the joint account. So you're right, it is 50-50.
Okay, so it's 50-50. Okay. My next question is, do you think your daughter, how many kids do they have together?
They have 3. One's 5, and they have twins that are 2.5.
Okay. What do you think is going to happen? Your daughter files this divorce and she puts herself back out on the dating market. Statistically, well, first of all, what is her goal to divorce and put herself back out on the single market? What is her goal?
Eventually, I mean, I think that she wants to find somebody who is just more compatible. Also, it's a religious-based issue as well, where she feels like she's not necessarily in a crisis, if you will, but she's questioning her faith in Christianity and doesn't feel like she has to go to church or go to, you know, every activity that they have that is Christian faith-based, and he does.
Okay. My next question is, your daughter divorces, the divorce goes through. How old are your grandkids?
5.5 and almost 3.
Okay, so she's got 2 very, very young children. Okay. So 9 times out of 10, custody is probably going to be awarded to her primary custodianship of the kids, right? Just statistically speaking. So with her now being a single mother with primary custody of the children, what do you think her odds are statistically of her being able to accomplish that goal, being newly single or divorced with two young small kids?
She actually has 3 because the 2.5-year-olds are almost 3-year-olds are twins.
Oh, they're twins. Okay,
so
gotcha.
She's got 3 kids. Yeah.
Okay, 3 small children. Okay.
So, I honestly can't give you a statistic, but I can say that based on her personality, her willingness to work, and her education, and her career, she's a nurse. She's a pediatric nurse. That she's well established. I mean, she's got a good chunk of money put away for herself. Just because that's what I taught her. I'm like, you never know. He may come into an emergency. And so I think that she has a good overall package for herself to present to a future partner. But I don't know. I haven't dated for forever.
Okay.
So I don't know what's out there.
So
I've listened and
Okay.
Sig, let me go after you when you're
okay. Yeah, because I want to get to a couple points and you're giving me some good information, Mama K.
Okay.
So she makes her own money. She's got a career. She's got an education, right? So she's got the provision aspect covered to be able to provide for herself and the children, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Traditionally, what role does a man play in a relationship between a man and a woman?
The breadwinner.
The protector and provider, right?
Yes, and she still wants that.
Yeah, but
because she's lacking. She hasn't had it.
Right. But here's the thing, though, Mama K. Let me put it to you in another term.
Okay.
I want a $250,000 Lamborghini Hurricane, but I only make $40,000 a year. I want that, and I've never had that. Do you think I deserve that, or statistically I can afford that or sustain that?
No, you can't because you're on your right.
Right. Okay. So essentially, that's the same scenario your daughter is in. I'm gonna be honest with you. Any man that she's looking for your wife has contempt for, your daughter has contempt for her current husband is because she has to work 50-50 and her finances have to go towards the house. So in her mind, she feels because you're not 100% the breadwinner and I'm having to work and contribute, therefore there are certain things you're going to have to help in or certain things I expect out of you because of that. I'm going to tell you right now. Okay, go ahead.
That's not how she sees it. She just wants some moral support. She's not getting it. He pays the bills. They go out on date nights every Wednesday. You know, they've had a solid relationship for 8 years, but she's tired of just busting her ass like for 10. She does 4 10s plus, you know, based on nursing, whatever's needed. And then she comes home late at night and she's got to cook and clean and do laundry and he's sitting on the couch. It's not about money.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. I'm going to be straight up honest with you. This is part of the problem of women having agency now in modern times. Is because women are going out there and putting their energy into some corporation that doesn't give a shit about them. They don't have 100% energy to take care of the household, which is what their primary duty is. And this is the problem you're finding in a lot of relationships. And a lot of women are feeling the same way your daughter feels. Is that if she, and I just noticed you just said he pays the bills. So who's the breadwinner? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because that's
they both pay everything 50-50.
Okay, because you just said he pays the bills, so that's why I'm trying to.
No, he pays part of the bills because he works, but that's all he does.
Okay, so I mean the thing is this: men, when it comes to caring for children, men aren't biologically wired to nurture and care for children in the same way women do. This is why it's crucial for a man to be the breadwinner. So 100% of that woman's energy is reserved for the household and the children. All right, that's the only time I've seen it work. That's the only time I've seen it work. But if a woman's got to go out there and exhaust herself out in the world and then come home, she expects help from her husband. Well, it'd be the same as the husband saying, okay, well, fine, if I'm going to help you with domestic duties, I need you to help me change the oil in the car. I need you to help me change the brakes. I need you to help me hop on the roof and pound a couple shingles in and clean out the gutters and rake the leaves and shovel the snow outside and do all those external duties that men are more comfortable and more prone to doing. And a lot of women don't understand that, Mama Kay, is that if I were to ask my wife, hey, help me clean the gutters, help me put some shingles on the roof after a storm, help me change the oil on the cars, help me change the brakes on the cars, help me do a tune-up on the cars, help me patch this crack in the sidewalk, in the pavement, or help me re-cement this step that's chipping on the front porch or whatever. Most women would not want to do that. They'd look at that man in disgust and be like, I'm not a man. Why am I doing that? Men feel the same way when a woman is trying to obligate them to do domestic duties. But the point where we come between a rock and a hard place, Mama Kay, is that if a man has a woman set up to go out there and work because he needs her income to maintain that household and maintain that lifestyle, you're going to see what you see now. And this is why the divorce rates are so high. And this is why the majority of women are in the same situation as your daughter, filing 70 to 80% of divorces for this exact same reason. So and I'm telling you right now, just being honest with you, Mama Kay, and looking at the stats, and I've dated for the past 3 years divorce. I've talked to well over 200 women, Mama Kay, and I've done it as a social experience, picking their brains, asking them questions about their relationships, why they divorced, why they left. You know, it's the same story over and over again, Mama Kay. These women have been on these dating apps for years and years and years because they get FOMO, which is the fear of missing out. Is, I see social media, I see all these other women, they've done all these fantabulous things, which are all make-believe. They look great on social media and as you're scrolling, but it doesn't align with reality and what true relationships and true marriages go through. These women think the grass is greener on the other side. And what happens is that they don't understand how men think. And most men don't want to deal with a woman with small children. Do you know why that is? Especially children that aren't theirs.
Forget small children, no children.
Well, okay, yeah, but small children makes it even worse. Mama Kay,
no children.
Right, but if they're older, most men will concede, and there's a reason why they concede.
Because
my point.
They don't want to stop.
Nobody wants to deal with the picture.
AJ, excuse me, please. Have the conversation.
Just chill. Let me rap with Mama Kay for a little bit, and then I'll open up the floor.
Well, yeah, I gotta go after.
Men don't want to support other people's children. They don't feel like it's their responsibility.
Right, and why is that? Where does that stem from, Mama Kay?
Because they're not makes complete sense. But
Okay, so what
can
I'm
we?
getting, oh, go ahead.
Please, you first.
Yeah, what I was getting to, Mama K, is that you see a ton of women in your daughter's situation, and they think the grass is greener on the other side. It doesn't sound like her husband is abusive. Doesn't sound like he's kicking her ass. Doesn't sound like it just sounds like he's a typical guy. He wants to watch his sports, and he's not interested in doing domestic duties the same way she would be doing external duties, right, outside of the house. So what happens is these women think the grass is greener on the other side, and they get out there in the dating market, and what they realize is there's a bunch of guys who tell them everything that they want to hear. Oh, you're a great mom. You're this. Oh, you make money. You got an education, a degree. Wow, good for you. And these men get in their pants and sleep with them, and then next thing you know, these men have mentally checked out soon after they've had sex with these women. And so what happens is these women hop from guy to guy to guy to guy because these guys are telling them everything that they want to hear. The guys are savvy to this game now, Mama K. It's brutal out here. I'm telling you, it's brutal. So they lead these single, and people look at divorcees and single mothers as easy prey because we look at them as, damn, you had a good husband. Okay, that little bit of shit, you broke up your family for that, you left for that, you put yourself in this situation for that. We look at that as, you make horrible fucking decisions. So therefore, if you make horrible decisions, all I'm going to do is lead you on with everything you want to hear, sleep with you, and then I'm out. And it's not going to work. And this is the majority of women that put themselves in your daughter's situation. They think the grass is greener on the other side, Mama K. 90% of the time, it's not. And there's a whole social media stream of women crying their fucking eyes out in the same situation as your daughter, regretting the decision of breaking up their family because of that. So it's just the honest truth. Statistically, I'm not saying it's impossible for your daughter, but her education, her career, all that stuff, that's working against her. The fact that she has 3 young children, here's the thing, men want to be number one in a woman's life.
Of course.
We want, and if we have to get pushed on a back burner for some other man's kids, I'm telling you, it's going to be a turn off to most men. They're going to tell her what she wants to hear in the beginning, and she's going to notice after she sleeps with them, they're going to change for the worse because they're going to lose interest after that because they had no interest in the first place. And that's just the reality of it, Mama K. Well, go ahead, you can finish and I'll open up the floor.
Are you saying that maybe that she should hold out again sexually so that she can say, you know what, look, we've got a relationship built.
No, you don't understand.
I'm understanding. I'm just saying in the future.
Yeah, let her get her question out so you guys can understand what her question is, and then I'm going to give Alan.
Right. So in the future, she meets a guy, she dates him, she doesn't sleep with him, she doesn't give it up, right? But they build a solid relationship. Are you saying that maybe she should sleep with him because then she'll find out if the relationship is
No, because she was a hoe. And she had 3 kids before the
No, she wasn't a hoe. She was married. Did you listen to what she's not a hoe. She saved her virginity for her husband. Like, y'all gotta listen to me.
Yeah, listen. I'm on a time constraint.
Go ahead.
And I'd like to talk to her before my time is cut short. Some of what I'm going to say may seem harsh. It isn't.
I can take it.
Yeah, no.
I can take it. I think
But let me put it a little more firmly than what Sig said. No guy wants a woman who's got 3 kids. If she wants, okay, a check. So her chances, she will find men who want to sleep with her. If she holds out, they will lose interest, is my guess. But this is first of all, if I was her father, the first thing I would do, and assuming I was bigger than her husband, the first thing I would do was beat the crap out of him. Because, everything you said, Sig, I agree with, but no, I don't. Well, I gotta go. But the second thing is, things will get better. She shouldn't divorce.
Yeah.
When they enter school, it'll be better. And speaking of which, my current entanglement is here. So I gotta go. But yes, things will get better. And it's hard when they're young. Once they enter school, she can explore things like arts and whatever she wants to do.
Yeah, Alan's 100% right, Mama K. This is typically what we see with women. It's they get in their feelings and they think they've hit a brick wall, and they're just at a especially she gets out there on the dating market. And I'm not saying it's impossible, Mama K, but the odds are working against her, especially with 3 small children. You know, and I'm just telling you how guys think. And the guy that's willing to accept that scenario, Mama K, she's not going to be interested in. Because what's going to happen is that guy's going to allow himself to be second place, be placed on the back burner. And when men allow themselves to be placed on a back burner, they're not in a leadership position. And women like men who are in a leadership position. That's what attracts most women. So it's going to end up turning her off. The guys that are willing to accept that situation, she's not going to be attracted to. Mama K, it's statistically, it's just not going to work out. And you know, my advice, and again, do whatever you guys want. Nobody's telling you guys what to do. And again, I appreciate your candidness and your honesty in this conversation. But the grass is not going to be greener on the other side. She's going to end up having a lot more heartache, just like we see tens of thousands of women every day pouring their hearts out on social media, regretting that decision that they had a decent guy. He wasn't a bad guy. Had a couple little hiccups playing, but they went out here and got fucking burned from the dating market because it's not the same as it was 20, 30 years ago. Even 10, 15 years ago. Men aren't operating the same way that they used to. Women aren't operating the same way that they used to. It's a dog eat dog world out here in the relationship market right now. And she's just gonna set herself up for it. You know, it's just the reality of it.
Okay. I'm gonna jump in for 1 second and then I'll mute. But I know her daughter and I know the family and I know the dynamic. And her daughter is very strong. And she will survive. No matter what, she will survive. She has a circle of people around her that will protect her. Okay, you can put your thumbs down, Sig. I'm just going to tell you that this young lady and her kids will be perfectly fine. They aren't going to find these awful men out there that are, you know, women, sit at home, keep your mouth shut, don't say a thing, make her dinner. No, her daughter's not like that. And she's going to find a perfectly fine man.
That's bullshit, Beth. Stop lying to her, Beth. The stats don't show that. We have so much data out here, Beth. You're lying.
I'm lying to her. Okay, I'm very good friends with her off this app.
I don't care. Look, the statistics show that she does not have a chance out there with 3 small children. If she didn't have any children, she'd have a way greater chance. No man is going to want to deal with 3 small children.
Nobody is married to a mother.
That's the reality of it.
To single mother.
And to sit here and encourage a woman to break up her family simply over
because she just broke up one day. Well, yeah, I'm gonna like nobody's having kids with single mothers.
Hold on real quick. And I'm sorry, Beth, but this is the bullshit that I hear coming from other women. You are setting that young lady up for failure. I'm telling you, man, you see this shit every fucking day, multiple times a day. Women are crying their eyes out, regretting divorcing the decent guy that they had as a husband, because they get out and realize there's a bunch of fucking bullshitters out there. 90% of these guys out there are bullshitters.
Yeah.
So,
98%
Hold on. Here's the thing, though. This is temporary. She's just a little frustrated because she wants more help from her partner. He's not cheating on her. He's not whooping her ass. He's not degrading her. He's not abusing her. Okay? This is not the end of the world. To break up your kids and now split your kids between 2 households and run your kids through all that, your young kids through all that shit, simply because you're in your feelings and a little bit of temporary frustration, that's a horrible decision to make, Beth. And for you to give that advice, I'm sorry, man. That is fucking bullshit. You're encouraging breaking up a family over something so fucking petty, Beth. And that's horrible. That's absolutely horrible.
I'm just saying the character of her daughter and who I know her daughter is, and I know the grandkids. I've known them since they were born.
He's also insecure. She's tired of reassuring him. He's a ball of energy.
Yeah, people like you, it's like misery loves company. It's always the ugly women in their 50s and their 60s. Always like, well, yeah, you should divorce your husband and everything else.
Well, I don't say that.
You should wait 1 second, Beth. Wait, I haven't finished love. It's almost like the most. They are terrible people. Dogs like, well, yeah, you should divorce your husband, and there are people in their entire lives horrible. Like that,
I'm not
you
saying
mama,
she took vows. She took vows for better or for worse. Okay.
Exactly.
What this
Exactly.
is I signed up for something. Now I don't like what I signed up for. I'm going to cause
Exactly. They don't
three
even
young
mean
children's lives. I'm telling you, man, this is a horrible fucking decision, and it's extremely.
But I
extremely
don't
selfish.
advice.
You signed that con. Hold on, Beth. You signed that contract. Be it, put your big girl pants on and deal with it. You don't divorce until them kids are grown. That's your only option. That's what it should be. But to sit up here and sign a contract, see, this is a problem with women. Because of their emotions, they want to flake out on everything. They don't want to stay. They don't want to take hold of the commitments that they've made. You made a commitment for better or fucking worse till death do us part. You got
You're
3
talking
kids.
about us. When you men are the top number of the ones that cheat on your wives.
But we don't break up our families, Beth. We don't break up our families. That's the thing. Talk to any woman, Beth. Talk to any woman who's messed with a married guy. Tell me how many women were able to rip that married guy away from his wife and kids. It never happens, Beth. It never happens. Yes, men will stick their dick in another woman for a quick nut, but they don't break up their families and leave their goddamn family. It never happens, Beth. It's the women who bleed and break up the families. Women will sacrifice their family for happiness. Men will sacrifice their happiness for their family. And that's how it's always been in the divorce. Like I said, I'm running off statistics, Beth. What are you running off of?
Emotional
Dad, believe me.
Can Joby say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Joby. I'm sorry.
These women are just so horrible, just disgusting. Emotional manipulation, anger.
You know what, you little stinker bug. Stinker bug, be quiet. You could be my son.
Go ahead, Joby. I'm gonna let Joby go, but Mama K, I'm not gonna be an advocate for breaking up a family and putting kids through that trauma of a divorce for simply just because you're a little frustrated. I can never advocate for that. But Joby, you got it. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Joby. Well,
Merry Christmas. Hi, friends. As a product of a serious, almost dead domestic violence experience, you get a man that hits you, run the fuck away. I don't care if it's just the first time. Get out of it.
Well, he never hit her. There's no abuse, Joby.
No, I'm generalizing. I'm not going after the story that was told. I'm just trying to give a couple of women in the room advice from a social worker and a survivor. That's all.
Here's the thing. He's not cheating on her. He's not whooping her ass. He's not emotionally abusive. He's not financially abusive. It doesn't sound like he fits any of those aggressive monster traits. It's just a little bit of temporary frustration, man. And I'm sorry, but what she's about to drag them kids through, Mama K, it's unrepairable. Kids seeing their parents split. Kids seeing their parents split over something so stupid and having to now rearrange
Let me
entire
bring my
households,
girls in here.
go back and forth. I'm telling you, Mama K, it's horrible trauma to put on those kids that didn't have any of this.
My son was sitting beside me because he would totally go toe to toe with you. Because you're throwing this back on Mama K's daughter, who I know, and when you have to reevaluate your life, where do you want to go? What does tomorrow look like?
Well, I'll tell you what tomorrow looks like. Like tomorrow looks like being with Jesus Christ. Mama K was doing the upfront shit. Well, yeah, I'm socialistic and everything else like that, but it's not true. I am sick and tired of this people though. Yeah, this is what happened. It's horrible. People like this, wait a second, Mama K. This is a horrible thing you say. Wait a second. When you were talking, I didn't even say anything. It's a horrible thing you're doing. It's a horrible thing you're doing. When you were talking, I didn't say anything. These women always want to act like, yeah, I'm a victim of everything, A, B, C, D, and everything else like that. But then you realize, like, yeah, some of them are scumbags too. It's a terrible truth. You have to learn the truth. Mama K, not like some innocent puppy in this whole entire situation, everything else like that. No, but don't pop me up. I didn't even talk when you were talking. Mama. Don't do this. Don't be a
Don't tell that lie. Don't tell that lie. You said you did. Yeah, that's why they dropped me off the stage.
I didn't even interrupt
I'm
you.
feeling
The horrible thing you're doing is horrible.
I'm not doing it, sir.
Don't
He's
do
not.
that.
He's not doing it. Hey, check. Hold on, man. Hold on, bro. Hold on. First of all, hey, check. Chill the fuck out. Don't disrespect me, my room. First of all, this ain't gonna be a He-Man woman haters bashing session because Mama K hasn't stated her stance of whether she agrees or disagrees. So for one, so don't assume it. Ask and get the information first. Secondly, she's asking for fucking advice. Okay, so she hasn't made any assertions either way. So if we're gonna have this conversation, be fucking fair. That's all I ask. Be fair. Don't make any fucking rash assumptions.
Did they try therapy?
You know what? Wait a second. Just because my brother Sig didn't understand what Mama K was saying, Mama K, go ahead and tell the people what you were really saying. I'll shut my mouth up.
What I really am saying is not what I've already said. But what you didn't hear, and I haven't spoken on, is that he is emotionally abusive. He yells at her and then minutes later apologizes. He's done it to me. I'm sorry I yelled at you. I'm so sorry. I was wrong.
That's normal,
But in a
Mama
moment,
K.
he's
You ever grown up
that's
around
normal. That's narcissistic.
No, that's normal. Ma'am, your grandfather, like, you know the cliche is a grumpy man that busts his ass at work and comes home, he's yelling at everybody. That's normal, Mama K. Men are just grumpy like that. That's normal.
You are so stereotyping. You are stereotyping so many different men.
Because
when they're not every man is the same.
I didn't say every man. When did I say every?
Well, you're like generalizing.
Okay, ma'am, have you heard the expression art imitates life?
Art imitates life, yes.
Yes. Have you heard of George Jefferson? Have you heard of Al Bundy? Have you heard of
yes.
What's his face from fucking
Rock.
Archie Bunker? Okay, were all these men fucking Tim the Toolman Taylor, the cop from Family Members, Carl Winslow? You understand? All these men were grumpy as shit. All of them yelled at some point. Yelled at their wife and yelled at their fucking kids. If you've ever grown up around your grandfather, your great-grandfather, these men weren't chipper and nice all the time. They got home, they got in motherfuckers' asses because they wanted shit the right way. That's normal. That's normal, Mama K. As long as he's not the great, you piece of fucking worthless shit. As long as he's not doing that. But if he's gonna get pissed off and frustrated or some shit and raise his voice, that's normal for men, Mama K.
The way he does it is not okay. The way that he does demean her is not okay.
How does he demean her then? Give us an example.
Exactly what you were just saying. He calls her names and tells her worthless. That she's not enough.
Okay, well, that's a
Wait a second. Nobody said that. No. This time, no.
Hold on, Mr. 25-year-old that I'm writing off on my tax deduction.
No. This is so I know. You don't have to lie. I knew exactly not to call it that because I knew you're gonna lie about it because you're not fucking discriminated against that. I did not call you anything against like that. So why would you say that? I think you're such a shameless, just a horrible person. Terrible thing you're doing, Mama K. You should say the truth.
I'm not doing it.
You just lied. It's such a bad thing.
I'm not.
To call someone a horrible person off of this conversation, I don't think that's
No. Done? Believe me, I will have you banned from this app faster than you can even think.
You really think nobody gives a fuck that you're gonna ban someone?
All right. Yo. Let's get back to the root of the conversation.
Did they get therapy to say gay or gay?
Yeah, for a year and a half. Every Wednesday.
Okay, that was my only question. So what they tried, it doesn't work.
Together. They did it together and separately.
Okay, that's wonderful. If you try something, so I agree with Sig the whole time. I really wish people stop walking away and stop thinking just of themselves and think of their children as well. And you don't want another man, fathering your children. As a mother, you don't want another woman doing it, so if they just think of it, but I do agree. I think they should really try, especially like I said, no one's hitting and all of that, really try. But I know it's hard for them to see until they experience. So I hope they do a brief separation and realize that there really isn't, and there's time for them to work things out. Because I do agree, and I'm the 14th child, and all my siblings are married, and I see what goes on. And I think I'm grateful that my parents didn't raise me in such a Disney world, because I always say my dad definitely was in charge of the house. My mother ran the hell out that house. And it was a mutual respect, but when we start doing tit for tat, which is very common in early start of marriage, the tit for tat thing, but it fades. It really does. So, but, they have to go on their own journey, but it is what it is. When someone has their mindset, they have to do what they do for them. But I just hope they find their way back to each other and they both get the help.
I agree, Mama K. I'm telling you, man, the amount of trauma going to be presented to these young, small children by splitting that household is going to be worse. And again, we're all adults here, okay? There might be some frustration on his part. Again, I'm not making excuses for the man's behavior. Okay, I talked to so many fucking men over the past 10 years. Their stories, I've lived it. Okay, I was married for 20 years. I didn't divorce my wife until my kids were grown. Right, and I went through more hell than what you just explained in my marriage, 20 years of marriage. But my thing is I'm going to induce more trauma and more bullshit in my kid's life if I split this home and family up while they're young. I'm the one that laid down with their mother. I made the conscious decision. They had nothing to do with it. They didn't ask to be here. They didn't ask to be put in this situation. They have to be an adult and just deal with the decisions that I fucking made. As long as nobody's beating the fuck out of somebody, as long as there's no rampant cheating, no STDs, no pregnancies outside the marriage, none of that shit. I'm sorry, Mama K. The best advice, again, do what you want to do. I'm not telling you what to do. It's a free country. You do whatever you want to do. And again, I appreciate your candidness and honesty in this conversation. But she just needs to put on her big girl pants and suck it up. You signed the contract. Deal with it. It is what it is. But don't put that on them kids and poor babies. They didn't ask for that.
Do not suck it up if he raises his hand. Don't do it.
Yeah, and I respect your space in here, Sig, in the masculine mansion. Thank you for having us women in here. But you have to hear our side. Like, you want to go from the man's side all the time, right? Do you not think all of us think about the man's side?
You don't.
Right?
You don't.
A bunch of us.
Statistically, you don't, Beth. Women have no idea what men go through or understand a man's journey in life.
See, real quick, just remember, ESPN 30 for 30 broke how many of these women took athletes to the cleaners and they went bankrupt. Well, they did a lot of shit. They take them to the cleaners and divorce, and like the man's not nothing. It's over half.
I'm working on that, Nick. Shut up. Don't tell my sideline plan. Okay, well, that was on the corner booth. But, I mean, you have to listen to it from the women's point of view, and I've been listening to you. And you just keep coming back of, pretty much, you had a 20-year marriage. Cool. I have now been in 23 years of marriage. We're divorcing. That's fine. But it was like what you're saying coming out of your mouth is that I should have just sat back for those 23 years, kept my mouth shut, let him do whatever he wanted to do. Well, guess what? Kids grow up. Kids learn stuff. And my kids knew what their dad was doing, and I was not going to stand back and raise my children that way.
How old were your kids when you got divorced, Beth?
We are not even divorced yet. But when I kicked them out of my house, they were. When I kicked out of my house, my son was about to turn 18, and my daughter was 14. There are kids. But, yeah, no. You know what? Sometimes women use their voice. No, you men cannot just run around and do whatever the fuck you think you can do and then think we're going to sit back and deal with it.
Right, and that's and again, you can have that mentality. That's fine, but most of y'all, 90% of y'all that have that mentality are fucking miserable after you make that decision.
I'm not miserable.
Bullshit, man. Let's not even go. I'm not even. I'm trying to be nice. It's Christmas. Don't even tell that fucking lie. Don't even tell that fucking lie, Beth. Whatever. See, motherfuckers be lying. Motherfuckers be lying, bro. If we're gonna have this conversation, we gotta be honest. And this is the problem when you guys aren't fucking honest. Because if we want to be honest, we can fucking be honest. We can be honest. I'm sorry. Someone that's happy isn't drunk every fucking day. That's just not the case. Let's just be real. Let's keep it fucking 100%. People who are happy with their life are fucking drunk every goddamn day, man. Let's just keep it.
Sorry, what it?
Because y'all be lying, man. Y'all fucking lie. And this is crazy. We can't even be adults and have an honest fucking conversation.
No,
Because
all
you're
is true.
throwing it
Like,
back.
And to sit here and say you have to listen to the women, that's all I did. And I actually cleared the stage to listen. And I even shut other men up and said, shut the fuck up and quit making assumptions so we can actually hear what she's saying and actually absorb what she's saying and not make assumptions. So to sit here and say, well, you have to listen to what the women are, that's what we've been doing the whole time, Dad. I've literally heard her and I've asked her questions to get the details of her story to make sure we're getting everything crystal clear from her perspective and her side. So that's not fair.
No, I got you. No, believe me, dude. I back you up.
Right, and I'm not trying to be an asshole, but look, this is part of the problem is we're lying, yo. We gotta be honest about this shit. This is part of the fucking problem. We're telling lies. And I'm sorry, man. 3 years of dating, talking to over 200 women, okay, and I heard their story. They're fucking miserable out here. They're fucking miserable. And most of them regret leaving their fucking husbands because now that they're on the other side of the fence, they're realizing it wasn't that fucking bad. I could have worked through it. This is the reality. This is the reality.
But that's the part you're missing, Sig. I didn't leave my husband. No, I did not, little Mr. 5-year-old. I kicked him out of my home because he was sleeping with somebody outside of our marriage, and that doesn't work.
But you kicked him out, Beth. You did break it up. That's no different than getting a divorce. The only difference is there's no ink on paper. But you kicked him out of the house. It's the same thing. The family is broken up, Beth. It's split at that point, and that was you doing that. Now, look, I'm not. Look, hold on. We're gonna have
How many times did I let that man have a chance to come back into my home?
It doesn't matter. The point is once you got to a point where you were fed up, you initiated kicking him out, aka the divorce. The only difference is you don't have it legally on paper, but you guys are pretty much divorced. You're just waiting on some wedding to hit the white paper. That's it.
Okay.
But let's just keep it real. Let's fucking keep it real. Hey, look, I'm not saying you're wrong or right for what you did. You are the one that determines what you're willing to take and put up with. Okay, that's your life. I'm not judging you either way. Okay, it's not my life, not my family, whatever. But all I'm asking for, if we're gonna have this conversation, let's just fucking be honest here. I'm sick of these women trying to play this off like, oh, they divorced their husbands and broke up their families, and they're all fucking just prancing around like they're on fucking cloud 9, and it's not the case. I'm sorry, the suicide rates are going up with women who are divorced and single and split, right? The SSRIs, the psychiatric medication is skyrocketing through.
Yeah, you can see it in the eyes.
We got enough data. We got enough. Like I said, I can go on TikTok. I can go on Instagram. I can go on Facebook right now, and there's just thousands and thousands and thousands of women who are pouring their fucking heart. There's more women pouring their fucking hearts out, saying how miserable they are after they made that decision, Beth, to break up their family, than there are women who are saying, oh, this is the best thing of my fucking life.
Here's where my problem is, Sig. Right now, you're trying to throw this back on me that I broke up my family. I didn't. I took a stand for my family.
You kicked him out. That's the split of your family.
Okay.
That's literally the definition.
But here's the deal. You mess up in the game of life, you're getting out.
That's fine.
Because those 2 kids in my PTR, guess what? I will battle to the end of the world for them.
Okay.
And I'm not going to allow anybody be around them.
What you're saying is moot and it's not relevant to what the point was. The point is, you made the defining move to break up that household by kicking him out. Before you made the decision to kick him out, you guys were still under the same roof as a married couple, whether he was cheating or not, whether you were cheating or not, whether you were using drugs, whether he was using drugs, it doesn't matter. The point is, you were the one that initiated kicking him out. That's the point, Beth. So everything else is irrelevant.
Because my children deserve a better life.
I don't care why, Beth. Beth, this is where we're speaking past each other. I'm telling you what is based off of what you said. You're telling me why. We don't care why. The point is that you initiated the divorce, the kick out. That's the point, Beth. So anything else is irrelevant. It's moot. I don't care why. I told you that's your reason why. I can't knock you either A to B for that. Whatever reason, that's your reason and your decision. And you as a free American, you have that right. I have no problem with that, Beth. But what I'm saying is, you're the one that initiated the kick out. And this is the problem.
And I was going to sit around and allow my children to
I don't care. I don't care, Beth.
I know
The point is, Beth, the point is
that men should be able to go out and sleep with
no, what I think should
women.
happen, Beth, is I think grown adults, when they sign a contract, they should abide by that contract and not be selfish and put the kids through a bunch of fucking detriment and by breaking up that family. We have decades of statistics showing, even with some dysfunction in the household, Beth, that kids are still better off under a two-parent household with the original biological parents, even with dysfunction, than they are splitting the family, Beth. There's a shit ton of evidence and data, decades of data that prove this, Beth. So I get it. You know people personally. I get it. Your feelings. I get it. What you're fed. I get that, Beth. But statistically, kids have the best advantage when they have two biological parents in the home, even if there's a certain level of dysfunction in that home, Beth. That's irrefutable.
That is not true, and I'm sorry. I have a master's degree in
I don't
psychology.
give a shit. Then what source shows that kids are better off in a split household between two different households, Beth? Please post that stat. Please post that stat, Beth. And this is what I'm talking about. We can't even have an honest fucking conversation. And you wonder why men are so grumpy? Because this is the bullshit, running around in circles, backpedaling, skating around like oil on ice, just to have an honest conversation. This is why men get frustrated. This is why men get grumpy. Because we're trying to find viable solutions here to keep a family together, and all we keep getting is circular logic and bullshit based on our feelings. And irrelevant points.
This is the generation we have to inherit. Like what? Two single mothers.
Hello?
Someone else that hates mothers. And one that has 2 fake degrees. Nobody cares about. Really? Nobody cares about any of this stuff at all whatsoever. Actually feel sorry for your sick. Okay. Horrible people you have to deal with. Horrible.
First of all,
Horrible people. Just horrible people.
First of all, I'm not going to put a horrible person. You know who is a horrible person? Charles Manson. Timothy McVeigh. Fucking motherfuckers that abuse children. I'm not putting these 2 women in categories of horrible people. Just because they're having a discussion.
This is suspended.
So that's the road I'm not going to fucking go down. Because they're not horrible
What
people.
the fuck?
Okay? They're not bad people. We're all fucking human. We all fuck up. We make mistakes. We do dumb shit. Alright? We're all fucking human. Doesn't make us bad people or horrible people. So that's not the road I'm going to travel or allow to put on these women's reputation, H.A. That's what I'm not going to do. Bottom line is,
I'd like to chime in. Okay, but I am not speaking. You don't know me. You know my daughter's situation, and that is it. You don't even know her.
Honestly, I don't even know the situation.
Let her get her point. I think she's got
I'm
room
just
to
saying.
respond.
I'm just saying. You are over here calling people like me a horrible person when I'm not speaking about myself. I'm an amazing person, and I've endured a lot. I'm a survivor and thriver of 16 years of domestic violence. I am an entrepreneur, a business owner. I am successful, and I'm happy. And I don't care what anybody else thinks about me, right? And I don't need a man. I have a man, but I don't need one to validate me. I don't need when a woman with a big booty
Women listen to, wait a second.
and to look
Women
pretty.
listen to women like you. Wait a second. We've been listening to women like you for the last so 25, like the last 15 years, since I was like 9 years away. Scum like you being like, well, yeah, as a man, you should do this and do this. No, just wait a second. I don't care if you don't live with your partner or whatever you call them, and there's a reason why it's not your husband. I don't care. People like you are the worst of the worst. You've destroyed everything. You're horrible people. You're terrible people. And you're the worst of the worst. Just let me reply.
I don't know why you guys are allowing this to happen.
Wait a second.
So let's ask this question. Let's ask this question. AJ, what makes her a horrible person?
People are terrible. Why?
What makes her a horrible person? Based off of what she
Because
said.
in the last 10 years, I feel like us young men in university and stuff, think like women are this and this and that.
No, I'm saying AJ, listen to what I asked you. I said in this conversation, what warrants them the judgment of being a horrible
Because
person?
the arrogance, the way she was speaking, you didn't see the way she was speaking.
No, I didn't see the way she was literally answering questions, AJ.
No.
She didn't even give her opinion on what.
I don't think you understood.
She didn't even.
These people are the worst. Honestly, brother, these people are the worst of the worst. I'm not sure you understand what you're dealing with. These people are like the devil. They're the worst of the worst people. I'm telling you, these people are so bad. You know what?
We ain't calling nobody no fucking devil. Bro, you understand people, they don't have access to certain knowledge, bro. They don't have an understanding of things until they have these conversations. All right, people operate off of what they were taught, what they've learned. AJ doesn't make them a bad person. A lot of people need to have these fucking conversations in order to learn the right path to take. So it doesn't automatically make them the devil. Man, fuck that shit, bro. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. She never even gave her opinion on which way she thinks her daughter should go. So all she did was answer questions. That's all she did, bro. And it's not fair. It's not fair to call someone devil or judge them as a horrible or bad person. It's not fair to do that. Not fucking fair. I swear to God, man, some of you religious people are fucking. I swear, man. I swear.
Well, see, the funniest part is he's telling us about for the last 10 years. Look, he was 15 10 years ago. Didn't he tell us he's 25? So, okay, cool. Awesome. You know what? Perfectly fine. But to go after my friend like that doesn't work for me. I'm not going to have a kid, which I call a kid, because I know, say, you and KP and I, we have kids that are that age. To speak like that to an adult? No.
Well, it's not. I mean, I don't really give a fuck about that, Beth. It's the fact that, again, I want to be fair. All right, Mama K, you have not said anything that warrants you to be judged as horrible people or Satan. That's not being fair. Okay, it's not fair to you guys. Just because we disagree on certain things, we disagree on certain takes or opinions of certain things. I'm not going to allow someone to call you Satan or you guys aren't horrible people. Okay, we're just trying to connect here and get through this discussion. But A-Check, if you know me at all, I'm all about fair. Fair is top of my priority list, whether I agree with you or not.
It's true.
Whether you're my friend or not, it's about being fair. And I would do the same thing for you if someone was trying to judge you and call you Satan and a horrible fucking person when you haven't said anything to warrant that type of judgment, A-Check. I wouldn't allow it to happen to you either.
No, you're 100% correct. I'm a bit salty about what these people did. Graduating, everything else. I don't like these people. And I'm not going to say any terrible words against them, but I just think these people are just done the worst of the worst. And I just think, like, I'm trying not to say the word, but it just, these people, man, it's just been the worst thing, bro. And I can't wait till I have my babies and everything else like that, and then I just have a good life in South Sudan, and I fish in the Nile River. But these people are just sick people, and I can't wait to stop dealing with these people. Or just the worst of the worst. And that's about it. So I don't like these people. I really don't like these people.
No, that's your right to not like certain people.
Yeah,
like, I'm not knocking you, friend. I get it.
Terrible. Yeah.
But the only way we can work through this is by having these honest conversations, man. That's the only way we can fucking work through it. And I'm sorry, but this is the fucking problem: is we have grown ass adults that sign contracts, and just because shit gets a little bumpy, a little uncomfortable, everybody wants to fucking bail out. It's called sucking it up, man. You know, our grandparents did it, our great grandparents did it. They were at each other's fucking necks. They didn't agree 100% on everything. There were times where grandma, great grandma hated our fucking grandpa, great grandpas, right? And vice fucking versa. They were at each other's fucking throats. But for those fucking kids, it's about duty and responsibility. I get it, okay? You married someone, now you're saying, I may not be compatible, or I don't like this person too much. I get it. Wait till the kids are fucking grown. But again, no rampant cheating. He's not whooping your ass. He ain't fucking putting you and your family in dire financial fucking situations, right? He's not out gambling the fucking mortgage money, and you guys are now being forced and being evicted or foreclosed on and kicked out in the streets. None of that's happening, man. It's not that fucking bad, dude. It's just called being a fucking adult and completing your fucking contract. Once those kids turn 18 or they're out of the house, then you fucking split and you go on your happy merry way and do whatever the fuck you think you can do. But I'm just sick of motherfuckers. A little bit of uncomfortableness and they want to break up their goddamn family, man. I'm sorry, dude. Ali, I saw your study in there. I think that's part of that new age bullshit. Because again, everybody had fucking problems, but they stuck it out. And we had a pretty damn decent society, no matter how much trauma or whatever bullshit. People managed to fucking suck it up and deal with it. We've got this new generation now. Anytime they're unhappy, they just want to bail the fuck out and throw everything up. Throw everything up in the fucking air and not commit to their fucking responsibilities. Sorry, find another room to fucking have that conversation, but I am not advocating for breaking up families with small children. I'm just not going to do it. But go ahead, Alan.
I don't disagree with. I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is, I think there's a little more nuance here because obviously, two-parent household. If you just take all the households with children, obviously the two-parent households are going to be more successful. You're going to have more financial security typically. A lot of times, a lot of those numbers for the single family probably have the children young. I mean, there's a lot of different, input data points that go into that big overall. But if you break it down into just compare, that's what this study did, just looking at high conflict. So think like you're toxic, you're really, really toxic two-parent household that is weighing on everyone and the children and stuff, everyone's suffering, right? And compare that with a separated, they divorce, and then there's maybe a step-parent, and things sort of, stabilize. They compare that, then I think your argument gets, you get some holes poked in it, because then you're really comparing, you're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. There is nuance here.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and that's why I asked those questions about what is the level of adversity in that relationship. And it sounds like, okay, dude doesn't want to fucking do woman duties, just like she doesn't want to do masculine duties. Like I said, if he says, babe, I need help with the gutters, I need help with the roof, I need help with the leaves, I need help with the, with patching up some planks in the fucking deck, she's gonna look at him in disgust like, that's not my fucking job.
Okay, so I was in and out. But did she say it was 50-50 on the money, right?
Yeah.
Was it actual 50-50?
Yeah, she's a nurse. Okay. She said they make about the same, and as far as she knows,
they make
a bank account, and it's 50-50. Yeah.
They both put in the pockets, kind of like hey baby, we need to pay for this, we gotta pay for that. All right, cool. Listen, I hear what you're saying, Sid, and it is the overall, like, people get so caught up in it. It's not all, most of the time, most cases, general, but if they 50-50, I'm starting to feel like that. Like if they 50-50 and she just asked him to wash the dishes, this is definitely not a reason to break up the family. Absolutely not. But he need to fucking get up and help do some fucking dishes. Like put some fucking towels in the laundry or something. If you 50-50, you know what I mean? And then as far as like, doing manly work and shit, like, man, ain't nothing like a chick that can like hand me them shingles. Like she can get up there and do some fucking gutters with them sometimes. Sometimes
How many women are gonna happily jump
I
and say, "Oh yes, I'm right there with you, man"?
I don't give a fuck how happy you is. I ain't asking you to get up under these cars and do none of this real dirty shit. But look, hold this box of nails or hold this fucking ceiling fan still while I hook up the wires. Like, you know what I mean? And that's bonding. You know what I'm saying? Like the little shit. Don't have your girl out there fucking fucking taking the engine out the car. Doing the nitty gritty shit. I'm ever doing that shit, but I mean if she's capable. And let's say you running off to do a Home Depot run, and you need to stay on. Like, bitch better be able to put some staples and like know how to run a staple gun. Like, you know what I mean? I think there's some. Like the bitch gotta be able to do something. Like I don't want no. But at the same time, if they 50-50, I think it's reasonable for a woman to ask to do some of the domestic shit. And I'm learning this, like learning from failure is a motherfucker, man. It's crazy. Because you get to live vicarious through everybody else, you get to fucking project all you want. You failed already. Now you know that you got hindsight. But I swear, in my first go around, my first time I got married, I would have definitely, if I could turn the hands, I would have definitely washed a little bit more dishes. I did all the manly shit. I was walking around poking my chest out, but when it comes to like just it's something about just saying you're gonna help your partner if you want to. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to do that, but you make that sacrifice. Like shit. Damn, I know the bitch was running around here, doing her job, running around in that hospital, nursing all day, or whatever job she got. Her feet look like she hurt. All right, I'm gonna take this L tonight. I'm gonna wash these dishes, or I'm gonna take this L tonight. You know what? Dinner already made. I'm even tripping. That reciprocity, give and take. I think it's got to be room for that too, and that can drive a motherfucker sick if they looking at you every day, and yeah, you doing all of the stuff you're supposed to do, but then she won't do nothing for you that she wants to do because she want to do it. If I'm making sense, like, can I get vulgar or is it women?
Man, bro, you got freedom of speech.
Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna put it in a way that a man understands. Do you want your old lady to give you head out of duty, or do you want her to do it because she want to do it for you, like she wants to?
I mean, I'd rather have the latter, but she's gonna do it regardless. I mean, shit, I gotta pay these bills out of there, bro. Whether I want to or not, they get paid. So.
Simple day. Oh my God, y'all niggas stupid, man.
I told my wife the same thing. I'm like, yo, I don't get to, because I don't feel like paying the bills. I don't feel like, I said the minute you go to search up something on your phone and you ain't got no Wi-Fi, because I didn't feel like it. I wasn't in the mood. I didn't feel like. I said, you gonna kick my ass to the motherfucking curb, bro. You ain't gonna think twice about it. And this is what I love about talking to these women, because you let them run their mouths and they'll tell you all the times they left guys because the guy wasn't pulling his weight as far as a masculine male, and they had no problem kicking that nigga to the curb.
fuck
on
did he just say?
marriages over, superfluous, like, trivial type things and kind of dipping out pretty quick. But I'm sitting here kind of thinking, I've known a lot of divorced people. I'm just thinking through my Rolodex of divorcees. And I can't think of any of them. Maybe one. I can maybe think of one where it was like, maybe they could have tried harder, But like most of them, except for that one that I'm thinking about, it took years, and just painstaking and therapy and trying and, any number of things, abuse, alcoholism, you name it, the gamut, right? I can't think of anyone except for that one example. It seems to me that most people that I know, it's not like they're just like, yeah, I'm over it, It's horrible. It's torturous.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's bad.
Yeah, there's something about that. So it's something about the seeds too. Like, is you can plant seeds early on, and you know when you're talking about like it's been going on for 10 years, you talk about like that just that pent up, like it's that's a hard phase to go through. But the funny thing is, one thing Precision is right about is like back in the day they had a little bit more fortitude to get through them, those because I poked my chest out like, oh yeah, I gave both of my relationships 10 years. We did 10, 10 and 10. So I gave 20 years of my life to two women, but there are people before us gave those whole 20 to one person, so it's like they had a little bit more fortitude. They went through phases, they went through the honeymoon phase.
We lose Blake?
Yeah, I think we lost you, Blake. We lost you to the Matrix.
Yeah, I think you're right, Blake. You're totally right. I'm just asking for a friend. Are there some cultural nuances here too at play? Where maybe are there some cultures within America, we're speaking from an American purview here, that are maybe a little quicker to bounce, as opposed to others that maybe go through the fires and do all the things, and they're leaving for maybe abuse or serious infidelity ongoing. I don't know. I'm just asking, because like I said, I can't think of a lot of examples of like people who just are like, oh well, he sucks, he's lost his job, so I'm leaving. Like that's like not a thing that I've ever come.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, Sig. Yeah, just 1 second. This is hilarious. John, you little fucker. He's out there streaming this live this room. And I can't find him in this space, but he is streaming it live right now.
Probably anonymous.
Yeah, it's probably anonymous. Which is fine.
Bigger bug?
It is what it is. Clubhouse is recording this and selling the data off, so John ain't doing no more harm than Clubhouse.
It's so interesting, right, to talk about this. John, you are a stinker bug. You get a lot of content, maybe 3 views on YouTube or something. I don't know.
What it is, Holly, is again, it's a society of quitters. When things get tough, I just want to bail the fuck out, absolve any commitments I've made, responsibilities. Like I said, I'm not expecting two people who hate each other's guts to fucking stay together forever. But at least for the goddamn kids, man, act like fucking adults, be cordial, raise these fucking kids, and then you.
A little stinker, huh, Beth? You're a little stinker, Beth. You want to listen to the replays? You can come back to the profile, listen to your replay, and then you can do some critical analysis of Beth. Is it a Beth problem? I was accused, Beth, you got accused of being a drunk. I mean, maybe you need to let it go. Maybe your husband that you want to divorce, you got to let it go. Just a thought, Beth. Just got to think about it. Listen to the replay and think about it, Beth. Let it go, Beth. Just let it go, Beth. I'm not therapist option number 2 over here, Beth. I'm just the recorder, the guy that clicks buttons. Sing is your teacher. Sing is your master. And you should accept his graces, Beth. And listen to the replay. Do a little more critical self-analysis and grow a little more, Beth. Grow more than you ever thought possible, Beth. Super consciousness, Beth. You can grow your consciousness. Let it go, Beth. It's all fucking bullshit anyways. Don't worry about it, Beth. It won't matter when you all go through the same gate, the same door at the end. It wouldn't have made a difference, Beth.
What I've heard from several women, they come to find out their husbands were squandering all the money away on OnlyFans subscriptions and shit. You know,
OnlyFans? It's not even real. It's just a bunch of spam.
The fucking mortgage on a bunch of pussy and tail out around town and shit like that. I've heard that a million times before.
Beth, if you're gonna ask me to delete this, I hate to break the bad news to you, but it's like on 30 different platforms, so there's no deleting this, FYI. Hope you're not worried about it. I hope your husband's divorce lawyer doesn't find out about it.
Her daughter, again, this is the trap. Most women get caught up. They get the FOMO and they think the grass is green on the other side, and she thinks she's gonna go out there and find this knight in shining armor, because like she said, and this is why I was listening very keenly to what she said, her daughter waited till she was married to lose her virginity, right? And notice how she started off the story. Her daughter felt like she did have sexual experiences. And how was she able to compare? Because of fucking social media.
Social fucking media, Beth.
And she's a nurse too, so I know she's around a bunch of hoes at that
social
hospital.
fucking
That's
media.
what it is. I've seen plenty of women in the medical industry that are good women. They get around all the fucking hoes in that hospital and start hearing all them stories and think, oh my God, I'm missing out on so much fun. Oh my God.
Not the hospital hose. I have heard that. I've heard they're wild.
David seen any kind of nurse or teacher is not jumping on different kind of things. Like,
here goes KP, he'll tell you.
like she said,
he's going up now, he'll tell you.
You said dicks and KP came in.
No, you said horse. He said
He said dicks and KP got all excited, like, come on, here I come. Now, did she say her daughter just called her and was just sort of venting and saying this stuff, or is her daughter like seriously pursuing?
So her daughter's already filed for divorce. Like I said, man, they can do whatever the hell they want. I'm not trying to tell grown ass adults what to do, but again, this is, you hear the story a million fucking times, and 90% of the time it ends up going nowhere, and that woman ends up regretting it, because she realizes once she gets out there, thinks she still has her sexual marketplace value like she had before she got married and had 3 kids. She thinks it's gonna be the same when she gets out there, and it's not. Dudes don't want to deal with 3 small children, and the dudes that are willing to do it, she's not gonna respect them. She's not gonna be attracted to them. That's just the reality of it, man. The dudes that she's attracted to, that she's gonna want to settle down with, they don't want to take care of another man's fucking kids, especially 3 small children, because that man's gonna want to get up and go. He's gonna want to do some stuff. He's gonna, and now I gotta be subject to the kids that aren't mine. All my plans are ruined and spoiled for kids that aren't mine. And then I gotta deal with another man on top of it.
Yeah.
Like
It's the baby mama or the baby daddy drama that you got to deal with.
Right. And most men,
Right.
this ain't 30 years ago. Like, and I'll pose this question: do you see more stepdads now, or did you see more stepdads when you were growing up?
now.
You see more stepdads now?
Oh, no, I mean,
in the United States.
Yeah, no. I mean, the humpers, they will hump anything. I think the woman will get the sex. It's not like she's not going to get the sex. She's going to get a lot of sex.
She's going to get a lot of sex. She's going to get no fucking commitment. That's why I asked the question.
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
Everybody I've asked the question: do you see more stepdads now, or back in the day?
No, man, I
always
won't.
say back in the day.
No, man, I won't.
Right. Yeah, men ain't doing that shit no more, man. Most men aren't doing it. And the ones that are, you're not really gonna respect them. They're gonna lay down and be walked all over.
Wait.
It just is what
So Dawn in the chat is saying, so weird. The convo was about how she's thinking about leaving her abusive husband. So was that part of the story? Was he
after? And I wanted to get to this, but we kind of went off the deep end with A-Check and stuff. But that was the thing. When she started off the story, she never mentioned abuse, and I said several times, well, it ain't rampant cheating. He's not fucking being abusive, and she never said a word until way later, the tail end of the discussion. Then she wants to bring up, well, he's emotionally abusive. After I asked her, I said, well, is there any kind of abuse? She said, well, he's emotionally abusive. Okay, why didn't you bring that up in the beginning? Because the only thing I asked her, I said, well, why is she leaving him? Well, because he doesn't want to help out with duties. That was the only thing she said. She never brought up abuse until I started poking holes in her shit. And this is typically how it goes, man. Is that they never mention it until you poke holes in all the other shit they bring up, and then they want to go back to now making it the worst case scenario. Why didn't you mention abuse in the beginning? And that's what I wanted to get into. Why did you mention that in the beginning? Why did you wait till the tail end after I poked holes in all your other bullshit?
Because she had nothing to validate the reason why.
She had nothing to validate. So they always, and then it's always
What
emotional,
is
financial abuse. Okay, well, how is he being emotionally abusive? Well, he yells at her. Okay, men yell. Dads are grumpy. Men are fucking grumpy. I'm sorry. There's not one household I've been in where the man at some point didn't yell at the wife and kids and tell everybody, hey, shut the fuck up. I need some goddamn peace.
Men are grumpy.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man.
what is emotional abuse? You have to pinpoint.
Right. And that's why I asked her.
I'm gonna expect. This is just me. Hold on, Chief. No, hold on, Chief. My thing is, she probably fat, and he's like, I'm tired of dealing with fat chick.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, KP, because I didn't get that far into it. But what it sounds like, and I'll tell you what it is she's a nurse. She has a degree. She has an education. And she's utilizing that to go out there in the workforce and make money. So now that she's exhausting her energy for a corporation and a boss that doesn't give a fuck about her, she now expects, hey, because I don't have the energy because I'm giving some of my wifely, motherly energy to a soulless corporation. Now you need to step in, husband, and do my domestic duties for me.
No, bro. No.
Okay.
No, not at all. Let me tell you something. Nurses are fucking hoes.
Absolutely, you had me at nurse.
Fucking hoes.
Well,
they got a bunch of motherfuckers they fucking. That nigga at home, he doesn't have a job.
No, he's got
That's
a job.
a Boogie and Ray.
No, they make about the same amount of money, KP.
No. Bullshit, she lying.
Well, no. Here. Let me give you what she said. So, because I asked her all that stuff to get to all the variables. So, they have a joint bank account. They make about the same amount of money. They're going half and half on everything, 50-50. She kept her virginity. She lost her virginity to him after she got married. So she's not a whore. She's not a hoe. Okay. She did everything correctly. They had 3 kids, 2 sets of twins that are 3, and then 1 5-year-old. What it is, KP, is she's got FOMO. She's in that nursing environment with all those whores, hearing their story, all the fun that they've been having, all the sexual encounters and date nights, and good dick Rick over here, good dick Bobby over there, all and she's heard all this shit, everything that she missed out on. She's hearing when she's in this environment with whores. So what she's in her brain is, my life is so bad. Here are these women living the single life. The Sex and the City life. And I want a part of that. And so now she's finding anything that she can to make it seem like she's more miserable than what she really is, make her husband to be more of a monster than what she is. This is why initially when I asked, why is she divorcing? Why is she leaving? Nothing bad was said until all the holes were poked in her story. And then now it's emotional abuse. And then I said, okay, what's emotional abuse? Well, he yells at her sometimes. Okay, nigga.
That's a nurse, right? That's what they do.
Right.
That's what they do. Bullshit.
I said, have you watched Archie Bunker, George Jefferson, Tim the Toolman Taylor, Carl Winslow, like all these men at some point yell, like, come on, man, like art imitates life. Like men are just grumpy, and we're gonna tell people to shut the fuck up sometimes. And then once I said that, I said as long as he ain't demean and say you're a useless piece of fucking shit, you deserve to die. You're not worth a fucking another breath of life, shit like that. Every day, constantly, all day, every fucking day over small, stupid little petty shit. And then she says,
not about what she said. You said she has an education. She's a nurse, correct? Correct, yeah. She's around hoes that live in their whole life. That's it. There you go. That motherfucker should have kept her away from the hoes.
And was she a nurse?
Because hoes, they were influenced of fucking young blood. They were influenced that woman to be a hoe.
It's impossible to get our head around this without both sides of the story. I mean, because he could be saying the same thing, that he feels like he was emotionally abused. Maybe they were emotionally abusing each other, and maybe he did start emotionally abusing her because he felt unappreciated for years. I mean, it's always, I don't want to say always, but it's usually takes two to tango. There's no like one guilty party. Typically, they're both culprits.
I agree. And Holly, every time I've heard this story go down like this, where it's petty shit, and then once you start saying, well, that sounds fucking petty, bro. Like nobody's falling for that sob story because your feelings are in the way. Then they start grasping straws and go to the extreme, Holly. And every single time you hear that story being explained the way that she explained it, then you go and talk to the man, and you're like, oh, now the fucking makes sense. Yeah, she was a raging fucking bitch. She's resentful of him. And typically, what happens is, what I've seen a million fucking times is, like KP said, you put a good woman around whores, they start convincing the good woman that she's missing out. And then she starts building resentment. Now she brings that resentment home to her husband and starts being a raging, nagging fucking bitch. And then the husband fucking responds. That's typically how I see it. Yeah, she went to college and got her nursing degree and stuff. And she's a nurse, yeah. So she did that in her younger years, yeah. But it sounds like they married at an early age. I think she said she was like 18 or close to that. Super early, but she kept her virginity, gave it to her husband underneath the umbrella of marriage. They had children together. So it sounds like she's done everything right. She sounds like she's a good girl. And like I said, her mom sounds like she's a good woman too. They don't sound like bad people. But again, I've seen the situation play out. They get around these fucking, and it's the same influence social media has. These women start scrolling, endlessly scrolling, thinking, oh, my life sucks. Look at how great these women's lives are. I want to be like these women, and then they create fucking problems and find a reason to fucking leave. That's just, that's what they do.
You know what's been lost is when you're saying, oh, then they get around these hoes, okay, that I understand that. But what I think is lost is the value for women to embrace sacrifice. Like now there's a wave of feminism which says we ain't got to sacrifice shit, right? You got to clean half the dishes, you got to do half the diapers, you got to do all this stuff, and they don't. It's almost like an anomaly if a woman actually embraces her traditional gender role, right? And with that comes sacrifice. With that, you shouldn't be complaining that you got to make dinner for your man and your kids. You shouldn't be complaining that you got to do the laundry. My husband never did the laundry, and I had to clean his fucking dirty ass military gear all the time. You know that shit stank filled with mud. Yeah, he come home with that Molly pack. I'm sitting outside in the middle of his truck bed, just squirting that shit off. Why? So he can spend quality time with the kids. Because he was gone he left to go to work at 4 o'clock in the morning to get his workout in, so he's ready for his Marines to come on deck at 6, because they muster at 7, and he didn't get home till 9 o'clock at night. Right? Do you see? So like, that's his role. So I feel like young women, they don't understand, and they've lost the understanding that being part of a woman, there should be a core part of you that is about sacrifice, and I feel like young women, that's been lost, because we all have become a society of convenience. Everything's drive-through, everything, we can fix it quick, deliver it to me overnight, I want this, I want that, and none of that says sacrifice. It says the opposite.
And social media feminism is one of the most dangerous things happening right now. When men and women are living together, of course we're gonna, find here and there. What happened, woman is sad. She's showing the social media account. She onto the market, and then after 2 years later, she understands men do want to fuck me, but they don't want me, and they don't want you.
Like I said, I'm not saying it's 100% guaranteed, but she's got a good 70-80% chance that's where she's gonna land. That's where all these women. I'm sorry, man. I spent this last 3 years, bro, like picking these women's brains, man. I learned so much about female nature. I learned so much, and it's the same story over and over. And then you know what's the worst fucking part? No,
KP shares a lot with you.
no, but on a serious note, you know what the most heartbreaking stories I've come across is these women who have pretty decent husbands. Like I said, they're not perfect, but they ain't whooping their ass, ain't gambling the mortgage money away. They ain't snorting coke every fucking day, whooping everybody's ass up and down the fucking hallway. They bounce on these dudes, and the saddest things I've heard, and I've heard this multiple times, is that they go out there and they start dating and bringing these men around, and their fucking kids get molested and fucking raped.
Where do you send your gentlemen's? Gentlemen's?
So that's what breaks my heart. And then I've talked to so many of these women who have been raped and molested because their moms did the same fucking thing to them. Brought these fucking men around, and these men end up sneaking into their fucking rooms at night, molesting and raping the shit out of them. And how much trauma that has fucking caused, man. That's the most heartbreaking part, is that these women over some stupid reasons are willing to risk their kids' fucking livelihoods, bringing them around these fucking demon men who they think are interested in them, and they're fucking not. I'm sorry to tell you, but there's a lot of fucking men out here who act like they're interested in these women to get to these fucking kids, man. And it happens all the fucking time.
The last, I think it's what, 70%? 70% say.
You know, worst part is that these women are in their 30s and their early 40s in this type divorce, and they think that young man honestly gonna get on them, and you know they're pretty much in demand. What happened is they don't know just dealing with Gen Zs. Gen Zs are getting pussies at the age of 30 now. Fucking hell, it's raining pussies for them because women are dating ready, and these men are getting low sex, and they don't value a woman. Oh, I've seen it. They're not gonna do that. If you're leaving your partner thinking that, oh, you're getting younger man and you can fucking, he's gonna accept you. No, he will fuck you. I mean, men fuck anything. I mean, hell, they'll fucking golf in the boats, right? But they're not gonna sell them. You're fucking liability. If you have a kid, you're liability. If you're on your late 30s, or I mean, you hit the wall, no, you're not marriageable material.
Like I said, 30 years ago, Koala, you'd have a chance. But again, if she's working, she's got a degree, she's educated, she's got FOMO, she doesn't have the right attitude to get a decent stepdad. I'm sorry, but
men don't give a fuck about their degrees. See, I don't give a fuck if she's so much rich or she has a degree. I don't give a fuck.
Right. But what I'm saying, Koala, is the previous generation of women were able to secure stepdads for their children and remarry and stay married for another 10, 15, 20 years because they understood, I'm coming with baggage. I'm bringing another man's kid to the table that this man now has to show some responsibility for. Let me just shut the fuck up and stay in my goddamn lane and be thankful that this man took us on. That attitude don't exist anymore with these moms.
Absolutely not.
My wife, I said that. Look, I had a 3-hour conversation with my wife's grandmother. She's old school, bro. Grandma Betty, we sat there, man. Grandma Betty smoking a joint, fucking chill as hell, cool as fuck, man. Telling me about.
Of course, she was correct about everything. Of course, they're the best.
Well, here's the thing. She divorced her first husband. All right, and she remarried. She's been married for 40 years to the same husband that she's with now. Okay, and he took care of them. He took care of the 3 kids she brought along with her. But this woman has an attitude of humble. She serves her husband. Whatever he says fucking goes. Like she didn't approach that man with an attitude, well, I got this and I got that and this is how I'm gonna do it. No, she said, I know I'm coming to the table with 3 fucking kids that aren't yours. Let me shut the fuck up and be humble and be appreciative of the fact that you're taking us on. And they're still married to this day. But when I asked her, I said, why did you divorce Grandpa Mac, your first husband? She said, well, first he was cheating with every damn piece of pussy on our side of town. He said the babysitters would come over weren't getting paid, and he was gambling the money away and doing all this, and I was forced to go to work to pick up that slack from his mismanagement, she said you can't have both. You can't have fucking both. So she said I bounced, and I said I agree with you 100%, Grandma, 100%. You can't have both. But even this man was out knocking boots with every motherfucking piece of pussy that walked by, and she still fucking stuck it out. She didn't leave until it was a point where now you're about to bury our family in a hole because you're just being completely fucking irresponsible. I'm fucking packing my bags, and we're fucking out. So this older generation of women, and even this older generation of women, they still understood what was needed. This new generation of women, they can't secure another man because they don't have the right fucking mindset or right attitude. They think they can come along with 3 fucking kids and still dictate and still run the fucking show. Well, any man that's worth his weight in gold, he ain't gonna fucking tolerate that. The only thing is gonna be some spineless fucking simp beta, and you're not gonna respect him and you're not gonna want him. You're gonna be right back in the same fucking boat.
They're entitled. They're so much entitled that they start giving you a real man definition that you have to step up. If you're not stepping up for my kids, you're not a real man. Fuck off. If I have an offspring, I'm gonna pay for my offspring. If that's not my offspring, no. Never.
Sick, that's the reason why I didn't remarry. Or I didn't, my front door wasn't a turnstile of men coming in and meeting my children after their father passed away. My children, they have met one boyfriend, one man, and they only knew him as a friend before they understood like he was coming over for dinner a lot, but never did he ever spend the night underneath my roof with my kids there, because we were not engaged and we were not married. And that was the precedent and the standard that I took my vows with my husband, my late husband, and I wasn't going to throw that morality and foundation that we, made these 2 beautiful children together just because now I'm single, right? That would be totally hypocritical. So that's the reason why. But was it easy? No, it wasn't easy, but I wasn't looking for a replacement. I looked at it as like, okay, I just gotta suck it all up and just figure it out. I wasn't like, oh, can he take care of me? Absolutely not at all.
And here's the thing too, KK, in your scenario, you lost your husband by means that were out of your control. So men are gonna look at that and understand and say that wasn't her fault. They're gonna look at, okay, while she was with her,
my late husband visited, right? Because that's basically how it was, and I always try to flip the script on for my kids, and I said, listen, I never said, well, maybe he can come, maybe he can come. I never did that. Him and I, we would communicate. I'll let him know the time, place, what he needs to be wearing, what he needs to be bringing. I brief him ahead of time. And if he shows up like, oh my gosh, this is great. I didn't set my kids up to fail and be emotionally distraught. I set my kids up to emotionally prosper and be excited and appreciative of what they have, not what they don't have. They're not going to bitch and moan around about like, oh, well, Daddy couldn't come to my ballet recital, right? Oh, Daddy, you did see it? Oh my gosh, that's great, because I knew he was going to be gone more. Like, come on now. This is why I have a really hard time with civilian housewives whining, bitching, and moaning about their husband being gone for a work trip for like 2 or 3 days. I'm like, bitch, I went a whole year without sex. What the fuck you talking about? When he was deployed. Hello? I gave birth to my second child while he was deployed. And you're mad? He's in Philadelphia? It's just odd. Women in general now, like, the script has been flipped almost to a detriment to the family value and fiber and that kind of base. It's really being long.
I agree, but again, this is a valuable lesson for men too, man. And again, this is a common problem you're running into when you're in a position as a man and your wife. You have to go 50-50 with your wife, man. This is what you're gonna fucking get. You should be. I think all men should be in a position to, before you take on a woman, you should have your own house where you're paying all the bills, right? You can hold that fort down before you bring a woman on, because once you put your woman in a position where 50% of her income has to be, or 50% of the bills have to rely on her income too to keep that house afloat, you're asking for fucking trouble. Now you're giving that woman because she's going to be exposed to the Sex and the City life out there, that fake fraudulent Sex and the City life out there, and she's going to develop FOMO. I mean, this is a lesson to all men, man. When you have your fort set up and you can bring that woman in to where if she wants to work, she can, but she doesn't have to work. You have a little bit more leverage, and that's going to prevent, because that woman in her mind is, my man's holding it down. I'm working because I want to. Like my wife, she wants to go back to work, but she wants to go back teaching dance again, right? Something she loves, something she's passionate, but she's not forced to work. She doesn't have to fucking work. Her income is not one penny is needed to keep everything afloat in the house. And because that leverage is there, there's no room for her to build resentment in that area. And I think a lot of men need to take heed to this. The minute you're a woman, you have to rely on your woman's salary. I say for the majority. I say it should be more than 30%. Your wife's salary shouldn't account for more than 30% of whatever those household bills are. Anything beyond that, you're setting yourself up for fucking resentment and failure, and this is going to be the fucking result, man.
And that's why my boyfriend makes more money than I do.
There you go. And you're happy with that. You can rest in your femininity.
Absolutely. I rest in it great.
Have you seen that comedian Akash Singh Kais?
Oh, Akash, yeah, the Indian dude. Oh, God.
We're all
embarrassing, bro.
you see the wife?
Good night, Holly. Happy birthday to you.
Night,
Hope you have a great rest of your night.
Happy birthday. When I was watching the video series taken about you, is woman. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, dude, you gotta start building some leverage, man. Again, it sounds harsh, it sounds like it's mean or whatever, but that's the only way it fucking works, man. Women can't love you unless they respect you, and if you give them a reason for them to lose respect for you, you're cooked, bro. You're done. And once a woman loses respect, you can't get her back. You can't fucking get her back, bro. You're done. You're done. Men need to start setting themselves up in a better position, man. A lot of this, I could say, men gotta take accountability for this shit.
One thing, if your woman is sitting right in front of you and saying that she wants to suck your best friend's dick, who's also sitting right next to you, I think it's time to fucking
how fucking embarrassed. She's like, how can you get in front of millions of people and embarrass the fuck out of your husband like that? She's like, that's fucking horrible. She's like, whatever fantasies you have, you keep that shit to yourself. You don't fucking embarrass your husband like that. You don't do that shit. You don't fucking do that.
I used to tell you this: if you're living in some kind of la la land and thinking that, oh, we never been not very, homely, feminine, you telling you, see, this is the face of real Indian women today, the modern one. Telling you, you never believe me. It's like a standard thing, bro.
Yeah.
Men are stepping around, and these big fucking cunts are like, oh, we have been impressed for fucking thousands of years. No, you've never been impressed. You're just being a hoe now. And you wonder, you're meant to be okay with that? Fuck that. And that's the reason, Sig. We have a reservation to not get married. Why? I don't like marriage. I'm saying, if you want to marry someone, I don't see getting married to any woman now.
Well, I mean, the point of marriage is to have children and build a legacy as a man, bro. That's the point. Like, again, that's that black pill shit, koala. Like it's because here's how I look at it, and take it with a grain of salt. But I think once you black pill, you become a pussy. You just give it up, and I think that's outside. I think that's outside the scope of masculinity. Men don't give up. I'm having to teach a couple. Oh, go ahead.
Legal aspects, Sig, doesn't make it very lucrative often to get married. Legally, if shit hit the fan, you know that shit will hit the fan. I mean, the way we were talking about that case of that woman's daughter, she's gonna take half of the pay and she's gonna leave you fucking dry. So that also, pushes you not to do it. Right, you could be right, but that's an old school notion that if you're not stable enough, you're not man enough, you can't control women, blah blah blah. You're right, but legally it's becoming very tough. So
Yeah, it's tough, but again, life is tough, koala. Men don't give up. Men don't throw the towel in and say, fuck it, I give up. What you got to do is you got to start changing your vetting process. You got to start being more hardcore. You got to start moving with more intention. Like, I'm trying to teach my buddies and shit because they're doing the same thing, man. Fuck these women. Man, it's so hard out here. I'm like, you sound like a fucking whiny bitch right now. Okay, so shit gets hard, you're just going to fucking give up? No, you just got to move smarter and work a little bit harder, man. That's all you got to do. But there's still good women out there. You just have to change your, and this is why I encourage men, koala, so much. Stop being pussies. If you want a wife, you want a family, you want to build a legacy, then you gotta fucking act like it. So when you start meeting these women, you gotta drill right down, go right for the fucking jugular of what you want. Because any woman that goes against anything that you have to say as far as what your standards are and what you're looking for as far as your legacy, kick her to the fucking curb, bro. She's not for you. And the quicker you realize that, you can just run through these women, run through them.
Yeah, I'm not
Ask certain questions, make certain statements. They start clutching their pearls and getting all squirrely on you. Bye, bitch. Blocked. Get the fuck out of here. And you move on to the next one. This way you don't waste a bunch of fucking time, man. And the problem is, guys hunker down on one woman, hoping that they can mold and shape her and change and this and that, or just, oh, okay, well, I can just accept her, because this and that. And the next thing you know, fucking 10, 15, 20 goddamn years go by and your life's a fucking wreck and you're in that situation. But if you move smart, you're going to get the right answers. You're going to get the right responses from a woman. She's going to value you. She's going to value masculinity. When you mention things like, breaking up the family and running off with half the man's shit, and she's shocked and appalled and like, oh, hell no, that's fucking horrible. Those are the responses you want. A woman who wouldn't even fathom of doing that to her husband or breaking up her family. You'll start noticing the responses that you get. That's the one you want to start investing in.
You're right, and you know that I'm actually with a girlfriend who's quite feminine, right?
Right.
I don't want him about that. We are just pretty much happy with current arrangements. It's just like that legal aspect of it doesn't make us very lucrative. We are happy. We just living around, and sometimes we also talk about having kids. But she do understand when it comes to marriage, like we both have I don't see any need to get married. We are pretty much happy with each other. Why we need to get this legal documentation? Tell me.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, and that's fair. And I hear a lot of guys going that way. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not objectionable to a non-government marriage, right? There's people all the time who get married. My biggest thing is, again, I don't think there's any point in getting married if you don't have children. I think children to get the government involved, then at least have some type of religious ceremony. And then as long as you're living under the same roof, raising your kids together as one cohesive unit, I think that's perfectly acceptable as well, just to mitigate that risk. So I get what you're saying, Koala, 100%. I just don't like the complete black pill shit of fuck these hoes, I'm never getting married, fuck a family, fuck all that shit. Because to me, you're just being a pussy. You're throwing in the towel and giving up just because shit got a little bit difficult for you. I don't. Me personally, I just don't respect that attitude.
Well, it's just the involvement of the government and the third party in legal documentation. That I don't find any requirement of. So we are living happy. We just should do. You fucking wash my auntie six. How about that?
That's a good start, man. She washed her little musty drawers, man. That's a good start. That's a green flag, bro.
But Sig, I would say this, like,
I get out, Pepe.
hello. I would say when it comes to, you know that I'm somebody who likes to talk about controversial shit. I don't talk about women very much. It's not, I think, like, I'm rather biased. Like, I never had a problem getting women. Can you say, like, I'm super jaded? I'm not black-pilled, but do I have, like, strong feelings towards women? Sure. But the reason you really, to be quite frank, why you don't hear me talk about women very much is because I think women are like, really fucking boring. Like, when it comes to the sex part and maybe having that connection with them, yeah, that's cool. But I don't care to talk about this shit in my free time. Like, it's super boring. And, I don't know, it's just weird. Like, I don't understand that people, maybe I could if I had a different life experience where people just like to talk about the opposite sex, where I'm not going to say I'm like black-pilled whatsoever, but I do think that the quote-unquote red pill is black-pilling when it comes to both men and women. I mean, we kind of, I don't know how better to put it, but like when it comes to like, if, for example, if you're somebody who's used to being around dogs, like how female dogs and male dogs behave, you notice extremely clear patterns, and you see it amongst humans, and there is, in a way, like I do think that there's no comfort in either the red pill, and of course black pill, that means you're beyond it, but I can kind of understand why some people are just like, say, well, fuck it, I just drop out, I don't really care. Is it a quitter's attitude? Sure. What I completely understand why some people would just be like, yeah, no, fuck it, I don't want to play this game, I'm out.
We're okay. My lunchtime is over, Sig. I gotta bounce, but I'll catch you guys later.
Okay, all right, take it easy, brother. All right, dude.
Bye, Kevin.
Yeah, and Pepe, I get it and I understand it too, but I think, and that's kind of the slippery slope of this whole red pill thing, because a lot of guys, they don't see the nuance in the red pill message. And because they're, and too, a lot of guys stumble on red pill shit because they just got through getting fucked over by a woman. So I equate it to, I call it the atheist syndrome, Pepe. When you come across a lot of atheists, they're very militant and they want to destroy everybody's belief in God because they realize this whole thing's been a sham and I've been lied to my whole life. So they get on this militant path to try to tell the world, fuck God, God is fake, this and that, all it, like, because they're just hot off the press of realizing, holy shit, everything that I base my life on, I believe, I've come to realize it's a lie, right? I think a lot of guys have that same syndrome. They're stumbling across red pill right when they're coming out of a bad breakup or a bad relationship with a woman who's fucked them over and screwed them over. So they go 0 to 100, and then they miss the nuance of the message, and they go straight into the black pill, which is fuck women, fuck these hoes, fuck these bitches. bitches, and
Yeah,
now
I agree.
you have a group of men who actually start to hate and resent women as a whole.
I agree. Like I was on the fuck is his name? Tommy Sotomayor. I was talking to him, earlier today. He had an X space. And what's funny is that, as you know, he's been, you know who he is, right?
Oh, yeah. I've known Tommy for over a decade, bro. I used to be on his platform. That's where me and KP met. We used to be on his platforms all the time.
Okay. KP's shouted me out. It's like, oh my God, you've been on his show before. So, tonight, you kind of talking about it. You do have, I forget my original point.
We were talking about the whole black pill thing and going down.
Yes. When it comes to the quote unquote red pill community, he was somebody who was saying that when it comes to a lot of the red pill content creators, which he's obviously been on, their podcast, whether it's Fresh and Fit, whatever. He was saying he didn't name names. I do not know who he's talking about, but he was saying that in real life, these guys are fucking simps. These are guys that were unsuccessful with women. They had some kind of complex because of that, and then they adopt this ideology and they were selling this ideology to people that also were not successful with women, and it was very black pilling. In other words, it's just oh, this is the human nature of women. You must fucking hate them. But he was saying that in real life, these guys were still simps. At the end of the day, I obviously cannot verify or confirm that it's a real thing.
Just came back to say, see, on Bondi Beach when the shooting was happening. Did you see the video? Did you see the video?
What shooting?
Right, so it's a couple of parties killed people on Hanukkah on Bondi Beach, Sydney, right, Australia, terrorist attack.
No.
So, but the one thing I want to bring in, thinking you're not, I have to come back to tell you.
Oh, wait, is that the guy with the rifle? That was
right, the bull touching.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I did see that. Yeah. Holy shit,
right.
I saw it, man. Yeah.
Did you see the whole thing? So what happened is when they were just about to fire the weapon, there was two old couples. They just got for the man actually got fired. He got killed after that because he was not long enough. Guess what? There were two police women officers standing right next to this guy, and they could have taken him down with a pistol on the fucking hips. They refused to fire, sick, and they just ran for their life. They were hiding, and when the police backup came up, and they were just saying, "Come on," and they were saying, "We don't want to go." Literally in the time of panic, that's how the women folks behave. You keep on saying that we are equal. This is not how we're equal. People, men and women, behave absolutely different when it comes to time of peril. And they did. They cried, cried like little bitches. I mean, if there would have been a man with a fucking pistol on the hips and he could fire the fucking terrorists, they did. Hell, see, a fucking guy without anything in his hand got the fucking terrorist, snatched his gun. Did you see that too?
I think we all agree with you that women are not.
For the most part, they froze, they cried, and they cried.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't see that part. All I saw was him shooting innocent people, man, with his bolt action rifle, and literally the people filming it looked like they were within a distance. Where they did have a gun. They could have stopped. There were so many times they could have stopped that man, bro. But they had
firearms. They had the gun, sick. The women police officers, they ran for their lives, and when the police backup came up, even then they refused. They were crying. It's on the record. And there was one bloke without any fucking weapon. He jumped on the terrorist, snatched his weapon, and he's a hero. How about this? When it comes to peril, So women and men behave very differently. The boy who without any weapon jumped on the terrorist, snatched his weapon, and then you have a woman police officer with a fucking pistol in the hands, throws and ran away.
Even though that's anecdotal, I do agree with you. And whether it's combat, like you can be some bitch on testosterone therapy that gets your fucking Ranger tab, but at the end of the day, you're still 150 pounds, and are you gonna take this 225-pound man who's injured and on your shoulders and run with him? No, you're not. This idea that men and women are the same, it's fucking bullshit. Like, I mean, the average woman is not. And of course, even if you look at the tail ends of the spectrum, men are gonna be overwhelmingly overrepresented for the males that will engage in a fight, a firefight with terrorists, and it's not a job. It's not a fucking job for women. I think you should have female police officers, but they overwhelmingly be male. I mean, because it has to be. Just like being a firefighter. It's generally a lot harder to become a firefighter than a police officer. The physical demands are much higher. They basically have to have a lot of strength and endurance, and you can't. Either you can do the goddamn job or you can't. I don't know. I think it was a fucking shit show. What happened there? And I just have to say this: like the goddamn gun laws in Australia. They legally acquired those weapons. He has I won't say large game, but he was shooting a bolt-action rifle that fires rounds that take out animals that are much bigger than people. But he had to reload every 5 fucking rounds, and they had a non-pump action shotgun. I don't know. It's just fucking mind-boggling. But despite all of that being said, I still anticipate that Australia will now put further, restrictions on firearms. Just because they use a goddamn hunting rifle and a non-pump action shotgun. And they're still gonna fucking dwindle away at their rights. It is so fucking retarded.
Well, that's the thing too. Australia's always mentioned when we talk about gun reform and control and gun deaths and all this. Australia's always a number one fucking case study brought up. Well, they did a countrywide ban on guns. They did a buyback, and look, they don't have mass shootings. And here we go. A nigga found where there was a will, there was a way. Like you said, a bolt action fucking hunting rifle. I saw how fast that motherfucker was rocking that bolt back and forth.
And I was talking to so many people and they were fighting with me. And I was like, dude, I promise you, this guy at the least. This is before we knew that these were legal weapons, and I was saying, like, no, I think these were legal weapons. The fact that he was holding his cheek weld and operating the bolt the way they are, he's obviously been training with that fucking gun. It's not something that comes naturally whatsoever.
Right, yeah.
But yeah,
I'm reading 15 dead so far. He's being charged with 15 counts of murder. And that's so sad because as close as all that stuff, the cell phone footages I saw while he was actively shooting, they were close enough that if one of those people was armed and had a handgun, they could have took him out before he got up to 15. That's the fucking sad part. So they literally, the government paved a way for this man to be able to go out and create that type of fucking carnage to get up to 15 fucking bodies. He could have been stopped at 1, maybe stopped at 0. But yeah, it's like I said, this is living proof. It just doesn't make any sense, bro. These gun reform laws make 0 fucking sense. Where there's a will, there's a fucking way. Motherfucker wants to do damage, he's gonna find a way to fucking do it. There's no stopping him, except other armed citizens that can fucking literally drop him right on the fucking dot.
Assalamu alaikum, Merry Christmas, and Happy Hanukkah to all the Jewish peoples. I am so sorry to hear that happened in Bondi Beach. What a tragedy. That bastard. It's so crazy. There are so many illegal aliens in Australia that it took a Lebanese illegal immigrant to take out the illegal immigrant shooting everybody up. Isn't that amazing? It wasn't even an Australian. It was a fucking immigrant that took out the immigrant. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I mean, your accent sucks, right? You just might as well speak your normal fucking your normal accent. Good try though, bro. But we know that's not your real accent. Come on, man. I'll give you an A for effort though.
Habibi, what do you mean? This is how I sound. I know you know.
Nah, come on, bro. That's not your real accent, bro. Look, man. I'm 20 minutes from Dearborn, Michigan, bro. That is not a real accent. That is not a real accent, bro.
Please do not accent police me. This is a free country in America. We can speak how we want to speak, and no one can tell us otherwise. And if people can use their stupid pronoun, I can go by the name Raed, and you can address me as such. Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, this is. I know who this is. This is. What's up, John? What's up, John? This is John Kitover. What's going on, man? I know it's you, bro. I know it's you. You roll your R's too hard, man.
Afwan Habibi, my name is Raed. I've started one of the world's largest commercial troll banks where we will take your troll deposit.
Uvular R. We're just like.
Right, yeah. They don't roll their R's like that, bro. I'm next to Dearborn. I know Arabs, man. They do not roll their R's that hard. What's going on, man? Finity, Merry Christmas, man. Long time no see. Hope all is well, brother. I ain't seen you in a long time, man. What's going on, man? Finity, how you doing, man?
Hey, yo, I didn't even know this side of Clubhouse existed, man. I need to get out of I'm over there politically correct all the time and what's the other one? 420. I need a break, bro. I've had enough.
How you doing, man? How you been? How's the family?
Oh, man, life is good, man. God is giving me a lot to be grateful for, man. So as Christmas approaches and the New Year approaches, I have a lot to be grateful for. So I'm
glad to hear, brother. Glad to hear, man.
Hope all is well with you, man.
Yeah, everything's beautiful, man. Blessed and just the same here, man. Nothing negative report. It's all
Infinity. I love this guy's name.
So you really don't creep out of this side of Clubhouse? You pretty much always there?
I mean, I used to, man, but people can't take the honest dialogue, bro. You get kicked down, people get their feelings and shit. You know, it's just so I pretty much stick here, man, where I know there's a chance for a fair conversation. So.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna start look out for you a little bit more, man. Because Alan mentioned you today. I was talking to Alan, and he was talking about. So I went looking for you today, and I found it. Masculinity Mansion. How long you been rocking with this?
Oh, what? 3 years now, I think.
Really?
Yeah, this has been here for about 3 years, man. Yeah, it's been here for a good few years, man. Just it's a space where we can just have an honest dialogue, man. Have honest conversation and freedom of speech, and nobody's getting in their fucking feelings and muting people and kicking people just because they don't agree and shit, So this time,
that's why I made it. You get people who try to challenge you a lot.
Oh yeah, all the time, man. Yeah. Actually, we just had a really good discussion, man. Actually, Beth's right above you, man. We were going back and forth a little bit, It was a good conversation. So yeah, that's the whole point, man.
Weird.
Everybody's challenged, man. Nobody's fucking exempt from getting their views challenged, in this space, man. Everybody's open to fucking get questioned and grilled.
Cool.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, I haven't been on, man. I've been like super busy. I haven't been on. It's like my first time on, like seriously, in a couple months. But I had my account banned for a while.